in which this occurred. In terms of the Money Bills Related Matters Act, committees must conduct an annual assessment of government departments and submit budget review recommendation reports. This process enables Parliament to influence the drafting of the budget. Owing to the budget cycle, this review process and the compilation of the BRRRs must take place within a particular window period. The Money Act also determines that the BRRRs must, among other things, such as in-year performance reports, also take into account departmental annual reports and audited statements. In terms of the Public Finance Management Act, these are normally tabled in Parliament 6 months after the end of the financial year. This PFMA does, however, allow the Minister of Finance to exempt departments from such deadlines in extraordinary circumstances. Earlier this year, the Minister of Finance extended the deadline for the departments to table their annual reports and audits owing to the administrative challenges arising from the COVID-19 pandemic. Following intervention by the Speaker, departments were requested to submit these documents by mid-November to enable Parliament to conduct its oversight mandate over departments. Some departments managed to finalize and table those within this time. Others did not. In some instances, provided reasons. For reasons I have alluded to, in those cases where there have been delays the respective committees have not been able to finalize their budget assessments and table BRRRs. I should state that while BRRRs are important, committees can nevertheless, through their oversight and other work, influence the drafting of departmental budget, and if needed, call for corrective action in other ways. This year, the COVID-19 pandemic has indeed posed new challenges for Parliament and highlighted unforeseen procedural and programming issues which we may need to address moving forward. The consideration of the BRRRs is one such instance. The House Chairperson for committees is attending to the matter of committees that did not finalize their BRRRs, and everything possible is being done to ensure that Parliament's oversight obligations are not compromised. Having clarified this matter, we now have to proceed with the business of the day. Thank you, honorable members.
On a point of privilege, House Chair.
Allowed Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, in accepting your explanation about the delays that occurred for the presentation of BRRR, notwithstanding the PFMA prescript that those reports must be tabled 6 months before the end of the financial year, I want to propose a motion in this House that the NAPC must consider convening a special 2-day session before the State of the Nation address where all the outstanding BRRR reports can be tabled in the House. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will allow parties to respond if they, Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP rises to support the motion. We understand that it's necessary for them to be considered. We would also like to just indicate that it's difficult for the smaller parties to cover all the issues, even including today's order paper when they were only when the ATCs were this week, and of course the order paper was only issued last night. So we support that motion so that the BRR reports can be considered at a later stage on the NPC, after the NAPC has decided. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. Any other party?
Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Chair.
I will come to
Okay,
you,
I'll
Mr.
wait.
Singh. I will come to you after Mr. Njaisa. Honorable Njaisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think the motion by the Chief Whip of the Majority is taking us a step forward. There's no way that we can do it because the reports are not ready. So I supported the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Singh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and colleagues. Good morning. Chairperson, from our side, we support the principle that all BRRRs will need to be debated in the House, and we understand that it cannot be debated now, and that we'll have to find the time even before SONA to do so. I don't know if one can support a motion to that effect or the principle, because we don't have a formal motion before us. But having said that, I'm not objecting to the principle that we consider BRRRs based on the fact that the legal opinion suggests that we could do that. So that was going to be my proposal, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Hill Lewis, Acting Chief Whip of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I just ask, I would prefer if the Honourable Chief Whip could give us the motion in writing so that we could study it and then discuss it later in the day.
Okay. I think we can have space for that. We are all here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Shibambo.
I honestly think it's very lackluster and reckless of the Chief Whip to just come and shock us with a motion in a sitting of Parliament when there are so many platforms where she can consult with the Chief Whip. So I had thought that the manner in which we take decisions in Parliament is that we first deliberate on them in the Chief Whip's forum and then we take them to the NAPC. And sometimes even when we do not physically or virtually meet as Chief Whips, there's a way of consulting on a process instead of just coming with a shock motion in Parliament which has not been processed and a clearer context is not given. So it's problematic the manner in which the Chief Whip of the ANC has handled this, and it's unsustainable because that is not how Parliament is run. It's a wrong tradition that must be rejected, like until these things is handled properly. Because it's not the first time that BRRRs are not presented on time. Like even when there was no COVID lockdowns, State Security has always failed to present BRRRs, and no consequences has accrued to them. Okay. But the manner in which the motion is being tabled is problematic.
Okay.
It's unprecedented, and it's not sustainable.
Thank you. Honorable Shibambo? No. Honorable members of all parties, this was just a proposal, and I understand that it has to come in a formal way, and we will work with the Office of the Chief Whip and the Secretary to the NA to make sure that this proposal is put in a way that will accommodate how we work as Parliament for everybody. But the proposal, as we understand it, let's be prepared that before SONA, it will go on. We will have our BRRR's reports, and through if we have to call a Chief Whips Forum before that, that will be done even the NAPC. May I thank you, honorable members, and leave that for saying that it's work in progress, and we will all participate in the final decision that will come out. Let me thank you and proceed to the day's work, honorable members. Okay. Honorable members who are just logging in, please ensure that you log in with your mics muted so that we don't get disturbances, because some come in late and they just come in and the mics are on, the videos are on. It disturbs the proceedings. Honorable members, the Secretary will read the first and second orders of the day together.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Communications on Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services and entities. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Communications on Department of Communications and entities.
May I recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, I move that the House adopt both reports on communication. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's just remind each other that each political party wishing to make a declaration will have 2 minutes to do so on every BRRR report. Having got what we have to do with the reports, I will now call the GA because I have a request for declarations. Mr. Mackenzie, I'm told you are on the virtual platform. You are allowed.
Thank you. Good morning, House Chair, and all protocol observed. House Chair, one could think the SABC wrecking ball, Claudia Mott's winning 70% happy news, was still the standard when reading this BRRR. It shows some surprisingly good progress in governance, unqualified audits, and even programs that actually deliver real value rather than just tick some bureaucratic box on an annual performance plan. But where's the SA Post Office? It's in a crisis, and the responsibility lies directly at the feet of a meddlesome minister who shuffles boards at a whim with an arrogant grin, and the disastrous results are plain to see. Or not in this case, because the SAPO didn't submit its annual report. But we do know, thanks to a recent High Court judgment, that SAPO's year-to-date loss at July 2020 was over R1 billion, while only 55 operational branches out of over 1,400 are profitable. When Mark Barnes left SAPO 2 years ago, it had apparently stabilized with no government guarantees and a brighter future. We even got annual reports. Then meddling Minister Abrahams arrived, replacing boards, suspending executives, appointing new ones over the head of the board, and ultimately vengefully purging the board's share in a spiteful show of ministerial foot stamping. The SAPO today is demoralized and broken, with more executive actors than a Shakespearean tragedy, more drama than Generations, and more princesses than The Crown. IT systems are down for months now, so there's no track and trace. Post offices are locked again for non-payment of rent, and where they are open, they're dilapidated, dirty, and shabby, like Weirder Valley, Douglasdale, or Pine Gully, where there's more filth than there is post. Having crashed and burned the post office through incompetence, interference, and a woeful lack of leadership, instead of recognizing the job is simply too big for her and moving on, Minister Abrahams digs in her Christian Louboutin heels and won't budge as the post office withers away. We say to the minister what Oliver Cromwell said to England's Long Parliament 400 years ago: you have sat too long here for any good you have been doing. In the name of God, go. The DA supports the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. EFF.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hello?
Yes,
Chair?
Honorable Pambo. You can proceed.
The EFF rejects the budget review. Okay, thank you, Chair. The EFF rejects the budget review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Communication, Telecommunication, and Postal Services. It is all shocking and disappointing that the Portfolio Committee on Communication, Telecommunication, Postal Services considered the proposed BRRR without making an honest assessment on the impact of the minister's incompetence on the work of the department and its entities. In relation to the SABC challenges debated in the recent past, the report does not make any decisive recommendation. The report does not say anything about the Treasury's failure to bail out SABC, while banks are sitting with 200 million guarantee they have no use of. The cost of data has not fallen despite commitments after the market inquiry into the cost of data by Competition Commission. Any minister armed with that report should have made sure that the cost of data falls. The post office continues to deteriorate, and our simple proposal was that all postal services of government should be done by the postal office through a memorandum of understanding. The post office is sitting with a large network of infrastructure that just requires modernization to revive it, and a guaranteed client in government departments, state-owned entities, and municipalities. We promised that the Post Bank will have a banking license to allow it to function as a fully fledged bank. The EFF even assisted with amending the Banks Act to allow state-owned companies to receive a banking license and operate as a full bank. What is so difficult with getting a license for the Post Bank? Lastly, we have in the past made a recommendation that ICASA should be made a Chapter 9 institution, like the Public Protector, the Auditor General, and the IEC. This is the only way ICASA will play a decisive role in the communications, broadcasting, and the postal services sector.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Your time is up. The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I present the support on behalf of Honourable Machozi.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Oh, go ahead, Honourable Machozi.
Honourable Machozi, you are welcome.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable members, as you will know, on the 1st of April 2020, the Department of Telecommunications and Postal Services and the Department of Communication merged to form the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies. The mandate of this new department is leading South Africa's digital tech transformation to achieve digital inclusion that must result in economic growth through creating an enabling policy and regulatory environment. This new department, therefore, must take the lead in ushering South Africa into the fourth industrial revolution through innovative policies and strategies, as well as providing access to ensure digital infrastructure so as to create transformed digital society. All of this needs to happen in an environment where change is the order of the day, in particular for the employees of the various entities that will be merged under the new department. The IFP therefore echoes the committee's caution that the department considers the impact on the public service wage bill in the transfer of employees from the DTPS and the DOC to the newly established DCDT. Further, the impact of COVID-19 on the economy has resulted in massive job losses, and we, like the committee, would hold the department to its commitment that no employees would lose their jobs as a result of the merger. We further are in full agreement with the recommendation that the minister should ensure the department provides a separate reporting sheet in future representations and targets not achieved, with a clear description of reasons and the work done to mitigate non-performance. The IFP accepts the PRRRs. Thanks.
Thank you, Mama Josie. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chairperson, as we have seen time and time again, there are very few state-owned entities, municipalities, or entities of departments where the ANC is in control not being in need of an intervention. The South African Post Office is no exception. From a once proud and fully functioning institution, the South African Post Office is now a mere wreck of an entity that, in the case of so many others, cannot even pay over its staff's third-party deductions. The performance of the Post Office is extremely worrying, and the additional pressure on its very limited and strained resources brought about by the additional 350 Rand SRD grant payments will exacerbate this situation even more. Staff of the Post Office also work under immense strain with threats to their safety and security, uncertainty about their salaries and their medical aid and pension funds. Therefore, the Post Office is not only underperforming externally, but also internally. The same can be said with regards to the Department of Communications and its entities. There is no need to even elaborate on this point. One can only mention the SABC crisis and the absolute chaos in which the public broadcaster is in, due to breathtaking mismanagement and poor leadership shown by minister after minister and manager after manager. No number of self-set targets will turn around this department and its entities, and an urgent return to the drawing board is necessary. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. ACGP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, understanding that some 6.3 million of the budget was underspent from an adjustment budget of 1.6 billion, the ACDP calls for this particular department to have a careful look at how the spending is taken, taking into consideration the huge amount of unemployment that we have, and every amount of underspending that we see in this particular department and others that we've actually interacted with are jobs that could have been created in South Africa. We've also noted an unqualified report in the 2019-20 year. While there may have been some improvements, but the ACDP cannot settle for anything less than a clean audit. The ACDP has also expressed its concern about a report indicating that the Minister of Telecommunications intended to pass regulations which would allow for service providers to install telecommunication towers, potentially 5G towers, on private property without the permission of property owners. Now, in her written response to me, the Minister, to a question that I raised, the Minister assured the ACDP that 5G policy was actually still in the making and that the department did not have a 5G policy. And so the ACDP finds this concerning, particularly in the light that we currently have service providers such as Rain, MTN, Vodacom that are rolling out 5G infrastructure in South Africa as we speak. We ask, where are the EIAs? Where is the public consultation when these particular service providers are rolling out 5G infrastructure potentially harmful to the communities? Without a doubt, House Chair, our postal services are in need of drastic overhaul. Data costs, the ACDP calls for data costs to be reduced, and that the telecommunication entities that are failing to comply with the PFMA must face consequences. The ACDP does not support this report. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. Oh, okay. ATM. Good. Good. Is somebody there? No. NFP?
Hello.
Yes, so Honorable Mansour, we are here.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party notes the BRR reports of the Department of Communications tabled here today. The Department of Telecommunications has irregular expenditure of 208 million was incurred in the previous financial year. The department has referred 114.6 million of cases stemming from previous financial year to National Treasury for condonement after investigations were concluded. Furthermore, the department is continuing with the investigation to address the irregular expenditure incurred. Effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 43.6 million as disclosed in Note 23 to the annual financial statements. The majority of the irregular expenditure was caused by non-compliance with supply chain management legislation. Now, added to this, Honourable House Chair, and my colleague had alluded to this matter earlier on, I see, is the issue of these cell phone masts and towers that are being put in communities in close proximity to where they live, which is a health risk to them. There are various reports tabled that indicate that these cell phone masks, and in terms of the radiation that it provides a great risk to people health risks that are living close by. And there appears to be very little or no consultation at all. One ideal one is the community of Caledon, who have highlighted this, and this was brought to this house almost a year ago. Despite all the evidence that was provided, very little or nothing has been done about it, and people on the ground just have to accept these things. And clearly we're calling on the Minister and the Department to intervene in these matters and not put the health and the risks of our people, their lives at risk. The National Freedom Party wants to also add that the CETA's audit opinion regressed to a qualified opinion during the financial year. The Auditor General identified
Thank you very
findings
much,
against
Honourable
various-
Member. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
The AIC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
I've spoken to them.
SABC is facing a lot of challenges, Chairperson. So the efforts that are being made by the Minister, Stella Abrams, to save the jobs in this SABC should be appreciated. Sure, more should be done to assist her and her department. People are looking up to this SABC for service delivery. It cannot be corrected, therefore, Chairperson, that a lot of money would be given to SABC, but nothing is coming out. Therefore, a lot should be done, and all the jobs should be saved. No people now should be made to lose his or her job. So as AIC, we do support this report.
Thank you, Honourable Nshaisa Cope.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. COPE accepts the BRRR report. Our problem, Honourable Chair and members, is this issue of jobs. Okay, the first point we want to say is that yes, let's make sure that the post office does its best to, or it is made to deliver for the poor of our country. But then secondly is this point that has been raised, that we keep on raising each and every time, for example, over the past 2 days, over the past 5 years of SABC. Please let us make sure that we implement. We come here, we talk about this thing, but there is no implementation altogether. 600 people, I know they say now 400, but 600 people are going to be removed from employment. And I'm saying to you that 600 people means 6,000 people are not going to eat. They're not going to go to school. There are going to be problems in our country. Remember, one person, particularly amongst the African people, one person feeds about 10 people. Now, if we agree that these people must be removed from work, it means we are faced with a very, very serious problem. And our having agreed that these people must not be removed, at least for a month, it means after that month, we're going to have a very serious problem. It means, yes, we agree that they must not be removed, but then we say that for a month only. And after that month, these people must just be kicked out. Please, I beg, let us stop that. Otherwise, we are not getting anywhere at all, and this parliament must be blamed for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Madisha. The PAC. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, you can't speak in the name of God and ask the minister to go unless you had Hidayat, you had a dream in the morning. We have seen the storming phase of the minister. We've now seen the settling down phase, and this BRR report triggers what we can expect in the future that will blow our mind as 5G, artificial intelligence, neuro-linguistic program rolls out. But we just want to ask the minister, please, to ensure that when she awards the tender, instead of giving people bribes and so on, that those who get the tender must give the young people, vulnerable women, free data, and that this must be spread out as much as possible so that they can participate in the economy. We heard about the post office. I agree with the EFF, but it should be an interest-free bank. We are looking forward to the benefits that the Minister has been working hard for. One of my honourable members has said that one person feeds 10 in the African community. In the current community, one person feeds 20. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Sithokoze Mhlonishwa, the ANC.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, in the past few weeks, the nation has been discussing the challenges at the SABC. We must not forget that the SABC is a national treasure that touches the lives of every South African in our village, township, cities, and even our neighboring countries. Thousands of hard-working SABC journalists and technical staff work every day to bring information programs to our homes, in our cars, and online. Honorable Chairperson, information and knowledge are essential elements of our project of transformation and the reconstruction and the recovery of economy. The Department of Communication and Digital Technologies has enormous responsibility to ensure that the entities in its portfolio are financially and commercially sustainable and able to fulfill their mandates. Based on the evidence above, based on the evidence before us, this new department is stabilizing. It must build on the work of the two merged departments that received unqualified audit opinion and address 94% of the audit findings. The GCIS and MDDA have achieved clean audits as they have done for a number of years. The committee is concerned about procurement of some goods and services without obtaining the required price quotation. The ANC supports the adoption of the BRRR report. We further call
Thank you
the
very
department.
much. Thank you. Your
Thank
time
you.
has come.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion is that the reports be adopted. Are there any objections?
Please note the objection.
ACDP? Yes.
Please note the objection of the EFF, House Chair.
EFF, noted. Thank you. With the objections recorded, we say that the reports have been agreed to. We now move for the Secretary to read the third to the fifth orders together.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans on 2019-20 Annual Report of Arms Corps and Castle Control Board. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans on 2019-20 Annual Report of Department of Military Veterans. Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans on 2019-20 Annual Report of Department of Defence.
Thank you very much. I will recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that these three reports as listed be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Having received a request for declarations, I will now allow the DA.
Good morning, Chair. Am I allowed to give my declaration?
You are allowed, Honorable Mare.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, the BRRR of the department exposes the real threat that the SANDF will be embarrassed in the future by not being able to properly resource and fulfill the minimum obligations to comply with Constitutional Section 200 to protect the integrity of South Africa and the safety of its citizens. This is due to poor management by both the Ministry of Defence and the Military Command Council, by also not prioritizing their money properly. The Minister was unable to cut unessential costs, for instance, the flight of the ANC delegation to Zimbabwe, of which we now know there are no record of official government business. Also by allowing the irregular and illegal import of 250 million rand of COVID-related medicine from Cuba, and also where she opposes the application by the Khoza family after soldiers were involved in the killing of Collins Khoza. If there are no executive and political will and support, we will see the borders being more porous in the future, and we will become the focal point of the thugs of the world. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My member is struggling with network, Chair. I will just take it over.
Proceed, Honorable Mkalipi.
Thanks, Chair. Chairperson, we have for the past decades had one report after another detailing the extent of the decline of our defense force. From the 2015 Defense Review report that demonstrated that decline in defense allocation has declined year on year by approximately 5% per annum in real terms over the last 20 years to less than 1% of the gross domestic product, resulting in the loss of essential defense capabilities. The result of this has been terrible, and the Defense Review noted the consequences as loss of significant impact on the capacity and capabilities of the Department of Defense and the level of Republic of South Africa defense ambition in support of its national interest in foreign policy. A properly thought legislative mechanism ought to have dealt with the funding model of our defense force to ensure that the ambitions of the defense force and the resources available are not out of sync with each other. On the 27th till 29 November 2020, the Portfolio Committee went to oversight visits to the borders of South Africa, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and partly Swaziland. The appalling conditions of our soldiers have to endure are shocking and beyond comprehension. This alone is an indication of the department that has been run down by the leading ruling party in South Africa. So therefore, Chairperson, we reject this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The IFP.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Honourable Chairperson, the able, capable and effective defence of our nation, its borders, support, if necessary, to SABC and continental peace-keeping efforts remain a core mandate of the SANDF. In order to deliver upon this mandate, budgetary fundamentals and discipline are required. Internal control deficiency raised by the Auditor General of South Africa in respect of leadership not exercising sufficient oversight responsibility regarding financial and performance reporting and compliance are totally unacceptable, and corrective action in this regard must be immediately taken. In respect of military veterans, there remains many cases of which we are aware of deserving military veterans who remain unable to access benefits. In this respect, Department is urged to ensure a quick turnaround time on applications from all military veterans, and there should be expanded deployment of resources in order to finalize the military veterans database. In respect of the Armaments Corporation of South Africa, AMSCO, the IFP agree that entity should remain focused on its primary mandate as an acquisition agency, but additionally and importantly balance this with its specialized need for research and development to strengthen its commercial viability and revenue generation. AMSCO can play a leading role in Africa and the rest of the world, and must pursue commercial opportunities outside of South Africa. This will not only lead to the creation of much needed employment opportunities for South Africans, but also ensure that South Africa remains at the forefront of research, development, and technological advancement in this area of expertise. The IFP actually supports the.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. FF Plus? The FF Plus pass. ACGP?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the ACDP notes that the Department of Defense has as one of its primary mandates the responsibility of keeping South Africans safe. When one joins the Defense Force or one of its entities, one of the primary characteristics instilled in its recruits is the construct or the idea of discipline. This idea of discipline, this construct called discipline, must start from the top, and in particular, how senior members within the Department of Defense deals with public funds. And when one looks at the reports given, the Auditor General has found huge challenges within the department. The department has received a qualified report with findings. We've received irregular expenditure of some 2.832 billion. And this is largely as a result of the irregular expenditure includes 2.6 billion for expenditure above the compensation of employees, employee allocations. 143 million was paid for assets verification project contracts. 34 million was paid for 3 contracts that were awarded by means of unfair bidding processes. 28 million was paid for information and communication technology contracts not concluded through the State Information Technology Agency. Clearly, Honourable House Chair, this speaks of ill discipline, and this ill discipline will continue to pass on downwards, which then places your ordinary citizens under threat in South Africa. What the Department of Defense was meant to do and called to do is to keep South Africans safe. They will fail to do that if there is no proper discipline in terms of how they handle the funding. We need boots on the ground in our borders. We need our soldiers to be able to keep South Africa safe, and they are failing. The ACDP does not support this report. Thank you.
ATM? Good. NFP? Oh, NFP, there's nobody. AIC? Pass. COPE? Pass. PAC? Al-Jama?
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, yes, we need the Defence Force to keep South Africa safe. We don't need the narrative of coup d'etats because that is anti-revolutionary. However, the Defence Force need to adopt best practice as an employer, and one of the things that they need to do is to do an audit of its members to find out how many of them have title deeds. These members of the Defence Force, especially the Navy in Simonstown, have a lifetime of service to the country. They have families, but they don't have title deeds that they can hand over to their children and their grandchildren, title deeds to land, to property. And just like we are slow to address the issue of reopening inquest into the 300 apartheid murders, we need to do more for the veterans. Our veterans have been very patient over 25 years, and the country has not kept its promises. We support the report. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you. The ANC.
Honourable House Chair and honourable members, the Portfolio Committee on Defence and Military Veterans has considered and adopted its budgetary review and recommendation report on vote 19, which incorporate the Department of Defence, the Department of Military Veterans, the Council Board, Arms Corps, and Military Ombuds. The African National Congress supports the report as moved by the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. We wish to commend the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans for ensuring that the Defence Force is able to discharge its commitment to the Constitution to defend and protect the territorial integrity of the Republic despite the dwindling budget. And we remain indebted to the men and women in brown who ensure that our borders are safeguarded and we remain safe in this country. We welcome that in the year under review, the DOD was able to clear 4 out of 6 recurring audit qualifications. We are concerned that the department is again qualified on the completeness of irregular expenditure, in that there is deliberate attempt not to disclose the full extent of incurred irregular expenditure. Irregular expenditure highlights the need for strengthening preventative controls. The Auditor General reminds us that maintaining an environment with sufficient preventative controls is key to addressing risk and ensuring compliance with legislation, thus guaranteeing that allocated funds achieve the desired objectives and fulfill our commitment to the citizenry. More money is wasted in investigating transgressions that could have been avoided or mitigated had proactive measures such as effective risk management been adopted and applied. Thank you.
The motion is that the reports be adopted. Are there any objections?
Note the objection of
House
ACDP.
Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you. ACDP, yes, Honorable Ntlangwini.
We definitely reject this one.
Thank you. Any other party? Observing the objections, we declare that the reports have been adopted, and I'm going to ask the Secretary to read the 6th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation.
May I recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party?
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that this House adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've received requests for declarations. The DA.
Madam Chairperson, in the year under review, the Housing Department only managed to achieve 62% of its targets, despite spending more than 91% of its budget. In the Human Settlements Delivery Programme, the department's most important function, overall performance declined to a dismal 47%. That means, despite all of the PR spin from the Minister, the department achieved less than half of its housing targets. Of the 17,000 hectares of land acquired during the previous MTSF period, only 17% of this land was rezoned. The department also only managed to achieve 1.2% of its council rental unit objectives for year 1 of the 5-year period. And 890,000 title deeds still remained outstanding. For the entire financial year, the department did not have a permanent DG. Honourable members, the AG findings were even more concerning. Continuing on from a 5-year trend under the ANC's leadership, not a single entity obtained a clean audit. Both the National Home Builders Registration Council and the National Housing Finance Corporation continued to use contracts after they had expired. The Community Schemes Ombud Service and Estate Agency Affairs Board both received a qualified audit opinion as a result of inadequate controls around revenue management. Yes, that's a fancy way to say that they use state coffers to simply do what they felt like doing. Neither entity had a permanent CFO either. Madam Chairperson, this is what happens when cronies and cadres are rewarded for loyalty with top government jobs. Sadly, all we will be subjected today from the ANC is self-congratulatory praise for achieving so very little. I urge the House to let the facts speak for themselves.
Thank you, Honourable Powell. The EFF.
Chairperson, today, 26 years after attainment of freedom, over 5 million
Ma'am Tlala, udirile phoso tlosha emblem ka morago ga gago or o tswalle video.
Okay, let me fix that.
Vala video nje mama uqhubeke.
Okay, no, it's done. Thank you.
Thank you. Continue.
Chairperson, today, 26 years after attainment of freedom, over 5 million African people still live in informal settlement, and over 300,000 colored people still live in informal dwellings. This is in addition to the over 2 million people whose tenure to house security is in precarious. Living on farms, they can be evicted from any day. They have no running water, no ablution facilities, and they share their homes with rats and fleas. This is a daily reality of most of our people, despite many promises for a better life for all since 1994. The COVID-19 pandemic had laid bare the state of neglect for basic human rights and human dignity that this neo-apartheid state has subjected our people to. We've seen with our own eyes thousands of people who lost their job during the lockdown, getting evicted from their houses by banks even when the capital amount had been paid. This is so because the property regulatory environment is hostile to poor people. Banks have been given excessive powers to harass poor people. We had proposed to the government that they must intervene to ensure a payment holiday for people who have lost their jobs. Had you done so, Minister, no one would have their homes auctioned by the banks. We must also make it illegal for banks to repossess houses from people who have paid off 50% of their bonds and are unable to continue paying their bond installment due to socio-economic circumstances. The state must invest in building the capacity of the municipalities to employ artisans to repair damaged water infrastructure, to prevent leaks, and also ensure that water infrastructure is delivered to each and every corner where there are human beings in this country. This department has failed to secure our short to long-term future because of its inability to plan. The Auditor General detected an irregular expenditure of 14 million incurred by NHBRC, NHFC, and the EAAB and the CISOs in the financial year 2018-19. And your irregularity in procurement. We reject this report.
IFP.
Siyathokoza sihlalo endlu abahlonishwa bonke. Izidingo zabantu baseNingizimu Afrika ziningi kakhulu kodwa esibaluleke kakhulu kunazo zonke ukuhlinzeka kwamanzi aphephile nahlanzekile kanye nokuhlinzeka kwezindlu ezinesithunzi abantu bakithi abangenamhlaba. The committee report evaluating the department's performance highlights major internal problems which impacts vital and life-dependent service delivery. In fact, some of the internal problems at the department, if not addressed, will cause a further breakdown of the water security, public confidence to address the shackles of social injustice and increase service delivery protests. For instance, according to the AG, this department does not sufficiently monitor performance information and reporting, which leaves us to wonder how this department will set its target and assess its progress in terms of the addressing the needs of the people. This issue even runs so deep as to cause misalignment between the way it spends its allocated budget and achieving its targets. This department spends almost 99% of its budget and only achieves 60% of the target. This translated into the poor service of the department, underachieving its goals of informal settlement upgrades, all while irregular expenditure remains unacceptably high. The department is celebrating bringing irregular expenditure down to only 14 million, while people continue to live in exemplary poverty and have no access to their human right of water. This is totally unacceptable. Finally, the lack of planning by the department when it decides on the bulk infrastructure project has real consequences on the people's access to clean provision of water. Municipalities are mandated with water reticulation and bulk infrastructure projects are completed, but the department, it is not communicated nor properly planned with municipalities. As a result, this leaves critical water infrastructure dormant, while municipalities play catch-up in trying to meet the services. And this matter must be addressed, like in Umkanyagude, in the Josini Dam. Noma kunjalo ke sihlalo kodwa siyayisekela le report elapha phambi kwethu njenge.
Thank you, FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. What a shame. What a horror story it is when one reads this report. One of the many targets not met by the department once again is title deeds that's not registered. Only 26,666 title deeds were registered against a target of 1.193 million. That's an achievement of only 2%. Why was it not achieved? Corruption, cadre, awarding contracts to cadres who do not deliver on those contracts. When one looks at all the scandals involving this department, it is really a shame. This department has been looted and has been a cash cow to the ANC cadres and to the ANC Secretary General for years. The ANC cadres and their Secretary General got rich while the people are suffering. Water is polluted, tax money is stolen, wasted, whilst the cronies are getting richer. Water is polluted. Some municipalities do not even have water currently because of outstanding debt of municipalities to water boards. Mangaung, go and stay in Bloemfontein or in Botshabelo and Tubanchu. Tell the people there that they have water because they do not. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Although the ACDP welcomes the unqualified audit opinion received by the Department of Human Settlements, we are nevertheless concerned that none of its entities achieved clean audits in this financial year. Furthermore, service delivery seems to have even become poorer than in 2018-19, thereby offering taxpayers little value for their hard-earned money. Shockingly, Program 3 achieved only 3 of its 13 targets. This explains why none of the 1,500 informal settlements targeted for upgrading by 2024 have been developed, and why only 150 community residential units have been delivered, while the 2024 target is 12,000. This is an achievement of only 1%, which is disgraceful indeed. Even worse, according to the BRR report, one of the key medium-term strategic framework priorities is to clear 893 to 122,000 outstanding title deeds for pre-1994 houses and post-1994 houses, and process 300,000 new title deeds for serviced sites. Only 26,000 title deeds have been registered against the combined medium-term strategic framework target of almost 1 million. which makes it only 2% achievement. In conclusion, this department needs to clean up the financial management of its entities and start handing out title deeds now and not a month before the 2021 local elections. The ACDP will not support this report. Thank you, Mudula Stulu.
The ATM. Good. NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party notes the BRR report of the department tabled here today, and we welcome the opinion that the department received. We note that there's been a reduction in the irregular expenditure, and we must admit that the minister in this particular case has inherited a department that was already in serious trouble before. And it appears that the minister has added some value to this department and is making a difference. But like the NFP have always said, the Honorable House Chairperson, you can bring ministers, you can change them, they can come with their brilliant ideas and their passion and their commitment. However, if you don't deal with the problems lower down, which is the DGs, the DDGs, and all the others that have a role to play, then of course, you're going to sit with the problem, which will go on and on and on. But the other problem is this, that, House Chairperson, the question we need to ask then is the system of these portfolio committees that we have, because my understanding is that portfolio committees have a responsibility not to just come here and be negative and find faults, but to over the entire period to be able to be working with the departments, highlighting, identifying weaknesses and challenges and dealing with them at the appropriate time so that it does not accumulate. So it's either the system is not working, the portfolio committees are not doing enough, the departments are being left without any oversight, and that's why we're sitting with the problem. But I just want to highlight for the minister very quickly what happened in Scarborough yesterday. How people were evicted, lights were cut, water was removed, police were not even able, and this was an illegal eviction. Let me tell you what is happening in Delft. There's a protest taking place today, there's one taking Monday, it's taken in the last week. The city is not even willing to speak to the people, not even the community are part and parcel of the process of the housing that they want to build in that particular area. There's no engagement, no public participation at all.
Thank you
Your
very
department
much.
needs to intervene in these matters.
Thank
the National Freedom Party will support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, AIC.
Thank
Did
you very
you
much,
email anything?
Honorable Chairperson.
Awa
No, I
Muruti
speak from the laptop.
Why
Yeah.
am I gonna-
Email all
Muruti.
the speeches.
Muruti Muisha. Muruti Muisha, Tsallang
Modimo mo shebile.
Tshwarela Mudula Stulu.
Ralebogang tate. Honorable Mchaisa.
Whenever I stand up to speak, someone will just come in. I don't know why. I'm always disturbed. Honorable Chairperson, the building of houses for the people of South Africa, especially women and youth, is what we want to see happening. Provision of water and sanitation to the people would be a great thing indeed. Honorable Chairperson, these are the issues that should be attended to. We are very much concerned about the lack of water in some areas. The areas like Ugu district and the other areas like Mpindweni, Libote, where they are just using water from the river, which is not clean. So what clean water now to be given or provided to the people? Honorable Chairperson, this budget now should address those challenges. Chairperson, it is very much interesting now for a ward councillor when he's being approached by a person in the rural area wanting to know about water. Then this ward councillor will say it is the competence of the district. So the people on the ground do not know about that. So these ward councillors should show the way. They should not just say it is the competence of the district, because the people on the ground know them. They don't know anything about the district. Those are the things that should be corrected. Perhaps now this district development model, I'm not referring to the TT Mabuza, district development model, Honorable TT Mabuza. These initials are almost the same as TTM Mabuza. Now, I like that deputy president because I used to be the one, but now I'm the acting president. Honorable Person, this model perhaps now would help us so dealing with these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting President. Hi, Cope.
Thank you, Chair. Those of us who were born in the deep rural areas more than 6 decades ago know the problems faced by South Africans in those areas. The majority of us know what apartheid did to our people in those areas in particular. It denied them clean water, sanitation, and gave those in townships very small pieces of land for their 4-roomed houses. When people rose to fight against those wrongs, apartheid even created, but particularly under P.W. Botha and others, it created townships such as Soshanguve for the Sotho, Shangaan, Nguni, Venda to separate them. And it gave those in the townships small buckets of water, very expensive toilets that did not work properly. The creation of...
Go through the better.
Honorable Hendricks, do you want to come in? Okay.
My turn now, Honorable Chair.
No, wait, Honorable Hendricks, you just came in when somebody's on the podium. Continue, Honorable.
Thank you. The creation of Bantu stands, such as Puputa, Tswana, Leboa, Venda, Transkei, Ciskei, and so on, was to add to the separation and destruction of the African people. Today, not enough has been done. More has got to be done, truly. The councillors don't know what they're supposed to do. The budget is not enough. More must be given. Consider today, for example, the informal settlements, Mikuku. They don't have water there. They don't have toilets. We're still faced with momentous challenges. We therefore will say, let more be given so that our people can be able to survive. Thank you.
PAC, Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'd like to commend the EFF, who also highlighted the plight of the colored community, which is part of the Khoi and part of the San. And it looks at only when the EFF takes the Western Cape and the city of Cape Town, their plight will be addressed, because no other political party is concerned about the housing needs of the colored people. They have Afrikaner DNA, they have white DNA, although the stiff upper lip of the English has dominated. They've got Xhosa DNA, there's royal family DNA in the colored community, and yet they are treated as the Cinderellas here in South Africa. Honorable House Chair, I wrote the book.
Honorable Hendricks, please wait. There is a point of order. Honorable Lewis.
Will the member take a question?
Are you ready for a question, Honorable Hendricks?
No, Honorable Chair.
Okay, continue, Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much. I said that I wrote the book because our freedom will be fake if the African child continues to live in sewerage, to learn in sewerage, to pray in sewerage. And that's why this department, together with the Department of Environmental Affairs, must make this a top priority, which I don't see in this report. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. The ANC.
The ANC rises in support of the Budgetary Review and Recommendations report of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement, Water and Sanitation. The provision of a sustainable human settlement in ensuring an inclusive society in a country with historical exclusion policies continues to be a priority for the ANC, which is why we have heeded the call of breaking new grounds in doing away with historical special patterns and created comprehensive integrated human settlement. We welcome the call of the Portfolio Committee for the department to use the district development model to ensure cooperation between the various spheres of government and collaboration for rendering the service delivery for communities. Chair, let me just make some comments. I think there's this question that the EFF and the DA continues to say that the department did not perform, in particular when they use the budget percentages and the targets. Chair, let's explain this thing. I think the nation would want to hear, because the information that is being peddled here is that the department is not performing. We report on a complete house, and that has got a happy letter for a person to come in. A municipality like Western Cape is leading chairperson of not spending money on annual basis, and that's why the department is not spending. And we know exactly the separations of powers on different spheres of government. The EFF is just aloof on discussing critical issues that are affecting our people. And therefore, as the ANC, we are saying we are moving forward in transforming a human settlement. Thank you.
Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
And the ACDP, thank you.
ACDP.
And the EFF plus.
Yes.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you, Mama Shabela. The objections have been noted and the report is being agreed to. Can we ask the Secretary to read the 7th order?
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Social Development.
Sosibepi wenhlangano enkulu ebusabo.
Mandibulele sihlalo wale ndlu namhlanje diphakamisa into yoba mayamkelwe lengxelo inkosi.
Sithokoze mhlonishwa. Declarations basibawile lana ngizovumela iDA.
While DSD obtained a clean audit, the entities SASA and NDA once again did not. Material non-compliance with legislation was found at SASA and the NDA, while the NDA had further material findings on performance information. Both entities still cannot get the basics of supply chain management right. It must be mentioned that the Director General position at DSD is still not filled. It has been unfilled since the 5th administration. Filling this position is critical in getting the DSD ship on course. The department reprioritized 33 million to employ 200 social workers to specifically focus on gender-based violence, and 60 million from their goods and services budget toward the Kusaleka One-Stop Center project. However, this 90 million was shamefully returned to National Treasury. According to DSD, National Treasury only responded in May this year to the department's request for this budget reprioritization, which unfortunately was too late for them to implement. While the 200 GBV social workers were employed for a period of 4 months on contract and subsequently absorbed into some of the provincial departments, more social workers could have been employed had the necessary urgency been given. It is an injustice to the over 9,000 qualified yet still unemployed social workers. Lastly, but important, we reiterate, as there are still many South Africans who applied for the SASA 350 grant and to this day has not received it for the various excuses made by SASA. There are government officials who incorrectly receive this grant while the destitute languish in poverty. Before we can even consider a basic income grant, the department and its entities must get this right. They must get the basics right. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Abrahams. The EFF?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. What COVID-19 and the social economic disaster has exposed in this country should force us to rethink the state's intervention in the lives of vulnerable and poor. We welcome the introduction of the COVID relief grant, as millions of our people languishing in poverty with no hope of ever escaping because the economic environment just cannot create jobs. It is therefore tragic that thousands of people who qualify for this grant that's approved by the department, SASA, have not yet received this money. While you have been dragging feet to ensuring poor people have access to a relief grant, you have been quick to, as government, to make money available for private companies. It is incomprehensible after we have seen the depth of poverty in the country that we can, with a clear mind, not continue with this grant on a permanent basis. So many households depend on it and put food on the table, and without it, so many would have been on the brink of starvation. Lastly, it is a tragedy that we once again have to come here and bemoan the inadequacy of the department's intervention on issues of abuse and murder of women and men in the country. And the department needs to be able to work with the police and the Department of Health to make sure that victims of gender-based violence in a position to access both justice and quality healthcare. The department must lead in working with other departments to create safe shelters and for abused women and children. And the department has failed in every conceivable way, and therefore we reject this report.
Thank you, Honorable Harris. IFP. IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. During the budget year under review, this department made little or no progress in a number of areas, one being entity oversight. We have seen a regression in SASA's service delivery. There has been a marked increase in the number of vulnerable people, especially the elderly who are forced to sleep in the cold and in the rain outside SASA offices, not receiving the help they need. And there seems to be no plan from SASA or SAPO to improve on the long queues which have become synonymous with our grant pay points. Yesterday, I noticed long queues outside a post office, Honourable Chairperson, standing in the cold and terrible weather. While communities battle poverty, substance abuse and gender-based violence, thousands of trained social workers remain unemployed. In 2018, Cabinet instructed the government to absorb these critical frontline workers, but allocated funding simply goes elsewhere. The IFP, through Honourable Funda Merva, has urged the Deputy President to intervene, and the Minister must ensure that funds allocated to provinces to employ social workers are ring-fenced. The IFP also remains concerned that despite the much-lauded National Drug Master Plan, we simply lack the necessary substance abuse treatment centres to make this plan a success. Chairperson, for the most vulnerable, 2020 has been a devastating year, more so for the many women and children trapped in abusive homes without access to shelters, because shelters in South Africa go underfunded and there are simply not enough of them, especially in rural areas and in areas which have been declared GBV hotspots. This department has also been plagued by corruption. Consider the families who endured a cold, harsh winter while more than 43,000 blankets purchased by Social Development in KZN sat in storage somewhere. Blankets that were bought at 600 rand each in a corrupt deal costing 15.8 million rand. Consider the unforgivable theft of food parcels by government officials with not a single arrest. The treatment of some NGOs by this department is simply unforgivable. Consider the 25 NPOs who depleted the funds providing food, medicine and care to elderly South Africans during lockdown, only to be denied payment by Social Development in the Eastern Cape for breaking lockdown regulations, leaving them in distress. Honourable Chairperson, for many, this department stands between life and death. It stands between a meal and starvation. This department can and must do better. And it is for that reason and because of the vulnerable people out there and so many relying on what the department does that we will support the department in any efforts to get things right. I thank you. We'll support the report.
Siyabonga Mhlonishwa, FF Plus.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Lockdown proved how delicate the balance within this department and its entities really is. This department and its entities were failing the people of South Africa long before the lockdown and the pandemic. They tried their utmost to provide necessary assistance to the millions of South Africans that were left homeless, jobless, and without food during lockdown, but are still lacking. A 51% achievement of targets before the pandemic is not something to be proud of. It is a matter of grave concern for the coming years, and especially this current year's targets, taking into account the pandemic and the fact that for months the department could not do anything besides the most critical of tasks. SASA reported an underspend of 90% on compensation of employees due to vacant posts and the moratorium on filling of these posts. Had these posts been filled with trustworthy, reliable, qualified people for their positions, I wonder what this entity would have looked like during this pandemic. I wonder if corruption would have been lower, service delivery would have improved, and the most vulnerable of our society would not have been left to fend for themselves. The answer would most probably be yes. Had the department's oversight over its entities been better, this picture might also have looked a bit different. Chairperson, the continual decline in the budget for substance abuse assistance is also worrying. We are creating a society of dependence, dependent on the state and dependent on substances. The times are hard, they are uncertain, they are terrifying. People are now more than ever at risk of falling back into the pit of substance abuse or starting just to forget about the challenges of life as we know it in the pandemic. Furthermore, the emotional and mental impact of the virus is uncharted. It is now necessary to have enough social workers on the ground. We need social workers that are trained to deal with the challenges that we are facing. To make hollow promises and to grandstand is not going to address this. I've said this in the past. I believe the current department with its current incumbents, like the acting DG, are trying their utmost under difficult circumstances, but more needs to be done still. I thank you, Agbora Voorsitter.
Thank you, Baya. ACDP.
Honorable Chair, the ACDP welcomes the unqualified audit opinion with no findings obtained by the Department of Social Development, especially because in the previous 2 years, it received qualified audit opinions. We also welcome the transition of SASA from cash paymaster services to the South African Post Office. This is definitely a step in the right direction as we need to build our assets as a country. And obviously, the condition of our post offices is appalling and they should be improved. We are very disappointed in SASA's contravention of National Treasury instructions during the COVID-19 lockdown period and the lack of punishment meted out to perpetrators, including those who stole food parcels. The social grant beneficiaries increased to over 18 million in the 2019-20 financial year, which already raises issues of economic sustainability. While the ACDP welcomes the food parcels handed out to those in need during the lockdown, the costs are huge, a concern in the light of our 43.1% expanded unemployment figures, especially when competitive bidding processes are not followed. Another concern is SASA's staff vacancy rate, which is around 50%. In conclusion, the Department of Social Development has not achieved over half its targets, which the ACDP finds unacceptable. For example, 70,000 of 231,000 NPOs supported by the department are not legally registered, and there are legal issues with the backlog of lapsed child foster care orders. In addition, there was no meaningful intervention with respect to fighting gender-based violence, and it appears that some services for those living with disabilities have been neglected and in some cases abandoned.
Thank you very much.
The ACDP will not support this BRR. Thank you.
Thank you. ATM. Good. NFP.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party welcomes and will support the report of the department tabled here. We welcome the unqualified audit opinion that the department received, an improvement from previous years. And I think one of the things we need to emphasize on, and I hope the Minister is listening to this, you know, there are so many NPOs that are springing up every other day, but there's very little control measures in ensuring that these NPOs, who are very often funded by business, the private sector and things, and by government, are compliant, but more importantly are providing the services that they intended to service. Because if you want to create a better society, then I think we all need to work together. The South African Police Services, Social Development, the Department of Health, the Department of Justice, and all these NPOs and NGOs and things all need to work. And this is clearly not happening. I'll give you a good example of what happened yesterday while the parliamentary session was on. An ex-police officer kidnapped his child, went away, got caught for drunken driving. What did the South African Police Services do? They actually released the 9-year-old child into the custody of the father, with the police officers telling the mother when she called, no, but we cannot do anything. He's entitled, he has rights, that's his child, even though the child was being put at risk. So the problem we're having even at police, you need a coordinator between the department and the other departments, because I can tell you that what we see in practice and reality is two different things. We have a serious problem on the ground. There's no doubt about that. But what we must also admit is this, that the problem of the social ills in South Africa is not going to disappear. It's going to get progressively worse over the period of time, with the high unemployment rate in the country, with businesses that are closing and things. The department needs to improve and up its game and ensure that they put additional measures to try and overcome these challenges. The issue of the 350 grand, while the department did a fantastic job, not enough. Many people have still not received money, but the National Freedom Party supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. The AIC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We shall never stop crying about the money that was stolen or wasted on CPS, the cash payment services, in this department. This department has got a very huge load in terms of service delivery.
You are fading away a bit.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was saying we're still crying foul about the money that was taken or stolen by the cash payment services. The Department of Social Development has got a very big load in terms of service delivery. You can imagine now when 17 million beneficiaries have got to receive grants from this department. One would imagine if these people now were getting nothing, what would be happening? Because 70 million is a very big number, nearly close to 500,000 of the people of this country. So we appreciate now what the department, rather the government, is doing for these people. Otherwise, our people now would be suffering a lot. But this budget is not enough. Of course, we need the department to address all these issues. We say half a loaf is better than not bread. So those that are still getting no must get, so that you don't have a lot of people suffering. So we supported this department, rather this report is AIC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cope? Thank you. PAC? Al-Jama?
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the Freedom Front acknowledges we have a minister with political will and political clout, so there is some hope on the horizon. It looks like the DA and the EF are getting very close to the ruling party, and from their ranks, I won't be surprised if in the future we have a second deputy president like we had in 1994. Honorable House Chair, the president has redeployed 350,000 young people to schools. I would like to make an appeal that the social workers that has been referred to in this debate also be redeployed urgently, so that we can once and for all assist our learners. On a lighter note, Honorable House Chair, I've been married to a social worker for 40 years, and I can see the benefit of social workers. Even the president has said that he will cheer for me. So I hope that we take this issue of the shortage of social workers very seriously. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. We were just reading your notes. You hid your face with the notes. Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC rises in support of this BRR report. We welcome the improvement made by the entire social development portfolio in areas which had long been a challenge. These include improved audit findings of the department and the improvement in the reporting based on the evidence-based method. Millions of South Africans are getting 350 SASSA grant as we speak. But however, we are concerned about significant areas which need serious attention. These include, but not limited to, the minimal reduction of irregular expenditure, weak oversight over the entities, employment of persons with disabilities, employment of social workers, as well as the Director General. The work that we have done this far in this 6th administration with the entire social development portfolio has been underpinned by the evidence-based and outcome-based approaches. This is to ensure that the entire portfolio tangibly moves from a social welfare to a developmental social welfare approach to practically make a mark in the lives of South Africans, especially the vulnerables and the poor. We have made strict recommendations with timeframes to the Minister. This will guide our oversight work to ensure that the entire portfolio progressively changes its approach to one that practically, efficiently, and effectively uplifts and empowers all South Africans. The ANC supports this BRR report. I thank you, Chair.
Naken Samchabsek. Honorable members, Akhbara Liede, die moties dat die verslag ondersteun word. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Ons opponeer, dankie.
Voorzitter.
Ja,
Voorzitter, ons stem nie saam nie.
Ja, dankie.
The FF plus, please.
Okay, we note the objections, maar die verslag is daarvoor ondersteun. Ons gaan nou voort. Ayank speaker. Ayank speaker.
Yes, Honorable House Chair.
U kan maar aangaan. Order 8.
Okay. Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The Secretary will read the 8th order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Yes, the Chief Whip.
Ha ke lebohe ntate modulasetulo, ntate Deputy Speaker, ki tsitsinya hore tlaleho ena e amohelwe, ke a leboha.
Ke a leboha mme ka lebelo ha o le thella the DA.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The BRRR will not provide rapid and comprehensive responses to all forms of violence against women and children. It will not address the backlog of cases, delays in DNA testing, and the availability of rape test kits in police stations. It will not aid the National Strategic Plan or the Emergency Action Plan to respond to our communities. It does not and will not provide a credible safety plan for victims of gender-based violence. It will not provide any support to young people who are currently unemployed and are not going to be able to find work under this government. It will not mainstream youth development or provide for youth development coordination mechanisms at national, provincial, and local levels. It will not reach and meet the expectations of all youth, small, medium businesses who have suffered a serious blow because of the ANC lockdown. It will not assist with internships and learnerships to support entry-level youth to find work. It will not help the unemployed youth in Stekspruit, Zastron, Butle Park, and basically everywhere else. This BRRR will not provide a targeted support for micro-entrepreneurs in the informal sector. It will not expand support and incentives for youth-owned businesses and cooperatives. It will not make any worthwhile strides around the data struggle for young people in this country. It will not ensure financial support for disability rights awareness. It will not aid and support special needs schools across South Africa. It will not advance the rights and freedoms of persons living with disabilities in this country in any way. The department continues to fail South Africans. Not only that, it continues to receive millions and does absolutely nothing. I'd like to take this opportunity to shout out to all the NGOs who are doing the Lord's work in the devil's playground, who are doing the work that the department should be doing. We see you and we will continue to fight for you as the DA, and the work does not stop here. We therefore reject this BRRR. Thank you.
EFF.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Chairperson, as the result of COVID-19, many people have lost their jobs. And no sector of society have felt this more than women. It is the women who must stay at home with their abusive partners, with their sons, who have been failed by society and turned into criminals. It is the woman who must find food for their households, and it's the woman who gets abused in this process by shameless men who demand sexual favors for jobs. The greatest burden of poverty lies on the shoulders of women. And it is this very same women who have been practically ignored, not only by the department, but by society as a whole. Despite these grave dangers faced by women and persons with disabilities, the department named after them have offered nothing of substance to address the containing marginalization and exploitations of persons living with disabilities in this country. The frustration brought by COVID-19 pandemic is surely going to make matters worse for them. The unemployment, the difficulties with movement, the psychological trauma, and the shortage of support services from government will make the lives of people living with disabilities difficult. Persons with disabilities continue to face numerous barriers to their full inclusion and participation in the lives of their communities. They have been disappropriation levels of poverty, lack of access of education, health services, unemployment, and their underrepresentation in decision-making and political participation compared to their abled bodies counterparts. We need more focused intervention to protect people living with disabilities and promote their social and economic interests. We do reject this BRRR report. Thank you, House Chair.
IFP.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Since we are dealing with the portfolio of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, let me start off by saying that the IFP is deeply distressed with regards to the delays in appointment of people to the NYDA. We understand that there has been a process and there's been a subcommittee, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and we understand that there are certain in that committee that want their cadres to be deployed to the NYDA. We as the IFP are not on that subcommittee, and we do not like the fact that we are not on it, but we would appeal to the Honourable Speaker that the whole process of the appointment of people to the NYDA be re-looked at, and if it starts in January, by the end of February, there would be the possibility of the committee making recommendations to the President on a very open and transparent basis. Having said that, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the IFP appreciates the Department's prioritisation of young women and women with disabilities, educational attendance and retention in public sector institutions. However, we assert that the Department ought to consider programs and platforms that will achieve sustainable equality through tackling illiteracy and poverty among all women. Women, especially rural women, ought to be economically empowered, as this is the foundation for their independence and dignity. Deputy Speaker, you always say that I was a former MSc, and I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, that when I was in 2005, I had a blind person being a switchboard operator, did excellent work. He used to come to work with his dog, and one day I thought there was a snake under his table, but meanwhile it was a dog's tail that was moving. But as soon as I left, that gentleman, whose name is Abel, for 15 years, and I've been battling with every minister, has not got employment. So we must put our money where our mouth is in employing people with disabilities, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The IFP will accept this report, but we believe this department must do more. There must be more coordination with the Commission for Gender Equality, and for that reason, we will support the work of the department. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with you, Honourable Member. Let's call the FF Plus.
Dankie, agbare young speaker. Although only 80% of targets were met by this department, it spent 98% of its budget with limited to no tangible deliverables. It is an improvement of over 11% from the prior year, yes, but if you take a look at what the improvements are, it is not that impressive. It is easy to improve and write a pretty report, but what happens on the ground is what really counts. This department is nothing other than a talk shop and a forum that pretends to be interested in the empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Do they actually do this? I think not. What do we see in South Africa currently? We see GBV running rife during this pandemic. We see no counsellors promised, no shelters as promised, no social workers as promised, yet the ANC wonders why women of South Africa are frustrated. We see the Minister of Finance in a portfolio committee meeting earlier this week say that the youth must not come here and debate with older people. They should take it outside. And then the ANC wonders why the youth are frustrated or surprised when the youth do take it outside in the form of a protest. We still do not have sign language approved as an official language of South Africa 5 years after the latest request. People with disabilities are discriminated against on a daily basis. They are promised empowerment and assistance to help drive change and end disability stereotypes, but no, nothing. Yet the ANC wonders why people with disabilities in South Africa are frustrated. The department does not effectively implement the HSA's recommendations and continually have repeat findings. Yet the ANC wonders why the opposition are frustrated with this minister. Albert Einstein said, "The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results." I think this aptly describes this department and the way it goes about doing its business. Agbare young speaker, for true empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and not only window dressing, get rid of this department. I thank you. Deputy Speaker, you are muted. We cannot hear you.
ACDP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, women, youth, and people with disabilities play a key role in society. If they are strong, society is strong. Yet, we in the ACDP, and I'm sure everyone across political parties, still see the high levels of gender-based violence. We see high levels of youth unemployment. We see substance abuse and gangsterism. And of course, we see many challenges facing people with disabilities. Far more clearly needs to be done in this regard. And when one reads the report, you notice the committee pointing out a number of shortcomings. For example, it remains concerned about the limited number of tangible deliverables that the department has delivered. It also notes with concern that even though the department's mandate has been inclusive of gender, youth, and disability, the evidence provided to the committee was not convincing. This is the Committee of Oversight, the words in the report, and did not appear to translate to visible changes to those groups in the country. So we are in agreement across political parties that there is substantial changes need to be brought about. And the ACDP agrees with the report in this regard. Why are there such high levels of gender-based violence? Why are so many youth unemployed? Why do we have gangsterism and substance abuse? And why, as the previous speaker indicated, why is sign language still not declared an official language in the country? I was part of the Constitutional Review Committee a number of years ago when we passed a resolution to that effect. Let's ensure that this is done. And lastly, Chair, the Sanitary Dignity Program is very positive, but again, there are shortcomings in this regard. Let us ensure that this program is also successfully rolled out. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM?
Deputy Speaker, the UDM has indicated their absence in all the reports, so you may not call them in the next order. Thank you.
Okay. ATM? Good. NFP?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The National Freedom Party notes and welcomes the report. Let me just start off by saying, Deputy Speaker, the percentage of unemployed youth in South Africa is very worrying. And unless we address this problem, it is a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. Now, women in South Africa continue to be marginalized. They continue to be regarded as second-class citizens. They do not get equal pay for the work they do compared to men. I've heard many political parties talk about persons with disability, but let me say this to Deputy Speaker, and let me give you some disgraceful statistics. The ANC, yes, has persons with disabilities employed in Parliament, in the National Assembly. The Democratic Alliance has no one. The EFF has no one. The IFP has no one. The Freedom Front has no one in the National Assembly.
Yes, honourable member.
Deputy Speaker. Point of order.
Honourable member, please just give us a moment. Yes, Honourable Ntangwini.
That member must get his facts straight. He have no information because we even have one of our members have a disability. Right. So he must not come and lead the public.
Okay, Honourable member.
Get your facts
correct.
straight.
It's okay.
Please.
It's all right. Honourable member, you've done.
Deputy Speaker.
Don't overdo it. Yes, Honourable member.
I just would like to ask if the Honourable member will take a question.
Will you take a question, Honourable NFP, Honourable Sekimam?
If I have time when I'm finished, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Now let me reiterate this. We need to lead by example. Larger political parties who have large numbers present in the National Assembly, and we talk about percentage of persons with disabilities, should ensure that they walk the talk and not just talk the talk. But let me give you the good news, Deputy Speaker, that we have decided to sponsor 25 women and youth who will be qualifying in 2 weeks' time as nail technicians, complete with facials and eyelashes. And yes, indeed, they would be graduating in about 2 weeks from today, all at our own cost, just to empower the women and youth of South Africa. So maybe that's the direction we need to go. The National Freedom Party notes some of the concerns that have been raised in the reports and call on the department to address the issue of irregular expenditure that appears to be a repeat from year in and year out. And in addition to that, the unauthorized expenditure of 30 million, and which is exactly a reoccurrence from last year as well, and 2,237,000 due to overspending. The National Freedom Party believes that the department needs to address these reports in terms of from the auditor. However, a lot of work needs to be done to ensure that women are empowered in South Africa. The National Freedom Party supports the BRR report of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you. AIC. Cope.
Thank you, Honourable. Oh, it's Deputy Speaker now. You see, the problem is that we now have become a welfare state, and we need to deal with that. Now, that which I put before the House during the GBV debate is completely correct. Many politicians raise the noun women, women, women when elections are near or when politicians want favor or support. More truly is needed. And what is needed is jobs. More must be done to move the country from being a welfare state. We must create jobs so that women, poor women, can be removed from the streets where they are compelled to sell their bodies to buy food for their children, to ensure their children access quality education. Because ill and, I want to emphasize, ill women who become ill because of their being in the streets. This has become a very serious problem, not only for the families, but for the entire country. Now, the youth, more money is needed so that the youth can be developed. What we are having at the moment, and all the people here and beyond this house know, is that yes, we say that the youth must go to universities, etc., but then they access not skills, but degrees which are no longer necessary today. So thousands and thousands of the youth go to those universities, but don't get anything whatsoever. The disabled people are in the worst position, and more must be done. We have become a welfare state. This is going to end. We already are now not having money. It is a problem, and we therefore shall say this is not enough. More has got to be given so that we can be able to move forward. More has got to be given into this fund. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, is it my turn?
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, yes. Go ahead, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, President Zuma, when he was a president, put the needs of people with disabilities in his presidential office. And we're very happy that it still enjoys presidential support. Yesterday, a delegation of Al Jamaa went to visit President Zuma, and I want to tell the House he's in high spirits and he's in very good health. And I'm going to visit him very shortly. But coming to the department, to people with disabilities, the government has 10 factories producing linen, hospital requirements, furniture. Most of the furniture, Deputy Speaker, the one you're sitting on, has been made by people with disabilities from these government factories. They can increase their capacity from 1,000 to 5,000. 4,000 people with disabilities can then be employed. But the contracts must be given to these factories of the government and not to pals of those in charge. When I was Secretary of War, a trade union for them, I got them a provident fund after the 10-year fight with the Department of Labor. 1 million went missing. But proper oversight by this portfolio committee will give relief and hope to people with disabilities. The portfolio committee can do people with disabilities a favor and immediately place 4,000 people with disabilities in government factories. It was custom made for people with disabilities after the war, and it will give joy and hope to them. I just hope that the portfolio committee will arise to the occasion. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. ANC.
Deputy Speaker, before the ANC, PAC.
Yes.
PAC tenka fatlung hakitsor le bona ba batla go buana, or they indicate no.
I did call.
No,
I did call. They didn't respond. Are they now? Are they
No, no.
here now? Are they going to respond?
No.
Date Nyonzo, are you okay?
I'm
All right. Okay. Let's take. Are you okay, Dad?
Yebo, ntate, all right. Le ka feta.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, ANC, proceed.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The African National Congress supports this report. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is to pay special attention to areas of concerns that were noted by the Auditor General for the 2019-2020 financial year. As the African National Congress, we urge the department to critically examine areas of irregular expenditure, unauthorized expenditure, wasteful expenditure, and fruitless expenditure. This is a growing concern in the department, as the department had incurred irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditure. The department should pay attention to compliance laws and regulations and procurement processes. We therefore urge the department to come up with effective solutions to curb the concerns raised by the ASG report in 2019-2020 financial year and plead that the AG recommendations ought to be implemented effectively. House Chairperson, however, notwithstanding that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, along with its entities, is a significant player of representing and advocating for the rights of persons with disabilities, youth, women, and members of the LGBTQIA+ community. The Commission of Gender Equality has done visible strides in promoting gender equality and has played a huge role in the fight towards gender-based violence and femicide through their community outreach programs. The National Youth Development Agency is a critical structure in supporting and growing young entrepreneurs by providing funding and providing young people with the relevant skills. Although there is a lot to be done to support women, youth, and persons with disabilities, the department is a significant player ensuring that rights of the vulnerable are protected. The ANC supports this BRR report. Thank you.
Honorable members, just give me 1 second. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
House Deputy Speaker, the AFF objects.
Yeah. We'll note that objection. Any other objection?
Please note the objection of the FF+.
All right.
And the ICDP, thank you.
FF+, we'll note that.
House Chair, the DA also
objects. We'll note that. The DA, okay. Objections noted. The report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the next order. The report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the next.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Finance on determination of remuneration of members of Financial and Fiscal Commission.
Honorable Maswanganyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Deputy.
The kind thought. I call honest.
Yeah.
A letter dated 26 March 2020 was received from the Office of the President, requesting the National Assembly to consider the draft notice of his determination of the salaries and allowances of the members of the FFC, amongst others. The draft determination is made in terms of Section 9, subsection 1 of the FFC Act number 99 of 1997, as amended, in terms of the Independent Commissions for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act 1997, as amended by the Determination of Remuneration of Office Bearers of Independent Constitutional Institutions Laws Amendment Act 2014. On 8 April 2020, the part of the draft notice from the President on the determination of salaries and allowances of members of the FFC was referred to the committee for consideration and report. Section 9, subsection 1 of the FFC Act provides that members of the FFC are entitled to such remuneration, allowances, and other benefits as determined by the President, taking into consideration the recommendations from the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. The determination by the President must be approved by the National Assembly. Furthermore, the Commission must consult with the Minister of Finance when investigating or considering the remuneration, allowances, and other benefits of members of the FFC. Subsection 6 of the Section 8 of the Independent Commission for Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act requires that the Commission take the following factors into account when making recommendations, as it did in the report. 1, the salary, allowance, and benefits of members of other constitutional institutions. 2, affordability in relation to the responsibilities of the constitutional institution concerned. And last, the level of expertise and experience required of a member of the constitutional institution concerned. On 13 February 2020, the report of the Commission was published in the Government Gazette. As indicated in the draft notice, the Commission recommended, after considering relevant legislation and factors that must be taken into account, the following: 3% adjustment to the remuneration of all categories of public office bearers earning above 1,500,000, 4% of all categories earning less than 1,500,000. And then the determination applies retrospectively from 1st April 2019. The Standing Committee on Finance has approved the determination of remuneration of members of the I move that the report be adopted. Now, Sir Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. There being declarations, I now recognize the DA.
House Chair, we are not declaring, we approve.
EFF.
House Chair. Chair.
DA, EFF, the House Chair has asked me to step in. So go ahead, EFF now.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the biggest talking point in the current medium-term budget policy statement, besides attempts by the Minister of Finance to smuggle his rejected economic policy document, is the public sector wage bill. We are told that the public sector wage bill is out of control and needs to be reviewed.
Point of order.
In his head of parliament.
That is the
What's the point of order, Honourable Member?
It's not that item yet. That is the medium-term budget policy. We're still on the remuneration issue, Chair.
But it is. That person hold his answers. He should listen.
No. Honourable Tlangweni, proceed. Just let him go, yeah.
He's being foolish. In his head of arguments in the public sector wage bill disputes filed at the Labour Appeals Court of South Africa, the Finance Minister, who is a member of Cabinet, a Cabinet chair by the President, argued that any increase in the public sector wage bill will collapse the country's economy. But the President here wants us to agree to approve a 3% increase of a chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission by 3%. This increase will put his salary from 1.8 million to 1.9 million, while in the same breath, we are telling public servants they cannot get an increase. We do not object to the proposed recommendation, as the report was without an exception adopted by the committee. However, we want to point out the hypocrisy of politicians who tell workers that they cannot get an increase when they don't have a problem with increasing salaries of political appointees. As the EFF, we will still maintain that instead of the audacity-driven salary increase across the board for public servants, the 4% increase for all categories earning less than 1.7 million determined by the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Servants.
Your time has expired, Honourable Member.
Across the public sector.
Deputy Speaker.
Rudely rejected.
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
IFP. Thank you. Yes.
There's a point of order in the House.
Yes, Honourable Member. I'm listening.
Yes, I think that honorable member disturbed Commissioner Natasha, and I think you calculated that time. So maybe you should give her another 30 seconds.
No. You forget about it.
Deputy Speaker, my apologies, Deputy Speaker. There's a point of order in the House.
Yes, what's the point of order?
Yes, I didn't want to, Deputy Speaker. Yes, the name is Honorable Chabalala in the House.
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Member.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I didn't want to disturb the member who just spoke from the EFF. Mara, the point of order is that member was out of order to call another member of parliament to say to him he's foolish. That is unparliamentary, and that member must withdraw, Deputy Speaker. I think it's very important. The decorum of the House must always be upheld. It cannot be correct. Thanks.
Honorable Member, that one is within... why am I being muted now? Okay. Honorable, it's now FF plus?
No, it's IFP.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
What are you saying? Yes?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I think, Deputy Speaker, the ANC should induct these new members on the decorum of the House. Thank you very much.
No, Honorable Member, that's not a point of order. You are out of order now. IFP?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In considering the committee report, we can take confidence that work conducted and recommendations made insofar as work done is in good standing with all legislative requirements. The FFC performs the very critical work and it guides Treasury. It fulfills its critical constitutional mandate, and we need to ensure that despite the tough economic climate, it receives adequate financial support in order to fulfill its mandate and to have motivated workers to continue delivering excellence. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are satisfied with the determination made by the Commission, and the IFP support the committee report and support the Commission's conclusion that we increase the remuneration of the members of the FFC. Thank you very much.
FF plus, thank you, Honorable Member.
Ndatel Chair.
Yes, sir.
May I please address you?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Mhlonishwa makuzokhuluma amakhosi ufuna kungabikho ama-controversies. Siphathe kabi lento njengenkathi makuzokhuluma inkosi qala kube ne-controversy.
Hayi sudlala ngathi ngwezi sudlala ngathi lungu elihloniphekileyo udlala ngathi manje. FF plus, please proceed.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, we are in support of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. SCDP.
Deputy Speaker, we support the report. Thank you.
UDM, it's not there. ATM, not there. Good. NFP.
Deputy Speaker, the National Freedom Party welcomes the recommendations of the Standing Committee and supports its suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. AIC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We support the report. Yes.
Thank you. COPE. COPE. PAC.
We support the report.
Thank you. Al-Jama.
Al-Jama supports the report.
ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is rare that we adopt any report in the Standing Committee of Finance and in this House anonymously. Perhaps the remuneration of the members of the Fiscal and of the Financial and Fiscal Commission is not a controversial matter, but I also see it as a fitting honor to the late chairperson of the Commission, Professor Daniel Plakis. Professor Plakis' untimely death exactly 1 month and 3 weeks ago has robbed Parliament and the country of one of the brightest minds and most principled intellectuals who believed in the potential of South Africa to become a great country. How I wish we all shared this desire to make South Africa a winning nation and beacon of democracy, prosperity, stability, and peace. The ANC believes that the FFC plays a critical role of making recommendations to Parliament and other organs of state on financial and fiscal matters in line with the constitution of our national legislation. In doing its work, the Commission often says things that we don't particularly want to hear as political parties and as government. Recently, the FFC was very critical on the 2020 MTBPS and the second adjustment bill tabled by the Finance Minister. In particular, they criticize government for taking money from the budget to finance SOEs. Their concern centered around the sustainability of the recapitalization needed by many of the entities almost every financial year. Together with the Parliamentary Budget Office, the FFC was called for more coherence in the country's economic and fiscal policies as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. They argue that the fiscal credibility of the South African government is under threat due to inconsistencies and inequities of the budget relative to the economic and fiscal position taken by the government. They believe that National Treasury should develop and execute a clear, coherent, and comprehensive microeconomic framework that is in line with the government's economic reconstruction and recovery plan. The ANC in its 2019 election manifesto said that South Africa needs decisive political and policy intervention to radically transform to support the transformation of the economy to serve all people. This intervention must accompany this intervention must be accompanied by the development of the appropriate microeconomic framework. Owing to the fact that there are robust debates among economists on the microeconomic framework necessary to support these commitments, the committee has endorsed the initiative that Parliament must have its own
Honourable Member, I think you've gone beyond your 2 minutes. That's very clear.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Hello? Yes, Honourable. I'm listening.
We no longer on the BRRRs. The minutes for declarations returns to normal. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yes, you are right. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Complete your good story. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Owing to the fact that there are robust debates among economists on the microeconomic framework necessary to support these commitments, the committee has endorsed the initiative that Parliament must have its own endeavour on the matter of the fiscal and monetary policy that supports industrialization and creation of jobs. The FFC, PBO, National Treasury, and other experts must help Parliament to prepare for this national dialogue. In the words of the founder of the modern Chinese state, Chairman Mao Zedong, close quote, let 100 flowers bloom, let 100 school of thought content, close quote. We hope that through dialogue informed by scientific evidence, we will be able to find common ground and consensus on fundamental policy matters that will take our country forward. The members of the Fiscal and of the Financial and Fiscal Commission are drawn from a diverse pool of experts who give of their time to serve South Africa. It is therefore normally correct that they are remunerated fairly for the work they do. However, as we all know, the fiscal situation in our country is tight, and therefore, in the view of the ANC, the recommendations of the report must be adopted by the National Assembly. As presented in the report, they include 3% adjustment to the remuneration of all categories of public office bearers earning above 1.5 million and 4% adjustment for all categories earning less than 1.5 million per annum. The ANC believes that these adjustments are fair and equitable under the prevailing economic circumstances. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, Are there any objections to the adoption of the report, which recommends, among other things, the approval of the determination of the remuneration of members of the Financial and Fiscal Commission? Any objections?
No, Deputy Speaker, no.
No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the 10th order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on 2020 Medium-Term Budget Policy Statement.
Now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Dank u, Akbar. Ik stel voor dat die verslag aanvaard wordt. Baie dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections.
Deputy Speaker, sorry, my mic was muted. Can you please note the objection of the EFF?
Okay, we'll note the objections.
And Deputy Speaker, the objection of the DA.
Anybody? Yeah? Of the DA, yes.
And the ACDP, thank you.
ACDP. Okay. The report is agreed to, noting the objections that has been expressed. The Secretary will read the 11th order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
The Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Anikombela kuri report yena amukelwa isona.
Thank you. Honorable members, the motion is that the report be adopted. Any objections?
House Chairperson, can you please note the objection of the EFF?
I know you mean Deputy Speaker. Yes, I'll note that. Yeah. Any other
Deputy
person?
Speaker, the DA's objection, please.
And the ACDP,
I will.
thank you. And the ACDP, thank you.
ACDP.
And the Freedom from Chairperson.
Okay. We'll note those objections. The report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the 12th and 13th order.
Debate on 2020 Medium-Term Budget Policy Statement. First reading debate, Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
I don't have the list of speakers here. Can the first speaker please go ahead? I'll get it soon.
Is the Honorable Buthelezi the chairperson of
Honorable.
Appropriations?
Thank you very much. Yes, go
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Ministers, Deputy Ministers,
Yes, sir.
honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. The African National Congress supports the Second Adjustment Appropriations Bill and the Medium-Term Budget Policy Statement. During the public participation, the committee was briefed by UNICEF on MTPPS. They summarized our government's intervention to deal with COVID-19 and its impact as follows, I quote, "The country has responded with remarkable alacrity to the challenges of the pandemic and set aside substantial public funds to address the immediate social, health, and economic consequences of the pandemic," unquote. This shows beyond any doubt that intervention by the ANC-led government to deal with this scourge is recognized by even the United Nations body. We therefore hope that those who have been downplaying the massive intervention will be forced to eat their humble pie and just accept that the ANC has done extremely well in this regard. The mini budget has made provisions for the appropriations of additional 10.5 billion to SAA towards supporting the plan of the business rescue practitioners. We note that for years now, government has continued to inject capital into SA without the desired results. Should this not tell us that the problem is not only money, a critical review
Sorry,
of
Babu, tell us. IT, please remove, yes, thank you. Please check the screens on IT. Sorry, Deputy Speaker, sorry, Honorable Buthelezi.
A critical review of various policies governing the environment within which SAA operates must be done. Such a review will require collaboration among the Departments of Finance, Public Enterprise, Transport, Tourism, and Economic Development and Competition. Capital injection alone without accompanying policy and strategy reviews will not do the trick. We have seen the significant increase in the number of airlines landing on the South African airports in the period leading to and after 2010 FIFA World Cup, including Emirates. Just before lockdown, it was announced that American Airlines will run the direct flights to Cape Town. All this at the expense of SAA. South Africa is a signatory to the Yamoussoukro Declaration and has supported the principle of open skies. However, South Africa has its own unique challenges. It has a developed aviation sector and has to manage the transition towards open skies responsibly, protecting the huge asset base as well as protecting existing jobs within the industry. In other words, South African interests must not be compromised. Charity begins at home. I have listened with keen interest to some of the opposition benches saying that SAA should not be saved. We indicated that about 2.8 billion rand is meant to pay the workers. Please come out loud and tell these workers that their lives do not matter, because that's what you are saying. Tell the workers that the fact that for 8 months they never received any pay is correct. These are people who have families to feed, bills to pay, etc. Are you saying this is okay? As the ANC, we cannot be part of the conspiracy against workers. If I repeat, we as the ANC cannot be party to the conspiracy against workers. We cannot turn our backs against these workers, especially in their hour of need.
Honorable Member, Honorable Buthelezi, just a moment, please. Is there someone else who's speaking?
I'm asking if the member would take a question.
Yes, Honorable Buthelezi, will you take a question?
Honorable Louis, just wait. When I finish, I still have time. I'll entertain your question.
Honorable Buthelezi, in future you must talk to me, not to Honorable Hill Louis.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'll do so. What you must also tell the people of South Africa is that your friends are the ones who will buy SAA assets. They won't be paying market price. These assets will be sold at auctions, will be bought for next to nothing. Sinipegile nitonsa mathe. Nilindile ukwabutha phansi ama asset SAA. Nasi kahle kamhlophe ukuthi uma sekudayiswa uSAA ngeke athengwe ngumhlongo noma umkwena. Kodwa kulinde oBotha no Feliuni, no Mrs Smith, no Mrs Cree. That is the reality of our country. Apartheid dividend continues, raiding this asset. Let us not allow the greed to feed on the carcasses of our SOEs. We are then calling on the members of the executive to ensure that the recapitalized SAA benefit all its people. Honorable members, it is easier to save a business than to start a new one. That is not brain surgery. It is easier to save jobs than to start new jobs. That's not rocket science. Let us do everything to save the jobs. The SABC jobs should be saved too. We also urge Sun International and all those who are trigger happy to reconsider the culling of jobs, especially now. During the public hearings, COSATU bemoaned the inability of the banks to disperse the 20 billion rand credit guarantee scheme while companies are closing down. We agree with COSATU. We cannot understand why after about 5 months since the announcement of the scheme by the president, less than 10% has been dispersed. Honorable Minister, we have asked here that can you also consider using other outlets to assist the banks? You know that money in the bank vaults is anathema to the ERRP. Money in the banks will not create jobs. In economic parlance, the velocity of that money must be increased. We suggested that consider using DFIs both nationally and provincially. You can also consider ring-fencing this money with its conditions if it is to be made available to the DFIs. SOEs are critical to the development agenda of our country and the attainment of the NDP goal. For instance, SOEs contribute 220 billion rand, adding the positive multiplier impact, the number grows exponentially. SOEs have over the years played a big developmental role even under apartheid government, although that was preserved for the minority. I want someone who can argue that with a straight face that if ESCOM was in private hands, it was still going to be possible to electrify more than 80% of households, up from the less than 50% before 1994. SOEs are critical for the attainment of the objective of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. But, honorable members, let us correct what must be corrected. Let us not dance to the music that wants us to throw the baby with bathwater. When the president tabled the ERP, one of the objectives of the plan was to create jobs primarily through the aggressive infrastructure investment and mass employment programs. The bill is now making this possible. In pursuance of this objective, 7 billion rand is being availed to the presidential employment intervention. 13.4 billion rand has been given to other departments as the presidential employment intervention. We know that many of our people are out of jobs, especially the young people, who are therefore walking the talk. Nationally, National Treasury is getting about 7.5 billion rand. This is 500 million rand for direct food relief and 7 billion rand for the Education Employment Initiative. These interventions are widening the safety net. The difference with this safety net, especially around the presidential employment intervention, is that we want our people to participate in helping our country get out of this economic impasse. Hence, employment opportunities are being created and funded. These interventions have a huge financial impact on the fiscal position of our country. Economy is shrinking, revenues declining, expenditure increasing, and debt exploding. Consolidated expenditure for the next 3 years rises from 1.99 trillion to 2.139 trillion. All the economic indicators and ratios are going to the wrong direction. ERRP seeks to correct this. We are on the knife edge, but as the ANC, we have never run away from fiscal challenges. We confront them head on and we succeed. As you know, apartheid government left us with twin devils of all-round underdevelopment and huge debt. A debt which was incurred buying guns to kill the children in Soweto, Kwalanga, Mdantsane, Kwamashu, and many other places which had been turned to war zones against black people. A debt incurred to kill sleeping children in Mthatha, Maseru, Gaborone, Lusaka, and Maputo. A debt incurred to preserve racism and white supremacy. This is the difference. The debt that we are incurring now, honorable members, is the debt to save lives and livelihoods, not to destroy them, irrespective of race, creed, or gender. We conquered then and we shall conquer now. A worrying factor has been the consistent decline in gross fixed capital formation, only turning around in 2022. GFCF is a critical determinant of GDP growth. Also, business confidence is an important determinant of investment. Unfortunately, business confidence has been consistently very low. Business is quick to point fingers and refer to so-called inflexible labor laws, whatever that means. A point at government's failure to do this or that. They should stop behaving like prefects, taking what others are doing. They also need to critically look at themselves and deal with the following. One, who will invest in companies whose financial statements cannot be relied on? Big companies like Steinhoff and Tonga Hewlett cook their books with collusion of auditors, defrauding unsuspecting investors billions and billions of rands, euros, and pounds. Which invest in companies that make reckless investment like Sasol, investing in adventurous projects in the Lake Charles chemical project in the US. In the process, shareholders losing about 200 billion rand. Mina ngifuna ukwazi babeyofunani eAmerica nemali yabasebenzi. PIC and ITC are big investors of Sasol. Honorable members, who will invest in a company where even auditing companies cannot be trusted? They issue reports today, tomorrow they withdraw them. I'm citing these examples to show that all social partners must put the shoulder to the wheel to get our economy back to growth trajectory and avoid debt crisis. Let no one be an armchair critic. Let us all work and defeat hunger, poverty, and joblessness that has been accentuated by COVID-19 pandemic. Let me close by wishing members of the Standing Committee on Appropriation, members of this House, and NCOP, our support staff, Minister Mbowen and Deputy Minister Masondo, ministers and deputy ministers, Team Treasury, FFC, and PPO, a very safe and restful festive season and a happy new year. Lastly, allow me to thank my wife, Tandega, my ailing mama, Sis Tabi Mambata, and my family for being my reliable corner throughout the years. I thank you. I am giving my 1.5 minutes to Honorable Peters. Thank you.
House Chair, we'll invite the DA. House Chair, I'd request you to help me. I've got a technical difficulty that's going to arise in the next 3 minutes, so I don't want to disrupt the proceedings. Can you please take over the debate?
Okay, for the coming speaker, and you have been sent the speakers list, Honorable. Thank you.
I'm requesting you to take over the debate, House Chairperson, if you don't mind. I will be having a little problem here, which I can't solve.
All right. Okay.
Immediately, yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Honorable De Villiers.
Thank you, Chair. So the hardships endured as a result of the lockdown, a 50% quarter-on-quarter GDP contraction, 43% unemployment rate in the third quarter, including discouraged job seekers and tens of thousands of businesses having gone bankrupt or shutting down. This tells a story of increased misery and increased hardship in a country that was already in a dire strait before the pandemic. Let us not forget the state of the country before COVID. Rampant unemployment, rampant crime, rampant corruption, out of control government debt, and endless bailouts of SOEs. Before the lockdowns, we also had endless promises of economic reforms that never appeared, leading to downgrades in junk status and even higher debt servicing costs. After the lockdown crisis, we have seen nothing but an acceleration in the decline of South Africa. The same untold misery multiplied at scale. We still have rampant corruption, except this time the theft was happening when people were locked down and the relief they needed was being taken by the corrupt and the greedy. We have government debt rates that will now burden multiple generations of South Africans with the cost of paying for the corruption of the ANC, and we have new promises of economic reform, including the South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which has inspired so little confidence that South Africa has been cut even further into junk status. We still have endless SOE bailouts, including 10 billion rand for SAA. What makes these bailouts so outrageous is that the government is willing to blow this money on a failing airline. But as the country found out yesterday, there was no payment made to secure access to a COVID vaccine. The one chance we had, the one chance of getting out of this pandemic, and the ANC blew it at the first hurdle because they're too busy looting the SOEs to saving South Africa from the pandemic and from the economic meltdown. The general malaise and mismanagement compounds a very simple fact. South Africa can only be saved by real, meaningful reforms. Our debt to GDP ratio will soon exceed 80%, and the hard choices that the ANC are refusing to make will force even more sacrifice and hardship onto the South African people. Will you continue to choose the demands of your union boss allies over the real needs of workers? Will you choose the endless thirst of corrupt cadres and tenderpreneurs over legitimate small businesses? Will you continue to choose failing SOEs over infrastructure investment? And the most fundamental question, will you continue to choose misery over growth? The enemies of growth have had a champion for far too long. It is time that growth, job creation, business creation, poverty alleviating growth has a champion. It is not too late to change course, and we implore the Minister and the President to choose the path of growth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mauta.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, A medium-term budget policy statement is presented in October and or November each year, and it is meant to set out a policy framework for the main budget that will be presented in February. Updates National Treasury's economic project, adjust the budget of government departments, and also make changes to spending. An overwhelming majority of our people from all sectors rejected Mr. Mbowini's medium-term budget policy statement and all its mambo-jumbos. Even Fitch and Moody's downgrade of South Africa's long-term foreign and local currency debt ratings to junk status is because of the National Treasury and Finance Minister's sheer incompetence to manage economic policy. This is Treasury's economic paper prepared by the World Bank and IMF with American right-wing economists that wanted to privatize water, rail, energy, sanitation, and basic services that were rejected by everyone, including government. It is extremely concerning, Chair, that we invite the public, trade unions, activists, communities, researchers, and practitioners who spend their time and resources to contribute to the process of revised and proposed fiscal framework, and their input was disregarded by Parliament. There's no basis to reduce transfers to local government by 200 billion rand when we have consistently argued that local government is underfunded, unable to raise its revenue, and needs to deliver water, sanitation, roads, housing, and other critical services to our people. There's no basis, Chair, to reduce conditions grants by 12.1 billion rand when they were put in place in the first place because such services were neglected by relevant spheres of government. There's no basis to reduce salaries budget by 310 billion rand from now and in the medium term when we have an incapable state that depends entirely on the private sector to deliver even the most basic services. There's absolutely no need. Chair, there's no basis to reduce provincial equitable share, which funds most of the health services when we are in the middle of a pandemic and the public healthcare services have collapsed in the country. There's no basis to reduce police spending by 5 billion rand when we are failing to deal with gender-based violence as a country. Police stations without gender-based violence victims, friendly rooms, and police officers who do not have cars. There's no basis to reduce spending in higher education and training by 1.6 billion rand when hundreds of students at institutions of higher learning are studying in empty stomach.
Honorable Maujoy, just a bit, there's somebody on his feet in the House. Yes, Honorable Shabalala.
Thank you, House Chair. Can the member who's being foolish take a question?
Honorable member, you can't say that. Honorable member, you can't say that.
Okay.
Withdraw before you ask what you want to ask.
House Chairperson, I humbly withdraw. However, I request for the last answer to be checked and come back to the House with the same ruling. Because the member of the EFF
Honorable member, we will deal with that.
Thank you.
What is your point
Can
of...
she take a question, please?
Honorable Mauta, are you ready to take a question?
She's going to waste my time. I don't have time.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, House Chair. There's no basis to reduce spending in higher education and training by 1.6 billion rand when hundreds of students and institutions of higher learning are studying in empty stomach, sleeping in bathrooms, and are excluded because of fees. Parliament should reject the medium-term budget policy statement and the adjusted appropriation bill. We should not adopt a medium-term budget policy statement flooded with right-wing ideological foolishness disguised as sense and reason. This is unashamedly an attack on workers and the poor in the interest of profit, the advancement of private interests and foreign handlers in Goldman Sachs, Moody, Fish, S&P, and the IMF. Even in the absence of functioning parliamentary budget office, House Chair, as members of the National Assembly, we should be decisive to reject Mr. Mbowini's directionless budget policy statement. Workers, activists, and people as a whole should not just stand by and watch as the onslaught on workers' income and basic services that the majority of our people depend on continue. We need a solid proposal on how to manage the debt without collapsing the economy. We need a solid and concrete plan on how SARS will collect more taxes from e-commerce, cap illicit financial flows, and improve administrative efficiencies and stop the incompetence. We need concrete plans on how we're going to use the fiscal policy to revive the economy, localize and leverage on government procurement spending to boost localization. We don't need privatization of ESCOM, House Chair, through the backdoor of power purchasing agreements and independent power producers. Access to affordable energy and energy security is a human right and should be made available to all. Lastly, House Chair, we need to start taking serious note of the National Treasury and the interests that they serve. The revolving door between the National Treasury, Central Bank, IMF, World Bank, and local international banks that has positioned the National Treasury as a central integral part of recolonization of South Africa's economy. We must all start asking us questions regarding the National Treasury's conduct, their failure to look at alternatives, engage broadly, and come here with an attitude of let's just go and get on with it. It's troubling and must not be treated lightly. House Chair, we will start correcting the conduct of Treasury and take the country forward as the EFF, like we are going to start by nationalizing the Reserve Bank through members' private bill, which we have already tabled in this parliament. And we urge all South Africans to rally behind the bill so that we correct all the ills of the past. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you. Inkosi Buthelezi siyakuvumela.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I repeat what I said in this House previously. Let us not use the COVID-19 pandemic as a scapegoat for the lack of funding, delivery, and political will to get our country out of the economic misery. It's one among many challenges that our country is facing. The IFP hopes, Chairperson, that the government will ensure that these monies are appropriated and outlined does exactly what is intended for. We support the measures outlined in the reconstruction and recovery plan insofar as identified structural reforms that are necessary for the promotion of faster, inclusive growth, provide for skills acquisition and education, and more importantly, the sustainable employment opportunities for South Africa. Honourable Chair, we seek budget cuts for very critical departments. How can we reduce funds for the Department of Education while revive our
so that's actually
Ukumeto rungubani asebelief vala asifuna ukuzwa ukuthi kuthiwa siyaxolisa inkosi Buthelezi ungaqhubeka.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo. The IFP support measures outlined in the reconstruction and recovery plan insofar as identified structural reforms that are necessary for the promotion of faster inclusive growth, provide for skills acquisition and education, and most importantly, sustainable employment for South Africa. Honourable Chair, it is unfortunate that the budget for key department will be cut. How can we reduce funds for the Department of Education while in the same spirit revive our economy when we can't teach, develop and upskill our people? Similarly, Chairperson, local government will suffer the same. This is the closest government to the people and they provide the most fundamental services such as access to clean water, and they will no longer be able to do so with the reduction in budget. This means that government is literally taking money from the hands of the people who need to benefit the most. As the IFP, we encourage diligence in this time from Parliament as there is high need to exercise oversight concerning the expenditure. The adjustments demand more responsible spending and commitment to better service provision. Oversight mechanisms, Honourable Chairperson, should look beyond finances and ensure that performance is measured against the target and the actual service that has been rendered. We can't upload 100% budget spending, but the funded projects are 50% in quality and delivery. People must see the correlation between spending, quality, service delivery, the bang for the buck as the expression goes. Honourable Chairperson, we are in a time for economic despair. We can't continue to reward poorly performing and corrupt entities such as the SOEs. And I was happy that the chairperson of the committee, Honourable Buthelezi, mentioned that the problems of these state-owned entities are non-financial, and therefore we cannot continue to throw in financial solutions or non-financial, what you call, problems. We need to do more with the little that we serve. And as the IFP, we support the report. We support sharing into our way. Thank you very much.
Sithokoze Mhlonishwa. Mhlonishwa Vesa.
Chair, ngiswalisa.
Angizwa Baba Cebekulo. Oh, hayi Baba Cebekulo ungasayipress into leyo. Uyeke njalo. Ngizakubiza nangifuna
Asaqhubekela nabasendlunkulu.
Babungwezi, nguwe uqala lo mcimbi ne. Sizakukhipha ku platform. Mhlonishwa Vessels.
Honourable House Chair, it is astounding that the ANC, the ruling party, is so content with this appropriation bill, that they are so excited about this budget policy statement, that they are clapping hands and are excited about a complete failed government, a completely failed budget, a crisis that the country is in. It is astounding. And I wonder if the millions of South Africans out there who are unemployed, who are suffering and who are living in dire circumstances due to failed municipalities are also so content and excited. It doesn't help to clap your hands and to wish that the problems disappear. If you were a responsible government, you would have admitted to the problems. You say that you won't fail the workers of South African Airways. You repeat that statement, Honourable Buthelezi, which you made the other day in the previous debate as well. But it is your government who failed the workers of South African Airways for 26 years. You are correct, Honourable Buthelezi, that it is the greedy who feeded off South African Airways. But the greedy is people like Dudu Mnyeni, your cadres. Those are the greedy that you appointed. It's your government who created a situation of corruption, a situation of cadre deployment, a situation of mismanagement. And then, Honourable Buthelezi, you come here and say, you are walking the talk. Yes, you are. You are walking the talk of failure. You are walking the talk of failing the people of South Africa, of self-enrichment. South Africa has never had a budget that contains costs. You have lived in luxury. Your ministers have lived in luxury while you have failed South Africa. But then you come here and you scapegoat. You blame the past. You use rhetoric like white supremacy. No, it has gotten old. That is not the reason for the failures. 26 years you have stolen. You have stolen the money of the people. You have failed the people of South Africa. It has nothing to do with the past. Live in the present. It's not the past's fault that this appropriation bill takes away from police, takes away more than 5 billion rand away from police whilst crime is a pandemic in South Africa, and then gives 6.8 billion rand to public enterprises. Explain that to the people of South Africa. You take away 245 million rand from municipal infrastructure whilst water is being polluted, whilst people are suffering.
Honourable Vessels, yes, Honourable Mlenzana, what can I do for you?
No, I just want to check if the honourable member is ready to take my question.
Honourable members, there is heckling, but there's no overdrowning of a member on the podium, please. Honourable Vessels, would you like to take a question?
No, Chairperson.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. You take away 376 million rand away from health, but you give 555 million rand to sport. This budget is full of wrong priorities, and that is the bottom line. To be excited about it, to be content, is really astounding. It is a shame. It is really a shame. Die agbare lid verwys na die Vrystaat. Wie die Vrystaat in die grond en bestuur? U sekretaris-generaal, Ysmagashule, wat sy sakke vol geld geprop het en gesteel het. Gaan kyk wat is getuig voor die oor Estina. Kyk wat het gebeur met Vrede Suiwel, terwyl u sê u stel belang in landelike ontwikkeling, terwyl u sê u stel belang om vir mense grond te gee. Steel u sekretaris-generaal en gee die geld vir die Guptas om te trou by Sun City. Dit is onaanvaarbaar en dan moet u skaam wees, elkeen van u.
Dankie, agbare lid. U sy tyd is nou vergaan.
Honourable Chairperson, House Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Wessels.
Although words do not hurt me at all, there are rules in this House. Is it parliamentary for Honourable Member to call me an ostrich?
Wie het so gesê? Honourable members, who's that? Okay. Honourable members, can we proceed? Honourable Swart? Nia? Nia?
Thank you, House Chair. I suppose as long as it's not a foolish ostrich. Thank you, House Chair. The tabling of the 2020 medium-term budget policy statement was preceded by government's adoption of the Economic Recovery Plan. And this plan was agreed upon by business, labour, government, civil societies. However, the plan sadly received an emphatic thumbs down from ratings agencies, with both Moody's and Fitch downgrading the country deeper into junk status. And this is indeed painful, to use the words of the Honourable Minister of Finances, and will undoubtedly come at a high cost. If it results in a higher cost of borrowing, government will have to cut social spending or raise taxes, and this will clearly be unpalatable. The ACDP trusts that these downgrades would be a wake-up call to all of us. And National Treasury has been warning about the fiscal risks. These downgrades must serve to galvanise the country into taking urgent action. And the question can rightly be asked, why has the money run out? Well, more than 2.2 million South Africans have lost their jobs during one of the world's longest and hardest lockdowns. Thousands of businesses have closed. That has impacted revenue collection. There should be an outrage about this. Bailouts and corruption and state capture have contributed further to this situation. Chairperson, it is clear that the country's deep challenges are not being dealt with at the requisite speed. Many in government, we would submit, fail to appreciate the fully negative impact of business sentiment of these downgrades. National Treasury is aware and has pointed it out in the medium-term statement, where the following risks are highlighted: uncertainty about the speed of economic recovery, including the medium-term effects of the hard lockdown, implementation risks. That is what the ratings agencies have highlighted, particularly relating to the wage bill and additional spending pressures from the SOCs. Now, this very Appropriations Committee earlier on the DORA amendments expressed some very strong views on the 1.3 billion reduction in provincial conditional grants to provide the SAA Business Rescue Plan. Now, let's just remind ourselves what the committee said. It said it sends the wrong message to South Africans, taxpayers in particular, that all costs for business rescue funding will be funded through uniform budget cuts across government programs. And it's repeated in this report as well, where the committee agrees that the reduction in health expenditure is unacceptable. The committee went further when the municipal deduction was also made. It said it is incomprehensible why this was done to fund an SAA business rescue plan. And so, Chair, there are some major concerns with this medium-term budget policy statement, and regrettably the ACDP will not support it. I thank you.
Thank you. ATM. Nerens Defende. Good.
Honourable Chair.
Thank you,
When South
Honourable
Africa's
August.
economy... Yes, Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, Honourable August, proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. When South Africa's economy was growing in the late 90s and 2000s, government squandered the opportunity to use the money wisely to narrow the gap between privilege and poverty, to ensure that no South African should live in the mud without dignity or to go to bed without food in their stomachs. The COVID pandemic of 2020 struck us at just about the weakest point, with the economy already humbled by the ratings agency and on its knees. Millions more jobs lost, millions of parents struggling to feed their families. The only thing showing any signs of growth is the poverty gap. It is in this context of crisis that we meet to debate policy budget today. Chairperson, our people have lost faith in government, they have lost faith in justice, they have lost faith in ESCOM, and they don't believe SAA will stop hemorrhaging money. It is our greatest task to restore their faith and to rebuild trust despite the little we have to procure building materials. If we are going to restore citizens' faith and our self-belief as a country, it has to begin here today. Either we sink further into the quicksand or we fight our way out with a new recipe of pragmatic policy, professional project management and implementation and wise administration. Good has maintained since its formation that the time for talking is over and that government must start implementing its plans. The virus has not changed this view. In short, we believe that all budget adjustments aimed at improving service affecting the daily lives of citizens are good. We must prioritize helping the poorest and most vulnerable citizens, introducing good quality health care and quality education for all, including disabled and rural citizens, developing a crime-fighting force that does its job, supported by integrated social and community support systems, and, most of all, job initiatives. Integrity doesn't cost money. It's where our work must begin. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable August. Honorable Shaik Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports the report of the Standing Committee on Appropriations. Let me start off by reminding Honorable Wessels that what you are saying is not entirely true. And let me correct you. What you're not telling South Africans is this, that when South Africans in the new dispensation inherited a bankrupt state, the previous regime left South Africa in a bankrupt state, which meant the current government had two choices. Either we pay the debt and the high interest rate at the time, or we address the needs of the people. The apartheid regime left a huge backlog when it came to providing the quality services to the people in this country. What the current government chose to do is, first of all, to pay off the debt, and that's why the debt had come down in that very short space of time. But at the expense of that, they did not build the power stations and things, which was already anticipated that that state was going to become a problem many years later, because they had to pay off those debts. If you talk about corruption, yes, indeed, it is here. It started then. The evergreen contracts at ESCOM and South African Airways and the SAA problem started long before 1994 and continued into the new dispensation. Now, let us not forget about all these things. So what the current government blindly accepted was a country that needed a lot of attention with limited resources and high expectations from the people. And that's what actually happened. So under the circumstances, you can't expect too much too soon. With the vast size of this country, what government is trying to do is address the needs of the people from the length and breadth of this country, which the previous apartheid failed to do. Let us be honest, it took away the dignity of our people. Now, when Honorable Buthelezi talks about charity beginning at home, he's correct. You want South African Airways, which of you, if you had your own business, will go and support the opposition? It doesn't make sense. But all of us here will want to fly opposition, but not fly with your same South African Airways. Give more airline routes to the opposition. Allow more airlines to come in. And you're expecting South African Airways to survive. Clearly, it cannot survive. And I'm not saying there's no challenges there. Yes, indeed, there is a problem of management and things. But I think we need to be honest that not everything is as a result of the failure of the current government. But you were receiving a country that you had to deal with, the challenges were enormous. So what we should be doing is coming together and finding solutions. What we are doing here is looking for scoring points.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh Imam. Thank you very much. We'll now have the Honorable Matafa.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. On the 15th of October 2020, the Commander-in-Chief of the South African National Defence Force, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, when presenting the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan as an intervention to the hardship caused to the country's economy and its citizens, had the following to say: as even the darkest of clouds has a silver lining, we need to see this moment as a rupture with the past and an opportunity to drive fundamental and lasting change, close quote. House Chair, this is the prism through which, as the ANC, we have looked at the 2020 medium-term budget policy statement and the 2020 Division of Revenue Second Adjustment Bill. We deliberately moved away from the argument by some who purport this bill as only dealing with budget cuts, the rescuing of South African Airways, and nothing else. We chose to rather appreciate the silver linings in the MTBPS and second adjustments. There is no question that the arrival of COVID-19 presented more economic misfortunes to the country as well as serious threats to the livelihood of majority of South Africans. Now, to the EFF, this is the basis for the adjustments. So it is not correct to say that there are no basis for the adjustments that are being made on this particular amendment bill. As a response to this reality, the MTBPS proposed programs aimed at income protection and social welfare with a view of mitigating effects of job losses and increasing poverty. One of the silver linings, Madam Chair, is the additional 6.6 billion allocation to the Department of Social Development to extend the 350 special COVID-19 social relief of distress grant, which is expected to reach over 6 million South Africans for a further 3 months until 31 January 2021. In addition, 1 billion is allocated for vulnerable households. This allocation represents 500 million for direct food relief and 588,728,000 to sustain social workers and early childhood development workers, as well as for the employment and community development practitioners and unemployed youth. This intervention is part of 12% plus increase or more than 25 billion additional allocation to the 2020-2021 budget baseline allocation to the Department of Social Development, moving the total main allocation from 198 billion rands to more than 223 billion rands in the first adjustment, followed by a proposed 978 billion over the 2021 medium-term expenditure framework. Madam Chair, I think Honorable Sheikh did justice to respond to Honorable Wessels. For some stage, I'll be forgiven to think that Eugene Derablanche is back and is a member of this House. But to deny the facts that Honorable Sheikh has put forth is indeed a protection and defense of white supremacy as we see unfolding in front of our very eyes. House Chairperson, safety nets are also provided for within the Second Amendment Bill. Pupils in government learning institutions and the most vulnerable members of our society are beneficiaries from these allocations. The first is the provincial allocation of 243 million rands for learners with profound intellectual disabilities allocated in the original budget, experiencing a zero reduction. The second is the National School Nutrition Program with an allocation of 7 billion rands, also experiencing no downward adjustment. This intervention, honorable members, are squarely in congruence with the call of defining a bigger basket of social security benefits and to make this easier to access while addressing the exclusion of orphans, children, people with disabilities, and the aged in rural areas and on farms, as contained in the ANC 2019 manifesto. More proof that the ANC-led government is a caring government. As the ANC, we further welcome the increase in the provincial allocation for early childhood development in the social development. This allocation sees an increase of 496 million rands, taking it to a total of 1,411 million rands. The above developments show that it is not correct for the opposition to claim that all the cuts are geared up solely for the rescuing of SAA and its rescue plan. Another misinformation by the opposition is that the bill is moving away from the President's pronouncements as contained in the South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. Facts are that one of the 4 key priority interventions of the SAERRP is infrastructure investment. In this regard, the bill keeps the provincial allocation for the Public Works Infrastructure Grant at the original allocation of 834 million rands. Furthermore, the Basic Education School Infrastructure Backlog Grant under the indirect conditional grants receives an additional 679 million rands, of which 540 million rands in the first and second adjustments respectively, thereby taking the total to 1,736 million to 2,415 million. In conclusion, the ANC welcomes the submission received during public processes. One submission is a letter from Mr. Chipani Selwani, representing various youth formations in Centurion in the Gauteng province. They take issue with the high vacancy rate in the public sector. Mr. Selwani and other youth job seekers can take comfort in the fact that the bill makes provision for job creation efforts by proposing zero allocation cuts to the EPWP allocations to provinces and local government at 421 million and 781 million rands, respectively, as per the original budget. The social sector expanded public works program allocation remains at 414 million, also with no downward adjustment. We also agree with the submission of Ndade Silwan that more effort is required in the public sector to reduce the number of funded vacant posts, with the youth prioritized when filling these particular vacancies. House Chair, the employment stimulus is also supported by an additional 7 billion to the equitable share baseline as part of the 12.6 billion proposed allocation for the presidential employment interventions to address unemployment, especially as it affects the youth. It is therefore our submission that the bill before us is responsive to the difficult conditions presented by COVID-19, that it also provides much needed relief to those who are affected by effects of unemployment and poverty, and that it is in line with the ANC manifesto commitment. And most importantly, Chair, it is very much aligned to the President's commitment to guiding the country into a path of inclusive and sustainable economic recovery, as per the directive of the President of the Republic. As such, as the ANC, we support the report before us. If I still have any time, Chair, I donate this time to Honorable Dipuo Peters. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair.
Unfortunately, your screen is red. No more minutes left. Honorable Nchaisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. 3 minutes is just like saying good morning, then you go home. The medium-term policy budget, it is meant to bring...
We cannot hear, House Chair. We can't hear. Sorry, we can't hear.
Continue. Let me read.
The medium-term policy budget is meant to bring economic recovery.
I think the chamber is disconnected once more, just like it did yesterday.
What is happening? Honorable Ngola, can you assist us? What is happening?
Every time.
House Chair, we can't hear you. House Chair, we can't hear you.
Honorable members.
Not the chair now.
Oh, God.
Okay. No, thank you.
I think the chamber is disconnected.
We can't hear the speakers.
Babun Chais.
I agree with the minister, we can't hear the speakers.
Chairperson.
Okay, Babun Chais Khalapans. IT, we are disconnected from the virtual platform. Are you
We are back again.
We are back.
We are back.
Speak.
Okay, thank you very much.
We are back.
Continue, Babun Chaisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. This medium-term policy budget is meant to bring economic recovery and to consolidate the fiscal framework. The budget deficit can only be narrowed by the reductions in the wage bill. The wage bill, which is a bone of contention between the unions and the Treasury, very much unfortunate. To assist the growing of our economy, the COVID-19 must be contained. So this means now the people have got to follow all protocols so that we all contain or fight against the COVID-19 because it's sort of a disturbance to our economy. Due to COVID-19, the South African GDP will only grow by 2.1% on the average. The second wave of the chairperson of COVID-19 infections, as in the case of Nelson Mandela, is a great threat to both lives and the growing of our economy. COVID-19 challenges, as a result, a lot has been paid to more than 10 million beneficiaries, and more people now lost their jobs. The economic recovery has been assisted by the working with the business social partners, the labor and civil society, as the President did suggest. So, Chairperson, the keeping and working together during these difficult times will really assist the growth of our economy. Chairperson, the building of infrastructure and the expansion of electricity generation will help the economic recovery in a short term. It is therefore expected that the economy can be raised to over 3% over a period of 10 years, and 1 million jobs would be created. This may sound not assisting, but the economic growth, but it means that a lot in terms of growth of economy would have been done. There is what is known as Operation for Implementation Unit, that will be manned by the full-time people with expertise and capacity. Chairperson, it is a great concern to note that the state-owned companies and municipalities are struggling to pay their salaries to their employees due to COVID-19 and due to the fact that they can't raise their own revenue. The government aims at having reductions on the compensations and other non-interest spending items. Not to pay, this is not, Chairperson, this can be something that is unfortunate, but it is for the purpose of increasing or growing the economy in our country.
Thank you.
And increase the, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, allow me to suspend the proceedings for lunch. I know that we are behind time. We should have gone out at 1 o'clock, but we really have to come back at 14 hours. We can't change that. So bear with us. And when we come back, we'll proceed with the debate, starting from COPE, and then we finish it, and then we proceed to the other orders. 14 hours, we should be back. Pardon us, but it's business unusual, and we have to act that way. Thank you very much, honorable members.
You are a person, sir.
the next one. Yes. No. Don't agree. In this debate, remember it's hope that must come in now. So I want to, so you can take it. And how many are left now? Debates?
I think it's this one, and then it's the voting circle with questions to the executive, and then after that, it's the payroll.
Okay. So I want to speak here. And then
Speak in the payroll.
yeah.
The House Chairperson.
Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable members, thank you for your understanding. We proceed with the work of today as we call on the Honorable Hendricks of Al Jama to proceed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. It's nice to be first and not always last. Honourable Chair, division of powers and provision of budgets from national government to provincial government, including provincial grants, is a concern that we have, especially if ministers and the Minister of Education delegate these powers when the powers is used to promote all apartheid tricks to harm sometimes school committees. Honourable Chair, what is very concerning that the Western Cape Education Department under the Western Cape Provincial Government is using the old apartheid dirty tricks to destroy the good character of a very respected school principal, Mr. Newman, like they did to Brian Isaac some time ago, and we've lost two of the greatest educationists in our community, especially on the Cape Flats. In this fight, it has come to light that the Western Cape Education Department official has approached an educator at the Heathfield High School to falsely testify against the principal in exchange for his employment contract to be extended for 2021. This is an act of corruption and defeating the ends of justice and bribery. The principal and a delegation, which includes 2 deputies from the school, 2 school governing body members, and 4 learners laid criminal charges against the Western Cape Education Department official, and we have the case number. Mr. Schroeder, the head of education, must condemn these officials or himself be subjected to investigation. We are concerned that schools are being turned into institutions and the Western Cape is wasting much needed resources on disciplinary hearings of teachers with critical thinking. During the apartheid struggle, many of our teachers played a critical role in guiding, educating and supporting students in the fight for justice. Teachers are not simply an employer of the state, but also community activists. In a democracy, the community have the right to raise concerns who may be in conflict with the state and other state apparatus. Mr. Newman was in his full right to take the concerns of the community in consideration and support the community. He called for students at the height of the pandemic to stay at home in order to save lives. This parliament gave everyone in South Africa the assurance that they won't be victimized. 50,000 learners, Honourable House Chair, did not go back to school. And the hardline attitude of the Western Cape Education Department goes against the assurances that Parliament gave to the people. And we are concerned that the National Education Department are using the excuse that it's division of powers and division of budgets.
Unfortunately, your time has expired, Honourable
action.
Hendricks. Your time has
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Honourable Hill Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chairperson, every October we have a medium-term budget policy statement, and few are particularly memorable. But this one will be the exception. For years to come, this budget is going to haunt the government, and not all of the garlic in Magobus Kloof can get the demons away. For it is in this budget that the Ramaphosa government showed that it is not credible and that it does not care for the poor. On credibility, how can anyone trust this government, what it says, when it keeps flip-flopping on its key reform pledges? No more bailouts, said the Minister of Finance emphatically at this podium, before he announced another massive 10.5 billion rand bailout of SAA. We are committed to debt stability by 2023, said the Minister, before he borrowed 770 billion rand more and abandoned that commitment, shifting the timeline out to 2026. We're going to get the wage bill under control, he said, before the government offered a 27 billion rand bonanza to public sector workers just to make the problem go away. On all of the most crucial reforms the Treasury has promised, they've backtracked, flip-flopped, or delayed. Certainly rating agencies don't believe them anymore. Why should anyone believe what they say anymore? Now it has emerged that the government has already paid, yesterday, 1.5 billion rand to SAA, before this budget is passed in Parliament today, and before it becomes law. This shows gross disrespect for Parliament and disregard for the law. It is quite possibly illegal, and the DA is taking legal advice right now on whether it can be stopped. Every ANC MP, every person in this House should be outraged at the disrespect shown to Parliament. Second, in this budget, the ANC shows it does not care for the poor and can never again be trusted by the poor and the unemployed of our country to represent their best interests. The ANC has showed it is prepared to cut almost any basic service, to take healthcare and policing away from communities, as the point was made in the excellent speech by Mr. Wessels, to take water literally out of people's cups in order to pay for SAA. We have said all through this budget process, and we repeat it again today, that the decision to cut essential services to fund SAA is immoral. No government with a conscience for the poor would ever do this. But it gets worse, as my friend Mr. de Villiers said in his excellent speech and in Mr. Swart's speech. This government missed the deadline to pay for the COVID vaccine. They missed the deadline, meaning we go to the back of the queue globally. So that's the choice the government has made. If you're scared of COVID and need the vaccine, you can wait. The government misses that deadline, but certainly doesn't miss the deadline to pay SAA before Parliament's even passed the budget. That's the choice. We are pleased that the DA government Western Cape has petitioned President Ramaphosa in terms of Section 79 of the Constitution to bring his attention to serious concerns about the constitutionality of this budget. The President should heed those concerns and return the Division of Revenue Bill to Parliament. But we won't hold our breath, Speaker. We doubt he's going to do it. Nearly one in every
Thank you very much, Honourable Hill Lewis. Check your screen. It's red.
No, Chairperson, I had 6.5 minutes. That was 3 minutes.
What happened? Because I'm relying on them. What did you do, Honorable?
It was 6 minutes and 30 seconds that I had. That started at 3 minutes.
No, I don't dispute what you are saying. I just want clarity from the table staff. Oh, okay. No, it's the mistake of the table. They gave you 3 minutes instead of 6. You may proceed. Can you reset? Because I'm watching the clock. Thank you.
It's another 3.5. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No problem. The table staff do wonderful work. Nearly 1 in every 2 rand that this government spends this year is borrowed. We've got the highest deficit in the developing world. We've just been downgraded deeper into junk status. And nearly 1 in every 2 working-age South Africans is unemployed. South Africans are poorer today than they were a decade ago. Shake your mum. We need a clear and urgent change in direction spurred by wide-ranging economic reform. But this divided and dysfunctional cabinet cannot do it. They cannot even get themselves together, never mind the country. This government has got South Africa on a one-way track to national bankruptcy, and it cannot change direction. Everywhere the ANC governs, bankruptcy is sure to follow. And that means the poor are left poorer and more people are unemployed. Look at local councils across the country. If the ANC cannot be trusted to run the economy of a tiny town, it sure can't be trusted to turn around a national economy in decline. This is the future the ANC offers: more debt, higher taxes, more people unemployed, and a country that must go cap in hand, begging international lenders. Broken, bankrupt, embarrassed. But the choice is not between one government and one opposition party, honourable members. It is between 2 governments. Just look at the difference where the DA governs. Ours are not the governments of borrowing and bankruptcy, but of saving and investment. Ours are not the governments of collapsing services, but of the very best services to the poor of anywhere in South Africa. Better healthcare, better education, cleaner government, a respect for public money. That is the fundamental choice. And that is why we are attracting investment wherever we govern. Global companies like Amdec, Capita, Lactalis, Terraco have committed 7.8 billion rand in new investments in DA governments. And you know what, honourable members? We're thrilled that even Google has announced a 2.2 billion rand new investment in Cape Town's economy. So now, if anyone in the ANC wants to know how to grow an economy, they can just Google the DA.
Thank you, honourable members. The next speaker is Honourable Peters.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, let me start by indicating that it will be a disservice to this House if I don't quickly respond to Honourable Hill-Lewis and Honourable Wessels. They are speaking about having messed up a government. You will always speak about the Western Cape, where the ANC laid the foundation. You will always talk about the city of Cape Town, where the ANC again laid the major foundation. Look at the mess that you have created in a well-functioning municipality called Tshwane. What have you done to Nelson Mandela Bay? What have you done to Johannesburg? The ANC is trying to resuscitate these municipalities because of the mess the DA did with their partners in the marriage that they had with the EFF and their bridesmaids who created the situation that we are in right now. Honourable Wessels,
this is a joke.
You are talking. Honorable vessels, you are talking about white supremacy. If you want to see white supremacy in action, just look at the DA. Today, here we're standing with Honorable De Villiers and Honorable Hill Lewis speaking in this debate, and yet the background work, the backroom work is done by Honorable Josephs and Honorable Sarupen. If that is not white supremacy, I don't want to say what it will be. Then the other thing that I want to say to you, Honorable vessels, jy praat van die diewe, wat van die grootste diewe in die land wat die grond gesteel het. Ons sit vandag in 'n nagmerrie waar ons die mense die grond moet teruggee, met hoeveel geld moet die regering van die ANC aan die mense terugbetaal vir die grond wat julle gesteel het. Jou oupas en oumas wat nou sit met groot steke land. You are fighting against the amendment of the Constitution, the Section 25, because you know that your people are sitting with tracts and tracts of land that is actually even lying fallow, that they are living for generations and generations, primarily because they don't even know the value because they didn't pay for it. So I want to say to you today, if you want to speak about diva, kyk in jou eie plas. I want to say to you, you are talking about cadre development. Look at the Freedom Front Plus. You don't even see a colored or an African person working in the Freedom Front Plus or offices which are being maintained by public funds. So I want to say to you, I want to quote from the late Professor Daniel Plaikis when he was asked a question about cadre deployment. He said, and I quote, "Do you think that President Obama will appoint a member of the Ku Klux Klan in his administration in the US?" That tells you that all over the world, it is important that you consider those that have a common understanding to implement your manifesto, to implement your policies and your programs. But it is important that we also deal with those who run astray. So I want to say to you today that cadre development would always be there because we want to change the image of South Africa that was lily white, like the DA wants to return it to. I also want to say, honorable members, these parties come into this house and want to say that they are not going to support this budget. The one instrument that government has to be able to change the lives of our people. A government is an instrument to implement that which you have committed to the people. And I want to say, as we speak, the DA, the FF Plus, the EFF, they are busy lobbying our communities to vote for them on the 9th, as they did even in the past by-elections. And yet, they want to go out and vote against the budget, saying to the very people that you want their votes so that you can remain in government, in parliament and in the councils, but not necessarily making sure that they get services. The honorable members, the African National Congress supports the 2020 medium-term budget policy statement and the second adjustment appropriations bill. Let me start by paying tribute to the thousands and thousands of women who are victims of gender-based violence. Needless to say, gender-based violence is a wake-up call to all of us that we should spare neither strength nor effort in eliminating this form of oppression and exploitation. Our former president and Nobel Peace Prize winner, Dr. Nelson Mandela, observed, and I quote, "Freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression." These sentiments were echoed by the former African Union Commission chairperson, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, when she said, and I quote, "The face of poverty is feminine, especially in South Africa, because women suffer triple oppression. We are oppressed because we are poor, we are oppressed because we are black and female," close quotes. Honorable members, I decided to preface my input with these words because of two reasons. The MTBPS and the second adjustment appropriation bill must take this reality into account. The COVID-19 pandemic has been more vicious to women in many ways, including their hunger and that of their children. The ANC understands this reality. The interventions to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic to protect lives and livelihoods, which are now common cause, were first and foremost aimed at these most vulnerable sectors of society. Honorable members, you will remember that during the first adjustment appropriations in July, the Department of Health received an additional 2.9 billion rand, increasing its budget from 59.5 billion to 58 billion rand. This was aimed at providing COVID-19 lab tests, pay for the Cuban doctors who had proved their worth in Italy and China. These are the funds also meant for contracting with private hospitals to increase capacity of hospitals and to buy PPEs. Honorable members, the ANC put the lives of the hardworking health workers at the fore. This bill adds 393.6 million to the health department. This is part of the presidential employment intervention. This will help the recruitment of community health workers and outreach team leaders. Even more important, it will assist with the appointment of enrolled and auxiliary nurses. The ANC welcomes the funding to build Tygerberg Regional Hospital and the Klipfontein Hospital in the Western Cape from 2021 to 2022. These hospitals, ladies and gentlemen, will alleviate pressure on the health facilities in areas such as Kraaifontein, Gugulethu, and other areas in the city of Cape Town where the population is growing rapidly. The ANC also echoes the concern of the committee on the slow progress of the implementation of the National Health Insurance. We need assurance from the ANC government that it will be able to meet its target of fully implementing NHI by 2024. The skewed distribution of resources in our health systems in favor of the middle strata and the rich who have medical aid is unsustainable. Honorable members, cooperative government received a net increase of 10.9 billion in the first adjustment, which is 11.4%. This took the main budget allocation to 107 billion rand. This was for the provision of basic services, including shelter for the homeless and other interventions. The second adjustment appropriations is another 50 billion rand. Honorable members, this is again part of the presidential employment intervention. The focus here is to improve municipal infrastructure while providing employment opportunities to our young people. We know that during this pandemic, starvation and levels of hunger have been heightened, especially in the rural areas. This means food security has been negatively impacted. An additional 1 billion rand has been made available for the Subsistence Producer Relief Fund to subsistence producers to retain self-employment and support food value chains. This is in addition to the 1.2 billion rand that was announced and ring-fenced by Minister Didiza to mainly distressed small-scale farmers in certain agricultural sections. We agree with His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa when he emphasized the importance of agriculture and say, by depriving our people of their right to own and work the land on which they depend for sustenance and livelihoods. This great injustice effectively engineered the poverty of Black South African households. I'm mentioning these agricultural interventions to show that the ANC approach in this sector is holistic, to deal with the past of land deprivation, but also to ensure that it continues to spur economic growth. Also to say this too is an important matter, that we do not play small politics with it. Again, the majority of the people who are working in this sector of agriculture are women, but it's not where it should end. Let women own the land also. The ANC welcomes the 630 million to the Department of Transport for expanding labor-intensive projects to provincial roads maintenance. We hope this intervention by the President will deepen the culture of maintenance because it is important that we maintain the roads and a lot of job opportunities will be created, especially for young people. Allow me, Honorable Chairperson, to wish the new board of PRASA well in its endeavor to resuscitate the company because of apartheid spatial design, where the majority of our people stay furthest from the places of employment. Metro Rail plays a very critical role under the stewardship of Comrade Leonard Ramatlakane. We hope they will be focused in the business of transporting millions of our people who depend on this mode of transport. As the ANC, we have learned with heavy hearts that again, PRASA this year received a disclaimer from the Auditor General, second year in succession. This follows years of underspending of capex of PRASA. Honorable members, when this House appropriates money, it is for service delivery. It is for economic growth. It is for employment. The ANC supports.
Thank you, Honorable Teachers. Honorable Kula, don't do that again. We now invite the Honorable Minister of Finance, Tatani Mboweni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Thank you very much, honorable members from across the benches, across the aisle. Let me start off by thanking the Appropriations Committee under the able leadership of Honorable Buthelezi, Sfiso Buthelezi, for the sterling work which they have done since we tabled the medium-term budget policy statement and the second Appropriations Amendment Bill. I think they've done well. And despite the differences amongst the political parties in Parliament, we have now eventually reached this point in the House. People watching us from home must not underestimate the amount of work that the committee members have done, and also the work that has been done by all honorable members in the House. When we say this is a parliament at work, an activist parliament, this is what we mean. People hard at work despite their political differences, which is to be expected in a democracy. Ours is a living democracy, and we should continue to be thankful to the founding mothers and fathers of our nation for having bequeathed unto us this wonderful constitution, which gives democratic rights to all to speak, including those who previously denied the majority of the people the right to speak or the right to enter this chamber. We accommodate all in pursuit of our vision that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, men and women, young and old. Now, the second point is to bring this House and the population at large to what is it actually that we're debating. Political polemics aside, what are we talking about? Principally, we're talking about a view into 2022-23. Where are we today and where do we want to go? And as I've explained before, and I bear the burden again to explain this today, we are living in a totally changed global environment, a totally changed domestic economic environment. And therefore, we have had to adjust our own plans from February to where we are today. Where we are today is totally different to where we were in February, again, significantly different to where we were in June. And that's why we've had to present this medium-term budget policy statement in October in the manner that we did. We indicate that global growth has declined, domestic economic growth has declined, and ipso facto, the revenue collection has also declined because of weak economic performance. And because of this and other factors, such as the pandemic, we've had to revise our revenue projections down by some 322 billion rand. Now, when the revenue projections are down, by that very fact, ipso facto, by that very fact, it means that we have to adjust our expenditure projections as well. And this is what we have sought to do and presented before this honorable House. And that's why we have had to engage in an exercise of reallocations of budgets to meet certain needs and demands. In fact, it is true that we've had to reduce certain budget projections which we had made in February and June in order to deal with the currently existing situation. Because the material conditions are very important because they do dictate what we need to do. But it doesn't mean that we just sit by and say the material conditions are dictating everything, there's nothing we can do, nothing like that. That's why we've come up with the economic reconstruction and recovery program, because it is through the economic reconstruction and recovery program that we can resuscitate the economy, we can get revenue collection improving, and therefore, as things improve, our fortunes as well can improve. That is the primary thing that we should focus on, the protection of our fiscal framework, so that our fiscal stance is fully understood by all and sundry, including members of this honorable House, including the population at large, and also the ratings agencies, investors, and everybody else. They must understand our fiscal framework, which were presented before this honorable House. It is in that context, Honorable Chair of Chairs, that I think we should now proceed to exercise our democratic rights by approving the medium-term budget policy statement and also approving the second Appropriations Amendment Bill. Having said all of that, I would like to thank everybody in this honorable House for the role they have played. Political polemics here and there, it's okay, it's part of the democratic process. But our focus must be on the fiscal framework and the medium-term budget policy statement, which I hereby submit to be adopted by this House. Finally, let me say that on the polemical side, it is of no use whatsoever for the opposition political parties to think that they will score any political point against the ANC at all. Recent by-elections have demonstrated that the majority of South Africans have full confidence in the African National Congress, and this can be verified by the by-elections that we won. And the African National Congress is ready, able, and willing to lead this country through the economic reconstruction and recovery program. And to that extent, you can shout honorable vessels here and there. From time to time, I think you lapse into the past, which I thought General Feljuni had helped you to cross the Rubicon, but clearly you have not crossed the Rubicon. And Honorable Hilois keeps on talking about the bailout of SAA and so on. It looks like his thinking process is stuck. It's like a broken record around SAA. We've gone past that. We're now into the economic reconstruction and recovery program. Join us if you are able to do so. If not, history is going to judge you very badly as somebody who pretends to be liberal, but at the same time goes back to your verkrampte approach. Thank you very much. I commend the report to the House. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Lewis, what is it?
I would like to know if the Minister will take a question on SAA.
The Honorable Minister has said thank you. He has concluded his speech.
He ran away.
I can take the question if need be.
You want to take it, Honorable Minister?
Yes, please.
Okay. Honorable Lewis, pose your
Minister,
question.
thank you for taking the question. That's good of you. How do you justify missing the deadline to pay for the COVID vaccine, but paying for the SAA bailout before that appropriation has been even approved by this House today?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair of Chairs. I think it's very important that when you're an adult person, you must first inform yourself of all the facts before you open your mouth. The fact of the matter is that we have sufficient time until plus minus 15th of December to do the payment. So we have not missed the deadline at all. And the Solidarity Fund stands ready to pay the 500 million rand that has been promised. We have not missed the deadline at all. Don't go around misleading people because you are misinformed. I don't know who misinformed you. Maybe it's Honorable Steinheiser who misinformed you. I feel sorry for you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members. Honorable members, order. Ayenzo leyonto. Ayenzo. That concludes the debate on the 2020 medium-term budget policy statement and the first reading debate on the second adjustment appropriation bill. Are there any objections to the second adjustment appropriation bill being read a first time?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA and we'd like to call for a division.
A division has been called. Since we just came back from lunch, I'm going to extend and give it 10 minutes today. Thank you very much.
Helene, 10 minutes and go.
Honorable James, Jojo, Vach. Thank you, honorable members. Now I think we are all ready to proceed with the proceedings of the day. Honorable members, I've already confirmed with the NA table and we have the requisite forum to proceed. The question before the House is that the second adjustment appropriation bill be read a first time. The voting will now commence. The doors are closed both on virtual and in the chamber. Nobody should be allowed to come in as we are doing this vote. Party whips are ready to record their votes. I'll start with the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, ANC here physically in plenary in the chamber is 26. In the virtual platform is 165, which gives us 191 we vote in support.
Thank you. The DA?
House Chair, physically in the House we are 15 members, online we are 48, and that gives you a total of 63 voting against.
Thank you. The EFF?
Thank you very much, House Chair. We are 34 members on visual platform, and we are definitely voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP? IFP?
Thank you, Chairperson. The IFP has 10 on virtual, voting for. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus?
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 2 members in the House and 7 on virtual, total of 9 against.
Thank you. ACDP?
Thank you, House Chair. 1 on virtual, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM? Oh, I don't think they are available. UDM, are you there? Are you back? I can't hear them. They promised that they will come back after lunch for this. Okay, ATM. Okay, good.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are 2 members on virtual platform and we vote in support.
Thank you. NFP?
Thank you, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party has 2 members, both on virtual, and we are in full support.
Thank you. AIC?
Thank you, Chairperson. 1 in the chamber voting for.
Thank you. COPE?
Thank you, Chair. 1 in the House, we support.
Thank you. PAC? Al-Jamaa?
Al-Jamaa has 1 on virtual, and we support the 220 medium-term budget policy statement.
Baya danki. I will wait for the outcome, comparing the numbers on virtual with what we have on our records from IT.
Chairperson?
Honorable Singh?
Yeah, I don't know if we got the EFF numbers. Were they able to tell you? Thank you.
They did.
Okay, thank you.
You want to be helped with the numbers? Are you recording?
Hebana.
Ma'am Tlangwini, magancane. Is it the same numbers? Do correspond? Okay. Thank you. I'm assured that the numbers do correspond. Honorable members, we don't have any abstentions. For those who voted no, it's 108. And those who voted yes is 208. Thus saying the question is accordingly agreed to. The bill will be read a first time.
Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill.
Well read.
Thank you very much.
When you only get it passed by 7, that's very worrying. Where's the rest of your members? Where's the rest of your
We will continue to be on message in volume over time.
That's a problem.
We are finished with you guys. We won.
It's nothing to be proud of.
Order, honourable members. Order. Order, honourable members. We still have a long afternoon. The Secretary will read the 14th order. Consideration of votes and schedule. Second Adjustments Appropriation Bill. I wish to thank the different political parties for advising the table staff on which votes they will record their objections and on which they will intend dividing. This information will greatly assist the process for the session. Honourable members, the proceedings will initially take the form of a question and answer session. I shall put each vote in respect of which adjustments have been made, and in turn, members will have the opportunity to ask questions to the relevant ministers in respect of these adjustments. Each party has been allocated global time for all the votes, and members of the executive have up to 2 minutes to respond to questions per vote. Honourable members, there have been requests from parties that in some instances, they will use the allocated time to make a declaration instead of asking a question. This will be allowed. Naturally, when a declaration instead of a question has been made, there will be no expectation for a member of the executive to reply. Once a party's time has expired, its members will not be allowed to put further questions. Members who are in the chamber may put a question from the floor microphones or the podium, and those on the virtual platform will be recognized based on the list that has been submitted by the parties. After the question and answer session, I will put the votes for decision. Honourable members should please wait until I recognize them before they put their question. And may I make a special appeal to members on the virtual platform not to interrupt the proceedings unnecessarily, because that will cause additional time to be added to the process this afternoon. I now put vote number 1, the presidency. Are there any questions? I will now put vote number 2, Parliament. Are there any questions? I will now put vote number 3, cooperative governance. Honorable Gungubele, will you switch off your microphone? Vote number 3, cooperative governance. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, His Excellency the President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa has highlighted the need to strengthen public employment program. Honorable Minister, what is the department doing to reinforce community works program so that it provides skills and exit strategy for participants? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister or Deputy Minister who's on the platform.
Thank you, Honourable House. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Minister.
No, it's okay. Carry on. Carry on,
thank
DM.
Proceed, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you to the Honourable Hatebe for the question. The Community Work Programme is a critical initiative that seeks to alleviate poverty whilst assisting in providing services. One of the critical areas that has been identified for improvement is skills development. When you look at our annual performance plan in this cycle, a key focus area has become skills development so that the participants can be able to generate the appropriate skills. Furthermore, the department, working with the Department of Agriculture, has worked on a program to ensure training of young people in skills, particularly with regards to agriculture, so that we're able to enable participation in that sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. I now put vote number 4, Government Communication and Information System. The Democratic Alliance? Is there a question from the Democratic Alliance? I'll proceed then to vote number 5, Home Affairs. The Democratic Alliance.
House Chair, the Democratic Alliance welcomes the allocation towards e-visas to boost tourism. However, this project has been dragging on for years to the benefit of VFS. Our economy needs this system finalized with urgency. We welcome the additional mobile units to reach our rural areas, but the only people that are helped by mobile units that are not connected are the connected people who get the tender. We need these units fully operational and on the road now. This and the complete lack of urgency in fixing the system offline problem that leaves people stranded at Home Affairs offices shows that you don't care about these people. 10.5 billion has been allocated to SAA, but only 1.6 billion rand to Home Affairs to run immigration and deal with the massive problem of our porous borders. This shows where the priorities of the ANC government lie. Minister, the honeymoon is over. It's time for delivery.
The ANC.
Chairperson, I have a question from the IFP, which has been noted.
Yes, IFP, you may proceed.
But thank you very much. Honourable Minister, your department's budget has been cut by 564 million to assist our corruption-riddled COVID-19 response and another SAA bailout. Yet we submit as IFP that your department needs more resources and not less. Considering the Border Management Authority is going to take as much as 15 years to set up, and considering your reduced budget, what is your department's plan to secure the borders in the interim, which in its current state is putting at risk the safety and security of our entire nation? And what is the update on how far have you gone in trying to ascertain if any Home Affairs officials were involved in the Great Bushiri escape? Thank you.
The ANC.
Chairperson, NFP as well.
Honourable members, you see, this is not going to assist us. You must please, all party leaders or whips, communicate with the table and indicate beforehand whether you want to take a question or not. I'm not going to call all the names of the parties. You have been requested to submit this information. You can't just at the last minute decide that you will now ignore the arrangement that's in place and you will start asking questions. I will allow the NFP in this instance. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, the quality of service at Home Affairs Department appeared to be unsatisfactory. What could you perhaps do to ensure that the greater level of compassion when dealing with the public, and what measures can you put in place to ensure that we public representatives are able to communicate and engage with your department when concerns are raised by members of the general public?
The ANC. Is there a question from the ANC on the Home Affairs vote number 5? May I ask the Honourable Minister to respond, please? The Honourable Minister of Home Affairs.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. May you allow me to respond while my video is muted, because, Chairperson, my system is not working very well. It's very weak.
No, that's in order, Honourable Minister. You may just proceed.
You can hear me.
Proceed, Honourable Minister.
Yes. Chairperson, on the e-visa, I'm sure the Honourable Member knows, we report this repeatedly to the Portfolio Committee. It's not the problem of e-visa. It's not a problem created by any living human being. You are aware of our program of starting to test e-visa system in India and China and Nigeria, and we stopped those problems when COVID-19 struck, and we are preparing to restart that. On the issue of mobile units, Chairperson, it is true. The mobile units, mobile trucks will work if you put them in the center of Johannesburg, Pretoria, or Cape Town, or Durban. When you take them to rural areas where they are needed the most, they don't work. And the reasons are simple. Networks, all the networks work very well in the cities and not well in the rural areas. So what we are trying to do is to equip the trucks with all the networks, MTM, Vodacom, Telkom, Cell C, so that they pick whatever coverage is there in that particular area. In that regard, we believe they will be able to work. On the issue, IFP, the Border Management Authority, is true. Everybody is struggling under the budget cuts, but we understand the background behind it, the budget cuts happen. So as an interim measure or as a mitigating factor, we have divided the border environment, all the 4,471 kilometers of the land border. We have divided it into 10 segments, and we are looking at the segments that are very problematic. And we have identified about 4 segments, and we are planning to deploy the border management guards to those 4 segments with the little money that we have got up to so far. The NFP, the issue of compassion, I think we need to accept that the majority of Home Affairs workers are compassionate. That's why we're able to issue 810,000 birth certificates out of the 1.2 million that our target is. That's why we're able to issue so many IDs and so many passports, etc. It's because the majority of Home Affairs officials are compassionate.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
There are a few, of course.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Your time is now expired. Thank you. Thank you. I put vote number 6, International Relations and Cooperation. There's no question. I put vote number 7, the National School of Government. No question. Vote number 8, National Treasury. No question. Vote number 9, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. No question. Vote number 10, Public Enterprises, the DA.
This budget is in direct contradiction of the President's economic recovery plan. In its ineptitude, it cuts slack at our expense. It is a celebration of corruption, a mandate for the mendacious, and a lifeline for the louche. It supports duds and deadbeats in a dirge of dying, with scant recognition of what needs to be done. Lenin, hero of many over there, famously asked, "What is to be done?" He said, "There was an absence of consciousness that failed to recognize the signs of failure and the remedies required." But there is no acceptance of public sector market failure, from Alex Core through Eskom via SAA to Transnet, and no recognition of the value of privatization. If the shoe were on the other foot and Steinhoff or Enron were being addressed, the remedies would be painfully clear. Alas, it's not so with the authors of this. And the question remains, why bury us in bankruptcy?
The IFP.
SOEs are increasingly becoming one of its largest debtors to the Auditor General. The AG is scheduled to take over auditing for Transnet and Eskom. How is the Minister going to ensure that SOEs pay their financial obligations to the AG? And secondly, does the Minister intend on seeking private-public partnerships as a mechanism to recapitalize the Reform South African Airways and any other SOE which may find itself in the future in need of business rescue?
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson.
House Chair, we would definitely, sorry, House Chair.
Honourable Member, why are you rising?
House Chair, we definitely sent for this one, so we are curious why are we not noted, and we have definitely sent to the table staff this for this vote to do a declaration.
Honourable Members, I rely on the information. The latest document that was given to me was at 1:30 this afternoon. I will look into the matter here. In the meantime, I'll ask the ANC to continue since they're on the floor.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, we've heard enough complaints about SAA from the DA tonight, the right wing who wants to privatize the state-owned enterprises. We've heard they even approach the courts. The question becomes, who is their funder? Who's funding this thing? Clearly, you do have a funder. You have a private person that really wants it. They're not going to get it. Let me ask the question, Minister. SOEs have commenced with the process of restructuring in terms of government and financial recoveries from contracts marked by corruption during the state capture period. However, the operation and commercial recovery of SOEs requires more focus. Restructuring of the business model will lead greater results for operational and commercial recoveries. Denel has a critical role to play in the defense industry and has been unable to pay the salaries of workers, resulting in protests. Safcol has great commercial potential and can develop downstream manufacturing if there is resolution of the land issue. How will the issues of Denel and Safcol be addressed? Thank you.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, for as long as the Department of Enterprise, Public Enterprise is leaderless, strategic entities will continue to be undermined to advance narrow profiteering that only benefits whites and some Indians. Arrogance, racism, and undermining of Africans is masquerading as competence, but there has not been any material improvement in any of the state-owned companies. At Eskom, they have renamed load shedding to load reductions. Still, we don't have energy security. The only thing that is progressing at Eskom is selling of public assets and misguided drive towards privatization. The CEO denounces the capacity of institution which is entrusted to revive and directly invite private sector to do what will eventually collapse. A business is supposed to revive. Transnet is being dismantled to allow for smooth sale to private companies, and private companies are given access to rail lines. The chairperson of the board, Dr. Popomolefe, takes money from MNS attorneys, and we are told that this is the corruption that is not criminal. Safcol is on the verge of collapse. The company is bankrupt because of poor management and lack of strategic direction. Same with Alexco. It is also on the verge of collapse and nothing has been done. SAA and SA Express are both under rescue and workers have not been paid in 8 months despite government intervention with cash injections into the business rescue. If workers are not getting the money first, then who is? Denel cannot pay salaries. The department itself is no better. People are appointed without qualifications or following any process. Anyone who disagrees with the minister is perished. Why is it that everywhere where Jamnandas goes, everything is done through application?
On a point of order.
Honourable Member,
on a point of order.
Honourable Member, let me take the point of order. Honourable Khadebe, what is the point of order?
Chairperson, I'm rising on Rule 82. It is very clear that you cannot call each other on first name terms. Thank you, Chair.
That's correct, Honourable Member. One would have thought that Honourable Members would know this by now. Honourable Member, you must call the Honourable Minister, not on his first name, but call him as Mr. or Minister, but not on his first name. You must correct that before you continue. You must correct it.
Chairperson, if everything
you must correct
it does is through deviation.
Honourable Member, you must correct it. You must address the minister properly.
Call him Mr. TG, call him Mr.
Mr. Godan. Chair, can I continue?
You may continue.
If everything Mr. Godan does is through deviation of some sort, then why do we have the rules? The EFF rejects the adoption of budget vote number 10 of the Department of Public Enterprise and call for the removal of Minister Godan. Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, we have asked you nicely to remove this man. Please remove the man from your cabinet. Thank you, Chair.
The Honourable Minister of Public Enterprises.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to honourable members. In relation to Honourable Shabalala's question, as we have reported to Parliament on many occasions, the operational and commercial recovery of those SOEs under the charge of the Department of Public Enterprises is taking place, but because of the extent of damage caused by stage capture and real rogue elements that have been running these entities for so long, which is duly always defended by the EFF and their honourable members who are less than honourable, it takes time to put these SOEs on the right kind of footing. So on the question of Denel and SAFCOL, in the case of Denel, there's going to be a change in business model as we go forward, and we are working with the board in that particular regard. And in relation to SAFCOL,
Honourable Minister,
yes.
There seems to be someone from the EFF who has a point of order.
I'm not surprised.
Well, that member, take the point of order, please.
The EFF is rogue unit and rogue elements and state capture. Where does he get that from? It's now that he's exposed, he wants to now throw the fire on the EFF.
That's not the point of order, Honourable Shavambu. That's not the point of order.
As a person who has
Honourable Shavambu, that's not a point of order.
Point of order on the point of order.
Ask BBS, they'll tell you.
No, Honourable Shavambu.
Where in the report?
Honourable
Where is the report on the report that you are implicated in the VPS, Jamnanda?
May I request the Sergeant at Arms to remove the Honourable Shavambu from the platform?
Yes, where does VPS?
I'm also asking for the Honourable Mente to be removed from the platform. I also ask for the Honourable Mkalipi to be removed from the platform. I also ask for the Honourable Mawatwe to be removed from the platform.
You can remove us, we don't care, Chairperson. Jamnandas must fall.
To defend Jamnandas.
You can remove us to protect Jamnandas.
I also ask for the Honourable Patrick Sindane to be removed from the platform.
All of us. You can just do that, Chair.
I also request the Honourable Teza to be removed from the platform. I also ask the Honourable Sergeant Ketwa to be removed from the platform.
Whenever it's heated,
you are scared of that man, man. You are scared of that man.
Bias.
The Sergeant at Arms, I'm expecting you to remove these members whose names I've mentioned with immediate effect from the platform. Honourable Minister, you may continue. Honourable Shavambu, you have been removed from the platform. Honourable Paulson will be removed from the platform. The Honourable Mashabela will be removed from the platform. The Honourable Mutsepe must be removed from the platform. The Honourable Minister.
Must go. All the point of order, Chair, you must rule on the point of order.
Honourable Shavambu, you did not raise a point of order. You should not even open your mic. I expect the Sergeant at Arms and the ICT services to immediately remove a member from the platform when they are instructed to do so. You don't have discretion.
Point of order, point of order.
The Honourable Teza is still on the platform. He must be removed.
Because we know there are people themselves who must be removed.
The Honourable Teza must be removed from the platform. Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Point of order, House Chair. Point of order.
I'm first recognizing the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair will not allow
a fact that every time we get abused by one party, when the ruling has been made by the presiding officer for one to be removed, let ICT do that and save us from this emotional abuse where everybody from one party, they're all talking at the same time. Cannot accept that. Let's keep the decorum of the House.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. I see the Honourable Paulson is also still on the platform. I said he must be removed.
But Chair,
remove the
House Chair, how can you just want us to be...
Thank you. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. As I was saying, that Danelle is currently undergoing a change in its business model, and we will announce that early in the new year with the court.
Honourable Minister, let me take a point of order from the Honourable Tlangwini. Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I just want to check your way on removing members. You didn't even note which members. Honourable Paulson never even spoke, you removed him. So you are just bluntly removing EFF members.
Are you challenging my ruling,
now,
Honourable Member?
Secondly, Honourable Chair, the minister there, Mr. Godan, he makes harsh allegations against the DP of the EFF or against the EFF on the VPS matter, where he knows for himself.
Honourable Member, I'm not entering into a debate with you.
Point of order. Point of order.
No,
so I don't
take your seat, Honourable Member.
Why can't you let
Honourable Member, I'm not going to entertain you any further. Honourable Member.
You are not a chairperson also, Regina.
The Honourable Msane must be removed from the platform as well. The Honourable Nolochungu should have been removed from the platform. The Honourable Sindane was to be removed from the platform.
But House Chair, you don't remove the ANC members.
Honourable Tlangwini, you were earlier asked also to be removed from the platform, and you stayed on the platform, and now you want to address the House.
No, Chair. Who asked me to be removed? Nobody asked me. No, Chairperson. No.
I asked
Nobody
for
asked
the
me.
Honourable Tlangwini to be removed from the platform.
Who asked me to remove me? Please check your ruling.
The
Who
Sergeant at
I must be removed?
Point of order, Chair.
No,
I'm not taking any further points of order.
On a point of order, Honourable Chairperson.
Honourable members, honourable members, if all of you want to jump up on points of order, it's going to be impossible to proceed. I've made a ruling and I'm waiting for the Sergeant of Arms and the ICT to remove those members from the platform. What is so difficult about it? If the members want to challenge my ruling, they must approach the Rules Committee.
Remove people for what?
The Honourable Sindane is also still on the platform.
You can't just remove for what?
The Honourable Sindane must be removed from the platform.
You must remove Jamnandas. You must remove...
The Honourable Dumasani Ntetwa, I think, must also be removed from the platform. We really require the cooperation. Just wait, Honourable Member. Just wait.
I rise on a point of order. I have my hand up.
No, I'll recognize you now. I want to address the staff. Yesterday we had a similar problem. It's as if you leave your workstations alone and disappear somewhere. You should be in front of your workstation so that you can implement whatever decision is taken in the House. So that applies to the NA table, the Sergeant at Arms, as well as the ICT. It's unacceptable. Honourable Member from the EFF, what is your point of order? I hope it's not a point of order that I've ruled on already, because then I'm not going to change my ruling that I've made earlier. You may continue, Honourable Member from the EFF.
Honourable Chair, Honourable Member Floyd Shivambo made a point of order, and you did not rule on it.
No,
I don't know which point of order you're ruling on it.
Honourable
Furthermore, the House is descending in chaos and anarchy because of your reckless ruling.
No,
Why do
Honourable
you
Member.
resort to Domkrach mentality?
Honourable Member,
who taught you?
You are now challenging my ruling. May I ask this member also be removed from the platform? We will now proceed. Honourable Minister, do you have about a minute left to complete your response?
On a point of order, Chair.
What is your point of order, Honourable Member?
The point of order is that there is inconsistency in terms of people who are being removed from the platform. Generally, you have been saying all EFF members must be removed, but the rules of Parliament say individuals are to be taken care of, unlike where you say all members of the EFF, irrespective of whether you agree or disagree with them. Thank you.
Honourable Member, why do you think you are still on the platform? You are a member of the EFF. I asked for specific members who did not obey the rules and were not following the rules to be removed from the platform. And any member that challenges a ruling and continuously tries to interrupt the session will be removed from the platform. It doesn't matter which party they belong to. So that is the ruling.
On a point of order, Chair.
I've ruled on the matter,
Is it
Honourable
necessary
Member.
for me and you to have a dialogue on this one?
Honourable Member.
Will I be removed if I have dialogue with you on this one?
Honourable Member, are you challenging my ruling?
Yes.
Well, Honourable Member, then you must follow the process as it is laid out in the rules of the National Assembly. We can send you a copy in which you can follow those processes to take the matter to the Rules Committee. We can't deal with it here. I've made a ruling and I stand by it. Honourable Minister of Public Enterprises.
Thank you, Chair. Let me rush through my response. I was saying that the operational and commercial recovery of many of these SOEs is impacted because of the state capture issue and the kind of damage done to these institutions that today, very conveniently, political parties, some in the trade unions, some lawyers and other associated members see fit in defending. Secondly, in relation to Denel and SAFCOL, I agree with Honorable Shabalala, has a huge amount of potential. It is not in any financial difficulty, as one honorable member attempted to indicate, and there's great potential to work with the private sector in that regard. Denel will have to change its business model, and currently the board is busy at work in that regard. On SAA, the honorable member from the IFP has regrettably again got it wrong, and if I may correct that, and that's probably because of the DA narrative on this regard. The money that is allocated by the Minister of Finance is to pay workers their retrenchment packages and to pay creditors and other obligations arising from business rescue. So as Honorable Shabalala says, there seem to be some interests that are persuading or driving the DA to consistently plug the SAA line. In relation to Honorable Kachalia, I suppose that's a speech. He wanted to expose how much he knows about Lenin and probably in the process expose much less about Lenin and much more about
Honorable Minister,
Enron and
your
other
time is now
entities like
expired.
that. And in relation to all the questions that Ms. Mahathir
Honorable
was
Minister,
asking,
your time is
that's
now
all
expired.
part of the racist narrative that you expect from this political party. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I put vote number 11, Public Service and Administration. There's no questions. Vote 12, Public Service Commission, the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. This question is actually in relation to vote 11. I hope that's in order.
No, we've passed that vote.
Okay, Chair, I will still repeat
You can
the question
rephrase it.
to Minister Mkunu. For more than a year, the Minister of Finance has promised the country that the state would not increase public sector wages. He went as far as to freeze wages not only for this year, but also for the next 3 years. Yet this week, you, Minister Mkunu, offered to buy off ANC cadres in the unions by offering them a 27 billion rand wage increase at the direct expense of basic services. This budget is in direct contradiction to President Ramaphosa's economic reform plan. Honourable Minister, why are you committing this fiscal treason against the 60 million people of South Africa? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know what the honourable member is talking about. I don't know anything about the treason. I don't know anything about the offer that he's talking about. What I know is that a weird discussion with the unions based on fixed 4 principles. The first one was that whatever we could settle on outside, outside court, must be in line with the principle of not affecting in any way the baseline, which is in line with the current fiscal framework. And secondly, we said, provided it also does not in any way expand our borrowing margin in any case, in any way. But then there were also 2 other principles: stability, and the third one was, fourth one, was that it should enable us to settle down with labor to discuss the new dispensation in public service. So what he's talking about, I'm sure it's something that he hears here and there, but what we discussed is exactly what I'm telling you about, and this is what is written down. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I want to ask the ANC, do you still want to ask a question on the Public Service Commission?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The Honourable Minister, relative to the wage bill, has the department considered the implications the wage bill and public servants strike has on service delivery, particularly during the time of crisis of the second wave of COVID-19 virus? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Chair, I'm not sure whether I follow exactly what the member is looking for, because he's talking about the wage bill and the strike. Now, I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of the strike that relates to wage bill in any way. So I'm unable to answer the question. Thank you.
Honourable members, let's go to vote number 13, Public Works and Infrastructure. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair. This budget is taking 234 million rand from Public Works and Infrastructure for SAA and another 44 million for the National School of Government. The bulk of that funding comes from the IDT's non-state sector NPO EPWP program, which has still not been implemented, and as a result, 55,000 people have not worked for 9 months of this year. No doubt, they will be more than thrilled that the money they should have earned is being used to bail out an ANC vanity project like SAA and a school for politicians. If you add the 40 million rand washing line at Bike Bridge and an abject failure to create thousands of promised job opportunities, that is the sad legacy of the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for 2020. Speaker, this budget is in direct contradiction to President Ramaphosa's economic reform plan, and the DA cannot support it. Thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honourable Minister, the government actually approved the Beit Bridge Waterfront project in March early this year, and to try and slow down the COVID-19 virus, its spread. Now, given all the information that we have now about the project, has your department have an idea of the rippling effects of the failure to effectively erect this border fence as it directly relates to the spread of the virus? And what exactly has been done to mitigate the situation? Thank you.
The ANC.
Chair, the department has received an unqualified audit, but some entities within the department received the opposite. What is the minister going to do to improve the situation? And equally, what is the future of EPWP program within the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members. The first question by Honourable Graham Ray. We have explained everything in the Portfolio Committee. We have explained the progress reports of the EPWP and the implementation of the COVID-19 projects, including the request by the Department of Health to assist with about 25,000 workers for COVID-19. That was all explained. That is separate from the NPO sector program as a whole. IDT has signed contracts with the NPOs. The Deputy Minister and myself will be meeting with the NPOs next week, because it is not correct to say that there is no money to continue or to meet the contractual obligations of the NPO program. And once we've had that meeting with the NPO sector, I will certainly inform the honourable member. Honourable member of the IFP, the 700-kilometre fence that's the border between Zimbabwe and South Africa, the Bay Bridge border contract was to repair and replace 40 kilometres of that. Yes, I will admit that the borders are very porous, and that even that fence that was installed during the COVID-19 period was not quality. We didn't get value for money. The case is now before the SIU as part of the presidential proclamation, and we will certainly wait for the outcome of that. The question from the honourable member of the ANC, yes, only one of the entities received a clean audit. The others received unqualified audits for the previous financial year. We are now signing service level agreements with clear targets and delivery. And as part of the key performance areas of the entities, we have now included that the CEO and the board, we will assess them in terms of their performance. But we, for the current financial year, their key performance areas, they must
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
At least a clean audit or an unqualified audit.
Thank you. Your time is now expired, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to put vote number 14, Statistics South Africa. There are no questions. I put vote number 15, Traditional Affairs. There's a question from the IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, given that the department acknowledges that there are many governance challenges at poorly capacitated provincial COCTA offices, what is the department doing to bolster the role of traditional leaders as is enshrined in our constitution, so that service delivery to the citizens is effectively delivered?
The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair of Chairs. Bapume one by one. Kwati who? Kwati who? COVID-19 has impacted negatively on the global economy, particularly small businesses and rural areas. What role can traditional leaders play in boosting local economy by using available resources? And what is the department doing in assisting traditional leaders in this regard? I thank you. Kwati who?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister or the Deputy Minister of Traditional Affairs. Is the Honourable Minister or any of the Deputy Ministers on the platform? The Minister of Finance. Is the Honourable Minister of Finance on the platform so that you can respond to this question? May I request the Honourable Members of the Executive, the guide is freely available in terms of the votes as we follow it. And it is clearly indicated the parliamentary liaison officers should have received a copy of this guide so that the ministers and deputy ministers know exactly when the votes come up and if a question will be asked. You must follow this guide because you are accountable to the House to answer these questions as we go through the different votes. Although we make provision where we are informed that the Minister or Deputy Minister is not available, then we will call on the Minister of Finance to reply to that question. But in this instance, I will request the table staff to immediately interact with the Minister or Deputy Minister of Traditional Affairs so that they can come and answer this question. There's two questions that has been posed.
House Chair, I'm here.
Can you assist Honourable Minister of Finance?
Could they repeat the question because I was not informed about this?
Yes, no, that's fair. I will ask the two members to repeat the questions. The IFP, can you repeat the question that was posed to the Minister on vote number 15, Traditional Affairs?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, given that the Department acknowledges that there are many governance challenges at poorly capacitated provincial COCTA offices, what is the Department doing to bolster the role of traditional leaders as is enshrined in our Constitution so that service delivery to the citizens is effectively delivered? Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. COVID-19 has impacted negatively on global economy, particularly small businesses and rural areas. What role can traditional leaders play in boosting local economy by using available resources? And what is the department doing to assist traditional leaders in this regard? I thank you.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Oh, I regret that I'm not in a position to answer this question. I'll try and get hold of my colleague to make sure that they are on the platform to answer the question.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
I regret. I'm very sorry about this.
No, we understand. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Member.
It's Singh here. I think perhaps, just to get your guidance on this, we have not decided whether unanswered questions will be answered in writing, particularly during these sessions. Now, you rightly said that all these questions have to be answered when we are considering the vote and the decision on the vote. I wonder if you can give us guidance in that regard to unanswered questions, because the time is restricted to 2 minutes, and in a case like this where the ministers are not available to answer. Thank you.
I'll come back to you now, Honourable Singh. Yes, Honourable Member.
Chair of Chairs, from the Office of the Leader of Government Business, majority of ministers confirmed that they will be on the platform virtually to listen to the responses. It's very surprising that suddenly people are not on the platform, and we're discussing a very, very important issue. For me, budget is a priority. Other departmental matters must stand aside, and all ministers who confirm that they are going to be on the platform have to be on the platform. We cannot run around like this when ministers have confirmed that they're going to be there. What is more priority than a budget than actually doing that? So that's why I want to raise from us that there were confirmations, and we can give you the list of those confirmations.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Singh, I understand the Deputy Minister is now on the platform to respond to the questions posed to vote number 15. I'll come back in terms of written replies to these questions that has been asked. Honourable Tozama Mantashe, switch off your microphone, otherwise you will be removed from the platform. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable House Chair, if the question could be repeated, I was in the ablution facility.
You see, this is exactly what the Honourable Papu was referring to. We understand you're not the Deputy Minister specifically for Traditional Affairs. So may I please request the Honourable Singh and the Honourable Radebe to repeat their questions, please? This is really unacceptable.
For the third and last time, Honourable Deputy Minister, given that the Department acknowledges that there are many governance challenges at poorly capacitated provincial COCTA offices, what is the Department doing to bolster the role of traditional leaders as is enshrined in our Constitution so that service delivery to the citizens is effectively delivered and that the Office of Traditional Leaders are properly resourced? Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Honourable Deputy Minister, there's another question from the ANC. I will expect you to respond to both at the same time.
Thanks.
Honorable Hadebe.
Thank you. Third time lucky, DM Thau. COVID-19 has impacted negatively on global economy, particularly small businesses and rural areas. What role can traditional leaders play in boosting local economy by using available resources? And what is the department doing in assisting traditional leaders in this regard? I thank you.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much once again, Honorable House Chair. My apologies once again. And the questions are probably related because the programs that we've been working on in this regard are related. The first is in relation to partnership development. The department has developed partnership with a whole range of private sector partners to implement agricultural development programs in rural areas, particularly in areas that are under traditional leadership. And these partnerships are beginning to yield results, and we can make those details available with regards to the results. The second area of focus has been on ensuring that through the community work program, we're able to support traditional leaders in developing programs, including debushing of sites and creation of job opportunities and agricultural development initiatives. So it's a relationship between the Department of Cooperative Governance and that of Traditional Affairs, which are two distinct departments, but in this regard, implementing the community work program. And lastly, Honorable Chair, is in relation to broadly supporting through legislation, facilitating the traditional leaders are able to actively assume their role. And this we've been working on in terms of ensuring that legislation is passed that would enable not just recognition of traditional leaders, but ensuring their capacitation, support, and institutional development so that they are able to undertake their responsibilities. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, I also wish to remind honorable members that your follow-up question or the question that you're asking must be in terms of the adjustment that has been made. It cannot be a general question. And that is why the Honorable Minister of Finance could really not answer, because he deals with the adjustments in the budget. So please restrict your questions to the adjustments. We're dealing with the adjustment budget that has been introduced by the Honorable Minister. We get to vote number 16, Basic Education, the IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable Minister, when will the Minister address the nation, giving information on which papers have leaked, when rewriting shall take place, and how much time will learners be given to prepare themselves for rewriting? Thank you, Chairperson.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. As the ANC, we welcome the presidential employment intervention, which allocated funds to create 300,000 opportunities for young people to be engaged as education and school assistants at schools throughout the country. These opportunities will provide skills and experience for youth and unemployed. Minister, how will the support enhance the effective functioning of schools under the pandemic, and what type of support will these young people provide? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister of Basic Education or the Deputy Minister?
No, I'm here. I'll just pull off the road. To the IFP chair, that's why I'm still in the car. I'm from directly announcing that we will have a matric rewrite because of the leaked papers. I just had a press conference now, and the maths paper will be written on the 15th of this month, and the fiscal science paper will be written on the 17th. So the learners have less than 5 days to prepare, but there was nothing we could do because we had no other time that we could allocate. So indeed, we've taken a decision and we've just announced that there will be a matric rewrite. On the question from the ANC in terms of the young people who are going to assist us in schools, we are currently training them, inducting them. We have been working with a company that works with young people to help screen, identify, and get those young people for us. We're working with the SETAs to make sure that we can skill them accordingly. The janitors are being skilled through our SETA program. but also with our infrastructure program. But for instance, the teacher assistants were also working with a number of NGOs to help us train them and prepare them for next year. And indeed, it's going to help us to claw back on the time that we have lost in terms of teaching and learning because we couldn't teach properly. So they will help us with the recovery program, and the janitors will help us also with the programs of fixing our infrastructure so that when schools reopen next year, we would have improved our infrastructure. Thank you very much, Chair.
We proceed to vote number 17, Higher Education and Training, the Freedom Front Plus.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, this department's budget was cut with nearly 10 billion rand parliamentary grant and deficit included. This means more cost-effective ways of offering higher education is becoming essential. That is why your ministerial task team into UNISA is so important. The demise of UNISA will do more damage than Fitch or Standards and Poor's can. You mentioned mission drift with increase of full-time students, management problems after the merger with Technicon SA, and instability in senior management. Clearly, the future of UNISA is at stake, and it corresponds to our informal information. This is ominous. One does not apply people of that caliber because one heard something nasty at the braai. Honourable Minister, we all look forward to the report, but thinking of certain persons, what exactly in the mentioned terms troubled you so much that these eminent persons were involved? Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. The post-school education and training sector has been significantly affected by the first and second appropriation adjustment. The second appropriation adjustment will have an impact on infrastructure investment in TVET colleges, CET colleges, and in universities. Noting the impact of the adjustments, what impact will that have in terms of the student housing infrastructure program? Will we be able to meet our targets, our target of having 300,000 beds over 10 years, and in terms of us meeting our targets in implementing the various infrastructure projects within the time of which we have set? Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Higher Education and Training.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. This is Buti Manamela, Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Science and Innovation. I'm going to be responding to the questions. Firstly, the Minister has received the report from the task team on UNISA, and he is considering the report and will be and the recommendations that have been made by the report. And part of those recommendations includes, amongst others, the appointment of an independent assessor and all of that. The Minister is doing everything together with the department to ensure that we stabilize the situation at UNISA, and we are aware of the concerns that are being raised. Secondly, as it relates to the student housing infrastructure program, obviously all the departments and government in its entirety has been affected by the budget cuts, but we're hoping that over time we will be able to get back on track as it relates to the student housing infrastructure program and the targeted 300,000 beds in the next 10 years. We are quite hopeful that all of those targets will be met. Thank you very much for those questions.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. Honourable members, we proceed to vote number 18. I recognize the DA.
Minister Mkhize, we have seen a rising number of COVID-19 cases around the country. The worst affected area is the area with the least amount of capacity to deal with this crisis, the Nelson Mandela Bay area. The President has announced some stringent measures to help curb the spread of the virus, which is modeled on some kind of lockdown. The reality is that we need to start looking at long-term solutions for dealing with this pandemic, and part of that is a comprehensive procurement and rolling out plan for a vaccine. Reports have indicated this week that South Africa may have missed the deadline for the first part of COVAX vaccine procurement process. If this is the case, who dropped the ball? Is it you or National Treasury? What is the process that needs to be followed, and what were the timelines for South Africa to receive a vaccine to protect its frontline workers and the most vulnerable people?
The EFF. The EFF. The NFP. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, based on the adjustments that were made in the budgets allocated to the Department of Health as a result of COVID-19, with the second wave that is hitting us right now, what are the challenges you're expecting your department to experience in terms of financial resources? And very importantly, how did we identify only Nelson Mandela Bay as a hotspot and not areas in the Garden Route and in the Free State, of course, where many of these have a very high infection and fatality rate?
The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC rises in support of the second adjustment appropriation bill. The important role played by our frontline healthcare workers during this pandemic cannot be overlooked. ANC welcomed the additional allocation of funds towards Program 3 and 6. Under Program 3, an additional 213.371 million is allocated for the appointment and training of community healthcare workers and outreach teams leaders. Under Program 6, an additional 180.2 million is allocated for appointment of enrolled assistants or auxiliary nurses. Minister, how will this additional allocation assist the department's fight against COVID-19 pandemic, given the possibility of a resurgence of the second wave? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I hope I can be heard and seen. Is Deputy Minister Pasha here?
Proceed, Honourable
Firstly,
Minister.
on the question from the DA, I don't know whether Honourable Kwahube was listening. I think the Minister of Finance did deal with this matter earlier on about the issue of the vaccine. That indeed the information that we have missed the boat is not correct, that we're still in time. Financial resources have been allocated through the Solidarity Fund, and the DG of Health has already, together with the National Treasury, finalized the agreement which will be signed with COVAX. That door remains open, and we are indeed with a deposit from the Solidarity Fund. We are still in time to make to get our place within accessing the COVAX vaccine. On the NFP, there was not only Nelson Mandela Bay, which was identified, as honourable members would remember last night when the President spoke. He also mentioned that the Garden Route in the Western Cape is also a hotspot, but there is some work which needs to be done. As we speak now, Minister Mkhize is in the Garden Route area, assessing the capacity and the situation there, so that when measures are undertaken, it will be in line with the situation on the ground. Lastly, from the ANC, indeed, the allocation to community health workers and enrolled nursing assistants is very important, both in fighting COVID-19, but also integrated approach, because we're moving forward, we're moving in an integrated approach, screening for COVID-19, community education. We combine COVID-19 screening and education together with other communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases. The enrolled nurses will be working with the professional nurses and also with the doctors to look after the quarantine sites, the isolation sites, and also in the hospitals where people who are quite sick are also being looked after. So that is our response, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. We go to vote number 19, Social Development, the Democratic Alliance.
This budget is in direct contradiction to President Ramaphosa's economic reform plan.
as the welfare system is not sustainable and insufficient to break the cycle of poverty. Our country cannot reform when 55% of the country is trapped at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, level 1, focusing on basic needs of food, water, shelter, and safety, surviving on less than 33 Rand a day. All while the ANC is salivating at level 5, focusing on self-fulfillment with a desire to become the most it can be. Minister, do you honestly believe that this budget reflects meaningful social protection, which is needed for vulnerable groups, individuals, and communities to become capable and self-reliant as per DSD's new mandate?
The IFP.
Pass.
Al-Jama.
We covered, Honourable Chair.
ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. While the importance of social grants for the poor and vulnerable among us cannot be overstated, what is government planning to do to ensure that this program of social grants remains economically sustainable, given the fact that the number of needy people continues to increase while budgets are also being reduced? Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. Holobye, ku ya hi ku hungutiwa ka leswa timali leswa miavanyiso ya timali ku ringana na mazana ya timiliyoni ti ri nkombo ti vuye ti tekiwa ti yisiwa aka ku pfuna leswa SRD. Holobye, hi kombela ku ri leswaku mi avanyelana na vaaki va Afrika-Dzonga leswaku hi swihi swipimelo leswi swi nga kona ku vona ku ri leswaku timali ti kume hi vanhu lava nga hlahluviwa na lava nga tlhela va ringanelela ku ri va nga kuma mali leyi. Xana i xihi lexi mi nga xi endla leswi sivelaka ku ri vanhu lava nga na vugungundzwana lava nga nghenisa voko ra vona va nga heleleta hi va vona va ri kwihi na khensa?
The Honourable Minister of Social Development. The Honourable Minister of Social Development or the Deputy Minister. Honourable Minister.
Hello, Chairperson. Yes. My apologies. Chairperson, the network is very bad. I'm in Calvinia, so I've been trying to move a bit. I could not hear the question of the ACDP at all.
May I ask Reverend Meshu of the ACDP to repeat his question so that the Honourable Minister can hear it?
Okay, Chairperson, I'll do so. While the importance of social grants for the poor and vulnerable among us cannot be overstated, what is government planning to do to ensure that programs of social grants remains economically sustainable, given the fact that the number of needy people continues to increase while budgets are being reduced? Thank you.
Honourable Mvana, switch off your microphone. Honourable Minister, Minister Zulu.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, we can't hear you. Honourable Minister, what I suggest you do is try to get into a place where you are, where the connection is better. And
I request that I stay off the video
That's fine, Minister.
Because the network is very bad. I'm in Calvinia, but I hope that I'm being.
No, your video is off, Honorable Minister. You may continue. Honorable Minister, we are going to come back to vote number 19 for you. Get into a place or get the Honorable Deputy Minister to respond on your behalf. We'll get back to vote number 19. Get into a place where there's a better connection. Vote number 20, there's no question. Vote 21, there's no question. Vote 22, there's no question. Vote 23 is defense. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chairperson. This was an embarrassing year for the Defence Force and must be taken into account when considering the budget vote. It's not all about more money, but whether it is the best value and the highest defence priorities for the little available, and whether the Minister, as the Executive, ethically and morally acted in the best interest of South Africa. This budget vote clearly is in direct contradiction to President Ramaphosa's economic reform plan. Minister, your ANC visit to Zimbabwe, #JetGate, for which we now know no record of official government meetings exist. Your defense against the Khoza family after the killing of Collins Khoza, and the wasteful and irregular and illegal 250 million rand import of useless COVID medicine from Cuba certainly questions your executive commitment and competency. Given all, how will you convince us that this budget entrusted to you, your management and the Military Command Council should be supported? I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The Minister, this week the media reported that SANDF is partnering with Agri-SA to sharpen its approach to the rollout of Kobatlala. Is the Minister in a position to give us details on the program and what it seeks to achieve? Thank you, Chair.
I've been informed that both the Minister and Deputy Minister is incapacitated, and that the Honourable Minister of Finance will reply to this question. Honourable Minister of Finance, can you assist us?
Thank you very much, House Chair. Fortunately, on the defence matters, I'm a bit more informed. In the first instance, concerning the Zimbabwe issue, I think the President has dealt decisively with this matter. He has reprimanded the Minister, and so that is a common cause. As far as whether our Defence Force is ready to protect the country, to the extent that I'm aware, and from conversations that I've had with the higher-ranking officers in the Defence Force, yes, they are ready, and there are constraints, but they are working on those issues. As far as the operation to try and grow our own food for the Defence Force, I understand as well that the program has been well thought out, and discussions are going on with the most competent private sector agencies and in agriculture, to the best of my knowledge. That's what I can say, House Chair. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Honourable Minister. I put vote number 24, IPIT, there's no question. Vote number 25, Justice and Constitutional Development, the Freedom Front Plus.
House Chair, House Chair, if I may, we skipped very fast past vote 20. I've just checked with the table. The DA did indicate that we had a speaker listed for vote 20. I know it's very unusual to request this of you, and I should have picked it up earlier and I didn't, but could I ask you to please just take us back to vote 20 for my member to ask a question?
I'll consider doing so. Suffice to say, on the copy that they've given me now, there's no indication that the DA wanted to put a question to the Minister. Otherwise, they would have called it. But let's proceed with Justice and Constitutional Development, and then we'll return to that. Justice and Constitutional Development, the Freedom Front Plus. The Freedom Front Plus. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, to build a capable developmental and ethical state, it is important to tackle corruption and build strong state institutions such as the NPA. We welcome the filling of critical vacancies and the commitment to reinstate the full aspirant prosecutor program. Of the new recruits that will be coming in, will the NPA be absorbing them after completion of the program in order to strengthen the prosecutorial capacity and maintain the stability within the NPA? Thank you, Chairperson.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. I will request to use without video. I'm in a my network is very big. Yes, indeed, the program will strengthen the pipeline for the NPA to develop top-of-the-notch prosecutors that will enable us to continue with effective services for the NPA. And indeed, the aspirant prosecutors that will be recruited will be absorbed within the institution of the NPA as a layer of a new generation of prosecutors that will continue to infuse new life into the NPA. And this program, as you are aware, House Chair, it will further benefit the NPA because they have to recruit, it will also enable them to recruit amongst the best students in the universities across the country, which they were denied at some point, which we believe this will do a lot to revive this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Chair, point of order, Chair.
What is the point of order, Honourable Member?
I'm asking to make a declaration on health because my name was sent, but I have not made my declaration.
No, I called for the EFF and you were not there. I did recognize the EFF. We have gone past that vote now. The Minister has responded, or the Deputy Minister at least has responded, and we unfortunately...
It's not a question, Chair.
No, whether it is a declaration or whatever you wanted to do, we have gone past that vote. The Deputy Minister has responded, and according to the procedure and the rules, we then go to the next vote. We are now on vote 26, military veterans. There's no question. Vote 27, Office of the Chief Justice. There's no question. Vote 28, police, the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, my question is, considering the budget cuts and obviously the adjusted budget then, my question is, how do the police now plan to tackle the underperformance in the following areas of their responsibility? One, crime prevention. The second one is the non-effective rural safety plan to curb farm attacks and farm murders. The betrayal of victims of gender-based violence by their dismal performance to test DNA samples and the inability to fix the central firearm register. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The EFF. Vote 28, police. The EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson. The dysfunctionality of the police has been laid bare for all to see over the past year. It has been shown that the South African police were never at any stage capable of resolving policing problems in this country. It is right under the watch of the police that we have seen the escalation of gender-based violence in this country. The police are woefully incapable of investigating and bringing perpetrators of the gender-based violence crimes to justice. Many of these cases go unreported because women in this country have little faith in the police, and that in some instances, it is the police themselves who perpetrated these heinous crimes. While our approach to fighting crime must take into consideration that crime is a socio-economic consequence and should be fundamentally uprooted by economically developing our communities and providing criminals with quality jobs and careers, there must be actions taken daily to make criminals pay. There must be satellite police stations that will be open 24/7 in every ward of the country where there currently is no police stations. This will allow police to zoom in on criminal hotspots and apprehend criminals much quicker. Each police station must have officers with specialized skills to deal with cases of sexual violence against and abuse of women and children, and to support victims. There is a need to retrain all police officers so that they are able to process and investigate sexual violence and intimate partner violence crimes in a way that takes cognizance of the short-term and long-term mental and physical health of the victims. The police are unable today to deal with organized crime in an effective manner because very many of them are in the pockets of the drug lords. There must be a thorough audit of lifestyles of police, more especially those serving in the drug-infested areas such as camp flats. And then we reject this vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. What is the average national response time for alpha complaints received from the public at 10,111 centers compared to what is on the government website? And how does the reduced budget impact on 10,111 centers and the response time? Thank you.
The ANC. Vote 28, please. The ANC. I recognize the Minister or the Deputy Minister of Police to respond to the questions that was put. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Minister will respond. I'll start with the last question of the Honourable Mfundisi. The response time is different on different areas. For instance, there will be a longer distance from police station to the point where the matter has been raised. But the average is between 19 and 21 minutes. That has been the average on the places where it's far. And it would be between 16 and 17 on that's average on the places where police stations could be closer. The second one, the Honourable Member of the FF, we are specializing on the question of the gender-based violence. And that's why we've got 5,534 people that are doing life, not just are in prison, are doing life because of the speciality that the police are showing there, and many other cases that are solved by the police, including Palisa Mandela, that the perpetrator was found guilty only yesterday. There are cases that are solved, so it's not true that the members of the police are not really up to the job when it comes to those matters. Training, it cannot be all the police. We are specializing, and other police will be trained on other matters. Indeed, there will be police that will be corrupt, but many police, thousands of them, are good men and women in blue that are doing their work. When it comes to the first question, what do we do with the matters, especially the matters of the DNA? The member that has asked the question from DA, you know that we have put the new board chaired by the capable senior counsel on that one, and we have given the time frames when these things are going to be fixed within the budget that is there. So the member is just repeating because but all those answers and are well understood by the portfolio committee of which the member is part of it. In terms of budget, we'll work with what we have, and we'll work within the budget we have to give the answers to all other questions. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Members, I want to return to vote number 20, Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The Minister is on the platform and the Minister is ready to respond. The DA? No.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities continues to be a reminder to all South Africans of the failure of government to address the urgent challenges of gender-based violence in the country. Now, I would like to ask the Minister, who has recently approved the appointment of one of her directors' wife into the position of Director of Rights of People with Disabilities, who is the wife of one of the officials within her department. Does the minister believe that it is correct that an official in her department appoints his wife into a position using his powers? Thank you very much, House Chair.
Is there a question from the ANC on vote number 20, women, youth and persons with disabilities? Honourable Minister, you may respond. The Honourable Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Sorry, House Chair, ANC.
Okay. Proceed, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Noting that yesterday marked the end of the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. Persons with disabilities often feel ostracized and lack proper care thereof. Honourable Minister, other than the awareness programs on the day, has the department allocated resources and considered having partnership with the Department of Social Development to conduct clinical visits for persons with disabilities in less privileged communities and remote areas? Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Honourable members, we have checked that the Minister is on the platform, and the Minister indeed is on the platform. There may be a problem. I will return to vote number 20 as well. I'll proceed now with vote 29, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. The DA.
Honourable Chairperson, the importance of the agriculture.
Honourable Member of the EFF, what is your point of order?
Why are we able to return to other votes, but you can't return to the health vote, which I've asked for?
Honourable Member, the vote that you wanted to participate in was completed in full. The Minister also responded.
It was not, because I had not spoken.
No.
That's why I asked us to return, because I had not spoken.
No, Honourable Member, I've ruled on the matter.
Is the case even now?
We have, no, it's not the same, Honourable Member. We have completed that vote. And we are now on vote number 29. And that's why I'm recognizing the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chairperson. The importance of the agricultural sector was clearly demonstrated during the COVID period. Despite these excellent efforts by the sector, the Department of Agriculture continues to fail the farmers and only achieved 69% of its annual targets. Worse than this, the Land Reform and Rural Development Department could not even submit their annual report. The department blames COVID-19 for its poor performance. Shame on you. The cuts in the budget is in direct contradiction to President Ramaphosa's economic reform plan to ensure a thriving agricultural sector. Could the Minister confirm that all staff without comorbidities is back at work? And what is being done to ensure that the department function to its full capacity and deliver on the President's economic reform plan? Thank you, Chairperson.
The EFF. Vote 29, the EFF. The Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. Under Programme 3, the Presidential Employment Intervention is added. The Department of Labour has been tasked with job creation.
House Chair.
Honourable Member from the EFF, do you want to participate in this vote?
Yes.
Okay, I'll come back to you. The Honourable Member of the Freedom Front Plus is on the floor. As soon as they are done with their input, then I will get to you. Thank you. The Freedom Front Plus, you may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Department of Labour has been tasked with job creation for many years, has an expanded mandate since the start of the 6th Parliament to create jobs and have not succeeded. What will this addition entail for the Department of Agriculture? How will sustainable jobs be created if the department tasked with it could not? Or will the department employ temporary workers and call it jobs created? Because, Honourable Minister, no government can create employment sustainably. It should, however, create a conducive environment for job creation. This intervention program is a waste of valuable funds. I thank you, Chairperson.
The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chairperson, it is no accident that today, 26 years after the attainment of political freedom, 26 years after the attainment of political freedom, only less than 10% of the land has been transferred back to black people, the rightful owners. The constitutional of the dispossessor, the rights of the dispossessed. It is for this reason that we argue vehemently that we must amend Section 25 of the Constitution as a matter of agency in order to correct this historical injustice that, even within the limits, spectacularly after the enactment of the Constitution of tenure rights of those whose tenure to land is perilous. As a result, many of those living and working on farms are evicted on a daily basis. 24 years later, there is no comprehensive land redistribution policy or legislation. As a result, we have been limping from one redistribution policy to another, which have led to the enrichment of those in the leadership of the ruling party, more than widespread redistribution of land, where land is given to those through network of patronage. We need swift changes in the way we conceptualize land reform. And that must come from a department with a vision for and determination to return back the land to those from whom it was stolen. We reject this budget vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Al-Jama. Al-Jama, the ANC. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The Honourable Minister, the Budgetary Review and Recommendations report of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development noted the fact that lack of adequate funding has on the implementation of the department's programs. There is a specific recommendation on reprioritization of unused funds within the department to address the sectoral disasters such as droughts and diseases outbreaks, rather than surrendering the funds to national revenue. Can the Honourable Minister explain how the department intends on initiating engagements with the Minister of Finance on the reprioritization of unused funds, and what is it the possibility of extending the application of these unused funds towards funding agricultural rural infrastructure programs? I thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honourable members, and in particular those members who have raised questions and made comments from the Portfolio Committee on Agricultural Land Reform and Rural Development. Some of the statements have actually been the reflections that are being made by parties on their own assessment of what is working or what is not working. For instance, the issue raised by Honourable Steyn with respect to the capacity in the department, yes, that we're working on, and I'm sure she appreciates that this department is one of those that have been reconfigured after 2019 national and provincial elections. So it's work in progress, but that doesn't mean we're not doing and delivering on the mandate that we have. The specific question Honourable Steyn asked, it's whether all the members of the department are back at work. Yes, they are. And actually, even during COVID, there were members of staff that were working, particularly in the deeds registry, some of them within the department's veterinary services, in accordance with the regulations that were there level by level. The issue raised by Honourable Briere in respect of the mass employment stimulus that had been announced by the president. Clearly, when it comes to agriculture, if Honorable Briet noted in the speech of the president, that allocation of 1 billion is for support to subsistence farmers who actually, as she knows, that farmers are actually self-employed. They also employ additional workers, those who can have the capacity to do so. But at subsistence level, which is really family farms, a lot of those people are not just working for food security, but it's actually self-employment and therefore contribute to the food security of the country as well as economy. So that 1 billion will go towards subsistence farmer support. With regards to the issue raised by Honorable Muntwedi on speeding up Section 25, amendment of Section 25 of the Constitution, indeed, we are waiting that the legislature, including himself as a member of parliament, will do what is necessary after the consultations that have been finished, so that as they finalize the legislation and we all approve the legislation, we will then be able to implement. But I must say that on the side of government, through the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Expropriation Act has actually been tabled in Parliament and is now in the Portfolio Committee, who will actually ensure that there is a clearer framework on how expropriation will be undertaken in this country. Amending the Act of 1975. In respect of the issue raised by Honorable Mandela about the need for the department to engage Ministry of Finance around the reprioritization of funds for disasters. In terms of our own system as a country that has been approved, actually the work on disaster in terms of appropriation and allocation of funds lie with the Ministry of Local Government, with whom we actually collaborate. What we do as a department is to work with the various farmer organizations and farm workers, those who are affected by all sorts of disasters that impact on agriculture, and actually use the necessary systems that are allowed in terms of our legislative framework to appeal for resources where that is necessitated.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Your time is now expired. Thank you very
much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, we put vote number 30, Communications and Digital Technologies. There's no question. Vote 31, Employment and Labour, the DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. The official unemployment rate is a staggering 30.8%, the highest in 12 years. Yet this budget is in direct contradiction to President Ramaphosa's economic reform plan. The budget takes away money from the one functioning entity in the department's orbit, the CCMA. It continues unproductively to pour money down the sinkhole of Productivity SA. If this government wants to enable the private sector to create jobs, then it should put its budget where its mouth is. Minister, are you prepared to, 1, exempt small firms from extended collective bargaining agreements, 2, make it easier for companies to hire workers and tackle youth unemployment with a real youth wage subsidy, 3, let individual economic sectors set their own minimum wages. In the absence of such reforms, the DA cannot support this budget. Thank you.
The Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. Honourable Minister, as the previous colleague has mentioned, our unemployment rate is north of 30%. The department's mandate was expanded to include employment creation. There has been no meaningful progress on this front. Productivity South Africa has concerns. They themselves have concerns about their status as a going concern. The director of the CCMA all but pled with the Portfolio Committee over the immense strain on their resources and commissioners. The compensation fund is under intervention with a turnaround strategy, and you yourself refused to extend UIF TERS to 15 November, citing strain on the UIF funds. In light of this, how do you envisage the department giving effect to this expanded mandate of employment creation amidst our unemployment crisis with a reduced budget to their disposal when they are already struggling to deliver on their responsibilities. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, I'm sure you've picked up during the course of COVID-19 the serious challenges and the number of companies that have not been registering their staff. Over and above the fact that foreign companies in South Africa are employing foreigners and paying them a very low rate, not registered. What measures will you put in place together with the local municipalities and authorities to have some kind of link so that when licenses are issued to these businesses, that you in your department is able to pick up this and ensure that these employees that are working there are all registered? Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, House.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, House Chair.
Who is now saying thank you? Is the Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, can you just allow the ANC to make to ask a question?
My apologies, Chair.
We'll get back to you. Continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. Deputy Minister, about 4.7 million South African workers have received income support to the tune of approximately 53 billion through the Temporary Employer-Employee Relief Scheme. We have been informed that the need is still great amongst workers who have been laid off due to their companies being forced to close. And unions have demanded an extension of the temporary scheme. There have been also allegations that the UIF is not financially sustainable. The questions: what is the state of the finances of the UIF currently? Secondly, why does government not consider extending the Temporary Employer-Employees Relief Scheme in order to meet the needs of workers who are still in economic dire strait? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. My apologies once more. I was too fast. Let me start with the last question posed by Honourable Nonsele. I think at this point in time, the UIF is liquid. There's still some funds that we can go ahead to pay our normal UIF benefits to those who qualify. But I must also indicate, honourable members, the fact that the forecast of our actuaries warned that should we continue beyond the agreed or the declared time frame and timeline, we will not be able to cope with additional claims, and we cannot perpetually continue to carry on paying claims. At some point, we need to stop. Remember that when workers are returned, we have to pay them benefits for at least a period of 12 months. And during that period, the UIF loses income from both the workers' contributions and including the employers' contributions. So it is really unsustainable to continue paying tax money indefinitely. Thank you for that. But also, if I come to the question that talks to the business licenses that was raised by honourable member, I think from the NFP, the issue of the business licenses, and I think we need to agree, honourable members, that through the district development model, some of these issues should be channeled through local government, through this model, and we need to work together, not only as the Department of Employment and Labour, but there are many other departments that needs to be included in this whole thing, through us and through other departments, Department of Home Affairs, through LEDs within the various municipalities, and through the model of the district development model. So we will not be able to really, on our own, come and finalize the issue of business licenses, because the business licenses should come from the local municipalities. Remember, there is no national office where we are supposed to be operating in the space, but we have to operate through our local municipalities. On issue raised by, I think, honourable member from the DA on the issues of CCMA, but firstly, honourable members, I think, for a lack of a better word, it is not true. I think it's totally false that only the CCMA is functioning and operating well. As much as we are delighted about the vote of confidence to this particular entity from the DA, I need also to indicate the fact that all the decisions that are taken by government are decisions that are induced by conditions. And we are operating in conditions that are not on our own choosing. We don't choose the material conditions. And it is my wish, honorable members, that, and our wish as a department, that as much as it is everybody's wish, instead of taking money away from entities like the CCMA, we must inject more money on the CCMA. We agreed on that one. But COVID-19 has forced government to adjust its budget. And there's really nothing that we could do that. We had not actually foreseen such a pandemic coming. We are now busy.
Honourable Deputy Minister, your time is now expired. Thank you. Honourable members, I put vote 32, Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, the NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, I've highlighted this problem previously, and particularly it is the installation and erection of the cell phone mask and the rolling out of the 5Gs. And there's ample evidence to show the high risks to one's health. And these things are continuously being rolled out with no engagement, very little or no participation with communities. What is your department willing to do to address this problem so that communities are involved in this and not put at any risk?
The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honourable Minister, it is important to build a sustainable and environmentally friendly economy. The same is true for post-COVID-19 economic recovery plan. The chemical and waste management achieved only 50% of its target, and the environmental program only about 27%. What are the challenges experienced by the department that led to poor performance in these two programs, and what are the plans to help create jobs for young people and women of this country? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, and thank you to the Honourable members for the questions. Let me start with the issue of the 5G. I think I have indicated to the Honourable member in the past, this matter falls under the health portfolio, but as I can see that he is deeply concerned about it, I will write to the Minister of Health in this regard. With regard to the issue that has been raised on environmental programs and the chemicals and waste branch, I share the concern of the honourable members that we need to see all government departments and particularly branches in my portfolio achieving at least an 80% achievement rate. And I don't regard it as being adequate to say by way of explanation that over 60% of the targets were work in progress. I don't think it's adequate. And in this regard, I have recently recruited a new Deputy Director General for Environmental Programs who started at the beginning of November. And we are in the process of recruiting a new Deputy Director General for the Waste Management Branch. And I think that these new leaders will assist us in terms of achieving the requisite standard of performance. One would want to say, however, that with regard to environmental programs, work opportunities created were 73,000 against a target of 67,000. So in that regard, I think we did do better than projected. And with regard to youth beneficiation from environmental programs, 53,000 youth benefited from these programs as opposed to a target of 44,000. Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, we go to vote 33, Human Settlements, the ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, while the National Housing Finance Corporation was commendably leveraged funds of 1.1 billion from the private sector, resulting in the delivery of 2972 housing units. Clearly, much more needs to be done, but we appreciate the budgetary constraints as pointed out by the adjustment budget we're dealing with today. One of the impacts of the budget is that the majority of the disclosed fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the current year was caused by interest and penalties charged on late payments to creditors at the National Housing Finance Corporation. Clearly, this can be avoided. And the question is, Minister, what is going to be done going forward to ensure that the creditors are paid in due time to avoid interest and late penalties that will save the department a lot of funds? I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honourable Minister, can we just give an opportunity to the ANC to ask the question, and then you can respond to both questions at the same time? The ANC. Is there a question from the ANC? Honourable Minister, you may respond.
Thank you very much, House Chair. To the Honourable Member, NHFC has had its difficulties. This is largely due to the fact that we in the legislature have not quite completed the legislation that provides them with the statutory regulations and support to make them an independent bank to do what is required. And so we have been limping along, waiting for the legislation to kick in place. However, we have restructured the NHFC, restructured the board, and we have put all three previously independent banks together. And it is in this process of putting together this bank that we have had some of the glitches that you are dealing with. And wasteful expenditure is indeed part of the problems that we are trying to deal with, especially when it accrues from late payment. And the legislation is very clear that all payments should be done within 60 days. We promise that when the legislation is in place and the bank is fully functional, we will be launching it, and thereafter we will not have most of the glitches that we've experienced in the past. But we're glad that there has been some surplus that has been provided to us, and we've been able to build the 2,972 units. We hope that next year we'll be recording, 3 times more than that. But the biggest drawback in the establishment of the NHFC as a bank is with the legislature, as we await the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I put vote 34, Mineral Resources and Energy. The DA.
Thank you, Chairperson. Our country is crippled by an electricity shortage that can be laid firmly at the feet of the ANC government because of policy uncertainty, a regulatory and licensing quagmire, and a dysfunctional and mismanaged public electricity entity, namely Eskom. There is broad consensus on the need for a properly independent transmission and system market operator. Yet earlier this year, when the DA gave you an opportunity to put such a structure in place with the EMO bill, you and your colleagues rejected our proposal, and I quote, with contempt. You didn't seriously engage it or seek to find a compromise. And now you're pursuing a nuclear agenda at a time when we can least afford it. Minister, we have been down this road before. Instead of going for the quick wins to secure South Africa's electricity supply, you are seeking the ones which line your own pockets. This budget is in direct contradiction to President Ramaphosa's economic reform plan. Minister, will you commit to opening our grid to independent power producers as a matter of urgency, instead of spending billions we can ill afford on a nuclear boondoggle?
The ANC.
Point of order.
Yes, Honourable Member, what's the point of order?
The member said that the minister is pursuing the nuclear approach to line his pockets. Now, I'm surprised because he hasn't submitted a substantive motion to expatiate the fact that the minister wants to line his pocket through that nuclear energy approach.
Honourable Member, did you say that?
House Chair, can I read you the line that
please do.
I said, instead of going for the quick wins to secure South Africa's electricity supply, you are seeking the ones which can line your own pockets.
You must withdraw that remark.
I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thanks, House Chairperson. A short while ago, there was an explosion at the Cape Town refinery. This morning, there was an explosion at the engine refinery, which fortunately did not result in the loss of life. However, will this explosion potentially lead to an increase in the importance of refined petroleum products in the country, creating pressure on the balance of payment? And what is the government plan to discuss plant reliability with the owners of the domestic refineries, as domestic refinery plays an important economic role? And to Honorable Chiro, I think he must make an agent call to Papa Bushiri in Malawi to pray for him so that she's recognized next time. Thanks, House Chair.
Honourable, I've been informed, honourable members, that the Minister of Tourism will respond to the questions. The Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me start with the matter that has been raised by Honourable Mayam. Firstly, in terms of the IRP, all energy technologies are being reflected there. It's a policy. There is policy certainty. So the issue of nuclear, it was not an issue that Minister Mandashe has issued a tender or anything. It's the request for information to test the market, if indeed there is an interest in the market. But if you look in terms of other technologies such as renewables, there's been work that has been done. You are saying, Honourable Member, the Minister and the Department of Minerals, Resources and Energy has not responded to the President's economic reconstruction and recovery, which is not true. If you look in terms of the commitment in terms of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, you'd note that in terms of the work that needs to be done to fast-track the regeneration and license for own use, that has been implemented. You look at implementation of the framework agreement for social compact for supporting ESCOM. Minister Gordhan has finalized that work. We are waiting for a date for the social partners to sign. To ensure operational and financial sustainability at ESCOM, work has been done. We can tell you in terms of the work in looking at the capacity beyond 2021-2022 financial year, but also ESCOM is implementing a generation recovery plan, which is in the process of actually procuring additional capacity to balance the system. So there's work that is being done. If you look in terms of diversifying of energy resources within the just transition in context, DMRE released the request for information or proposal for emergency risk mitigation independent power producer procurement program for 2,000 megawatts in September 2020. All this is in line with what the President has announced in terms of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. I'm not so sure which plan are you reading, Honourable Member. Please read the correct plan, and then we can be able to account as government in terms of the program. Actually, we commend on Minister Mandashe and team in the work so far that they have done in terms of the progress around the request for information, around additional generation capacity, and around own use in terms of the work. So do look at what NERSA is doing.
Honourable Minister,
terms of the issue,
the time has now expired. Thank you. The next vote is vote 35, Science and Innovation. There's no question. Vote 36, Small Business Development, Al-Jamaa. Al-Jamaa.
We covered, Al-Jamaa is covered, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Vote 37, Sports, Arts and Culture. The NFP. May I remind honourable members that we deal with the adjustment, not general questions that are put to the Minister. I'm going to rule you out of order if you do so. The NFP.
No, thank you, Chairperson. The NFP is covered. Thank you.
We then proceed to vote 38, Tourism, the Democratic Alliance.
Sorry, Honourable Chairperson, I think there was a question from the ANC on vote 37.
No, I've been informed that the question has been withdrawn.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. Tourism, the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair.
This government is excellent at practicing double speak, as it's done in tourism, where it's preached that tourism is a key economic driver and job creator, but does nothing about it. In fact, it does the very opposite by making it difficult for this underfunded sector to flourish. That's been the direct cause of thousands of jobs this year, of their loss of jobs this year. Of all sectors, it was tourism that was the hardest hit, thanks to this government's economic destructive and job-destroying lockdown. To make it worse, government deducted R1 million from its budget. It's clear that all this and the slashing of the budget is a direct contradiction to President Ramaphosa's economic reform plan. Tourism can still contribute to economic recovery and job creation if a reform plan is indeed implemented. What is the Minister doing to ensure that the tourism sector grows and reforms in such a manner that jobs are also created in the sector? Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair of Chairs, the President in absentia and the Speakership, the Honourable Chief Whip, the Honourable members of this august House. I greet you in the name of the African National Congress and its allies this afternoon. Honourable House Chair, the ANC is in support of vote 38. However, my question on the vote directed to the Minister is as follows. Honourable Minister, recently you have had meetings with the tourism industry representative to devise a plan of action for reviewing the industry in lieu of lifting most of the travel restrictions. As we believe that there has to be synergy between the industry and the government in order for South Africa to become a competitive destination of choice. Honourable Minister, how is your department supporting the industry not only to get back on its feet, but also to transform it? Secondly, Honourable Minister, how will the cuts in the second adjustment budget impact the work of your department? And how are you planning to mitigate the impact of these budget cuts? Thank you very much, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, House Chair. Firstly, let me indicate that as the Department of Tourism and government, we remain committed to the growth of tourism sector and also ensuring that we retain and save lives and livelihood. It is not correct to say that government was irresponsible in making sure that we have locked down because we had to save lives. We are seeing what is happening globally in terms of retention of lives, or where there are no restrictions, that you find that lives are lost. So the other issue that we have done as the tourism sector and the tourism department was to work on the tourism recovery strategy. That's speaking to in terms of making sure that we grow our domestic tourism. And we've been going across the country, ensuring that South Africans heed our call in support of the tourism sector by visiting various establishments. And we've seen in September the growth of tourism in terms of domestic tourism. And we are looking forward to South Africans supporting us even during festive season. That's why we have a summer campaign that is enriching in terms of making sure that South Africans know where to go and what is in offer in the country. We do note, yes, indeed, House Chairperson and honourable members, that we are noting that we do have cuts, but these cuts are part of a program as government to ensure that we can be able to have a fiscal sustainability, fiscal environment that is sustainable. We have reprioritized in terms of our program. We've not compromised transformational work. As you note that we would have naturally taken some of the SMMEs to global platforms as part of market access because there are no exhibitions globally, and therefore that money would not be spent. So that's why the money has been taken back to Treasury to be redirected to other areas. And the understanding is that once the markets open in terms of exhibition, in terms of global participation, we will be able to go back and participate. So that is how we have redirected the money, and that's why it makes sense to be able to take out of that. It's not out of an area of neglect or even us not knowing what we are doing. The other issue in terms of the work, we We continue to finalize our Tourism Equity Fund program. We will be launching it in January as part of the bigger transformational program that we have, that those resources remain within our portfolio and will be able to implement, Chair. So just to give assurance to the nation that government remains committed to the growth of tourism as part of the pillars and one of the greatest pillars of the economic development. And that's why you see in the recovery, economic reconstruction and recovery, tourism is one of the priorities for us to grow our economy and save jobs. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I put vote 39, Trade, Industry and Competition. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, I believe it is prudent to state up front that this budget is in direct contradiction to President Ramaphosa's economic reform plan. This government has talked tough, but has shown no follow-through in making the tough decisions necessary to turn around the ailing economy. The truth is, South Africans cannot eat aeroplane tickets. The truth is, the average civil servant earns more than the average South African will ever earn in their lifetime. The truth is that the ANC is not pro-poor. It is a party of the elite and a party for the elite. This is why we as the DA cannot support this budget in good conscience. Can the Minister please explain why he and his government have remained silent when he knows full well that this decision will push us closer to the door of the International Monetary Fund? I thank you.
Thank you. Al-Jamaa. Al-Jamaa, do you have a question on vote 39? No. ANC?
Al-Jamaa is covered, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. The ANC, vote 39, Trade, Industry and Competition. There's no question. The Honourable Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition.
Thank you very much, House Chair. May I start by respectfully disagreeing with the member of the opposition. This budget, under very difficult circumstances, seeks to address capacity for us to grow our economy. It enables, among others, that we have the resources to drive a partnership at sector level, to have master plans in the auto industry, clothing and textiles, poultry, sugar, furniture, the steel industry and others, so that we create jobs. It helps us to ensure that we have the resources to promote the African continental free trade area, which is critical to our long-term future, unlocking a market of 1.2 billion people at a summit that President Ramaphosa will be chairing tomorrow of heads of state and government. It enables us to defend our markets in respect of trade policy, to put in place the kind of measures that we did earlier this year. I'll give the example of the tariff changes we made in the poultry industry that's resulted in 1 million additional chickens being produced in South Africa every week. So from our point of view, these are real, practical, concrete steps that enable us to rebuild the economy, to recover, to reconstruct, and to ensure there are jobs for young people and jobs for South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I put vote 40, Transport, the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chair. In the past financial year, PRASA only spent 2.4 billion rand of its 10.2 billion rand budget. In the previous financial year, even less than this was spent of the 12.5 billion rand budget. Combinedly, therefore, more than 20 billion rand was banked and not used to improve train and rail infrastructure, thereby undermining the economic reform ordered by President Ramaphosa. 20 billion rand not spent while commuters and passengers rely on trains to get to work, school and home. Minister Mbalula must explain to the nation how, under his watch, PRASA ended up having more motor vehicles for PRASA staff than moving trains for citizens. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. With regard to PRASA announcement early this year that you will insource 3,100 new security officers, can the Minister provide an update on the recruitment process for the security officers, given the no security officers have been appointed as yet. That what security plan does the Plaza have in place, in particular given the higher crime rate during the festive season? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Minister, this budget does not provide for the additional money that you have promised the taxi industry. If I understand, it's probably about 2 billion rand. And you've given them a date as by when you will give them this money. Can you tell us how you're going to get this money, where you're getting this money from? And what is going to be the consequences if you're not able to give them this money?
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Minister, we congratulate you, firstly, for the sterling job you are doing to turn around PRASA. We are fully behind you as the ANC, and we fully support Vote 40 of this department. However, can you share with us what are immediate plans to turn around the situation at PRASA? You have already appointed a new board, of which we commend you. Secondly, on road transport, there has been a reduction of money, especially from the non-toll roads to the toll roads, as a result of the late decision on the GFIP, commonly known as e-tolls. Minister, can you tell this House when we can expect a decision finally on GFIP or e-tolls? Siyabulela Jola, Kuba.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I will be responding on behalf of the Minister as the Minister is held up. Let me indicate, starting with the last question on the e-tolls, we are still awaiting the Cabinet to can be able to make a pronouncement as to how we will be dealing with the GFIP matters and the non-tolled ones. But also to indicate that the new board of PRASA has come in and there's an action plan and an agreement that they have signed with the Minister as to how they will be taking issues of PRASA forward. Let's also indicate that the advent of the arrival of the new board, they have already started working in the Mabopani Central Line, an indication that there is work going on. They have been to Gibela to go and check on the trains, and hence there will be probably an indication from the board as to how to increase the locomotives, but also the coaches, which actually we have seen in the past 3 years being banned by the vandals and the vandalism that has been happening. But I also need to indicate that PRASA has had a challenge in the sense that there has been a massive turnover with respect to the board, and therefore no proper decisions have been taken, and hence there was no utilization of the funds, as the Honourable Member has rightfully said, that the money was banked without being utilized. It's precisely because there was no board that could be able to take decisions so that it can be able to guide the executive. And we believe that now that we've got a board that has been appointed, we will see a speedy turnover in terms of the programs and the processes that PRASA has put in place. Let me indicate to Honourable Member of IFP that there has been over 2,000 securities that have been insourced to date and have been deployed to critical stations where we believe in the interest of making sure that there is safety, particularly of the passengers, we see those securities. Remember, Honourable Member, in the Portfolio Committee, the Minister had indicated that there will be 3,500 securities that will be insourced so that we can be able to make sure that the investment that has been done by the government of the Republic of South Africa is secured. But also, Honourable Member, we need to indicate that it shouldn't be work of government only. Let us also all work towards making sure that these economic saboteurs were able to deal with, because it is very important that we preserve and make sure that our infrastructure is well looked after. Honourable Member, let me indicate that the Minister had outlined how the relief fund is going to be given to the taxi industry. The only snack that has been there, which is not a challenge on the part of the department, the snack that is there is the fact that there has not been quite an agreeable approach by the taxi industry as to how that money should be apportioned out to the relevant members of the taxi industry. And as soon as the associations have agreed to how the money is going to be allocated to individual operators, that money will definitely be allotted to the members which are supposed to get that money. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. Honourable Members, I put vote 41, water and sanitation, and there's no questions. Honourable Members, I now want to return to vote.
Honourable Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Sorry, I think we omitted to indicate that we would ask a question, and I believe we have some time left. Could we ask the question?
Yes, since you have time left, I will allow you to ask the question.
Thank you very much. Water is life, Honourable Chairperson. Minister, the COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized the necessity for water to be provided to the citizens of South Africa. We all talk about washing hands, clean hands, etc., but it's subject to water being available. Are you satisfied, Honourable Minister, that your program to provide water to all corners of South Africa, particularly in the deep rural areas, is on track? Secondly, what findings have been made with regard to delivery of water by trucks and the corruption that was exposed there? And lastly, this department, before you took over, was one that had a number of governance issues of corruption, changing of DGs, etc. Can you give South Africans comfort that under your watch, these matters are being attended to? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
The ANC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. The ANC rise in support of the second adjustment appropriation bill. The Department of Water and Sanitation, through you, Minister, has been at the forefront in the implementation of water supply, hygiene, and personal protective equipment projects, as well as emergency droughts and water services intervention across the country in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We have noted with concern the underperformance of Program 3, Water and Infrastructure, where 306.534 million in a suspend funds is rolled over for national COVID-19 and drought emergency intervention. What plan does the department have in place to ensure that these rollover funds are going to be spent and provinces and municipalities are going to execute this mandate effectively? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, you may respond.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. House Chair, in relation to the first question, I want to indicate to members, it also covers the question that is asked by the Honourable Chair of the Portfolio Committee. I want to indicate that we have put together a new program, which we call the Master Plan for Water and Sanitation, which takes us through what it is that we have not been able to deliver on and what it is that we need to do as South Africans. And I want to underscore this point that is found in the first section of the master plan, which has been unveiled, has been distributed widely and will now be introduced to Parliament, that everybody should understand that South Africa is an arid and semi-arid climate with an average rainfall which is half of what the world gets on an annual basis. This means that in the plan that we have, we would like to sensitize people to be mindful of wastage of water and be very prudent in the way that they use their water. We also want to remind the House that in terms of the Constitution, both ourselves and the municipalities have a responsibility for the delivery of this. And in line with that, we've been meeting regularly with the Minister of Local Government to improve on any problems that we would have had. We are aware of the fact that trucks and corruption have been linked together because of the lack of oversight over this problem. We had a joint MINMEC with the Minister of COCTA, and we decided that we were going to outlaw trucks that do not belong to a municipality. So trucking has been outlawed. We just haven't put it in law, but in terms of the intent, we have communicated this to everybody. The other governance issues that you're talking about, we've been working at them, largely in relation to the water boards. You will have seen a great deal of spectacular utterances from those water boards that we have cracked down on, because we are quite determined to make sure that there will not be any corruption in any water board. There will be no corruption in the Department of Water Affairs. We've established a commission that will look at the disciplinary cases that have been brought to us by the AG, and we are proceeding with that. We are wanting to send a strong message that water and corruption do not go together. And the underperformance and rolled over funds, I think that there is an explanation. We've had an unfortunate drought, and we are going to make sure that we redirect the resources in a way that is most beneficial to everybody. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable members, I now wish to return to vote number 19, where you can recall the Honourable Minister of Social Development was in an area where the connectivity was very poor. She could not respond to the questions that were asked. I now recognize the Honourable Minister of Social Development. The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. It says here the video is not available, and I sincerely apologize to the members that I am in a far-flung area in the Northern Cape, and unfortunately the network kept on going up and down. I really would like, I'm not sure where did I disappear, but I could not respond to the question that was asked by Honourable Abrams of the DA, and respectfully would like the member to please repeat the question.
Honourable Abrams, will you repeat your question, please?
This budget is in direct contradiction to President Ramaphosa's economic reform plan, as the welfare system is not sustainable and insufficient to break the cycle of poverty. Our country cannot reform when 55% of the country is trapped at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, level 1, focusing on basic needs of food, water, shelter, and safety, surviving on less than 33 Rand a day. All while the ANC is salivating at level 5, focusing on self-fulfillment with a desire to become the most it can be. Minister, do you honestly believe that this adjusted budget reflects meaningful social protection, which is needed for vulnerable groups, individuals, and communities to become capable and self-reliant as per DSD's new mandate?
Honourable Minister, I'm also going to request the other parties to repeat their questions so that you can respond to all of the questions when I indicate so. The IFP.
Chairperson, we had passed on that one. Thank you.
Okay, Al-Jamar also said they were covered. ACDP.
Chair, the Reverend Meshwe has got connectivity issues, but he raised the, I don't know if the Minister got the question, he repeated it twice there, so I don't know if she's able to
No, she didn't
respond.
hear the question. She only heard part of the first question, and that's why I'm giving you an opportunity.
Okay. We'll pass then, but maybe
Okay.
she does recall, because he did repeat the question. Maybe he has got it.
Okay. Maybe the honourable member can just submit the question in writing to the minister and then she will be able to respond. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. Hola byankulu lwa wamchabiseki. Kuya ku cinca ka timali leti nga ndliwa kuna ta mipimanyeto ya timali kwalaho ku ve na 7 million leyi nga tekiwa yisiwa aka mitirho yin'wanyani manje a ni vutisa ku ri je hi holobyenkulu leswi mi nga swi endla mi nga kota ku amanyeta na vaaki va Afrika-Dzonga leswaku hi swihi swipimelo leswi mi nga kota ku swi endla xana i yini i ncini lexi mi nga xi endla leswaku vugungundzwani bya vanhu lava nga hoxa voko hi nga byi vona byi ri njhani hi nga va kuma va ri kwihi mi le kule njhani na vanhu lava nga hoxa voko a leswi swa timali ta vaaki na khensa.
Honourable Minister, you may now respond to those questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I really will apologize to the last question that was asked by Honourable of the ANC. I do not, I'm not very eloquent in even understanding the language, and I sincerely apologize. I will get that question and be able to answer the member adequately when that question is translated for me, because I didn't understand. If I go back to the question that was asked by Honourable Abrahams, I think Honourable Abrahams knows very well through our presentations, even in the portfolio committee, that we, as a department, we are entirely dependent on the overall budget that is presented, because we do not only look at ourselves as a Department of Social Development when it comes to the budget. If we could, and we have repeated this a number of times, that if we could get a more of a budget to make sure that we address the needs and the felt needs of the people of South Africa, and particularly the most vulnerable. As I am Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson, I am in the Northern Cape. I am where the poorest of the poor are. I am where the women in particular and children need most of our services. But I am aware, Honourable Chair, that we are extending ourselves with this little budget that we have. We have extended ourselves as much as we possibly can, which can also be seen even in this time of COVID-19, where we extended the normal social grants, and we extended obviously for a very short time, but the President also extended the SRD, which is the 350, up until January. We are, as a department, continuing to push and look for other avenues of assisting our people in making sure that people will be not entirely dependent on social grants, but we can also, working together with other departments, assist in the creation of a conducive environment for people to work for themselves and do for themselves. But at this point in time, Honourable Chair, when we all appreciate and understand that the economy is not doing very well, and therefore we also need to contribute towards ensuring that we, as the President has put together a package that is supposed to help us with the economic development, we are hoping that engaging with the Department of Small Business Development, for instance, the department, all other departments that can be able to assist us in the creation of jobs, our people will be better off. I will keep on saying, Chairperson, that the budget is not adequate, the budget is not enough, but we are not working in isolation. We do understand the current conditions which the country is facing. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We'll now go to vote 20. Honourable Minister, are you on the platform? The Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Honourable Chair, thank you very much for your patience. At the advent of the 6th administration, which I have the honor to serve under as Minister now of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, I do this with the honor of knowing that we share the responsibility of taking care of the people with disabilities with the Minister of Social Development, who had just spoken before me. Yes, yesterday we presided, or I had the honor to preside with the President over the 3rd Presidential Working Group on Disability, wherein the issue of staffing was raised again, and we made an undertaking that a post of a DDG in our department that would look after the advocacy, not the distribution of welfare, which SASA and Minister of Social Development is doing very well, will make sure that that is a person with disabilities. When we were given this responsibility, we accepted this with full appreciation that we should not compartmentalize, because you will find women who are disabled and who are abled. You will find youth that is abled and disabled. And there will be people who just live with disabilities, multiple, and they need our love and support. But they say themselves, they can take care of themselves. All they need from us is support. As for the appointment of an official that was raised earlier on, I was asked this question in the portfolio committee, and I responded in the form of a letter in writing. And on the follow-up meeting, I read out my response in writing, because I had to accompany the President to a bilateral meeting on the day when the question was raised for the first time. Yesterday, when the people who represented the people with disability in the Presidential Working Group raised this in a very, very patriotic manner, that can we please, on the position that is still remaining vacant, get a person with disabilities? We agreed to that request. Do we
Honourable
work
Minister,
with other departments?
Honourable Minister,
Our responsibility,
your time is now expired. Thank you very much.
Our responsibility.
Thank you, Honourable
Our
Minister.
responsibility.
Honourable Minister, your time is now expired. Thank you. Honourable members, that concludes the question and answer session on the votes. Honourable members, before I proceed to the next item, I want to make the following ruling. You will recall, honourable members, that during the question and answer session on vote number 10, public enterprises, earlier this afternoon, during his response, the Honourable Minister of Public Enterprises made remarks which I could not hear at the time. The Honourable Shavambu stood up on a point of order, but instead of addressing the point of order, went ahead and also made certain remarks towards the Minister. Subsequently, the Honourable Shavambu and a number of EFF members were removed from the virtual platform because of their conduct that fall foul of the rules of the House, and I stand by their decision. At the time, it sounded like the Honourable Minister said members of the economic freedom fighters were, and I quote, less than honourable, close quote. We have, within the limited time, checked the audio to listen to the remarks of the Minister. I can now confirm that the Minister did indeed refer to members of the EFF as, and I quote, less than honourable, close quote. This, honourable members, is unparliamentary. And I will now ask the Honourable Minister of Public Enterprises to withdraw the remark that members of the EFF are, and I quote, less than honourable, close quote. I now recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Enterprises. The Honourable Minister of Public Enterprises.
Chairperson, I just missed your comments.
Do you want me to repeat the ruling, Honourable Minister?
If you don't mind, please.
Yes. I said earlier today during the question and answer session on the Public Enterprises vote, vote number 10, the Honourable Minister made remarks which I did not quite hear at the time. The Honourable Shavambu stood out on a point of order, but also proceeded to make remarks against the Honourable Minister, and subsequently a number of the EFF members joined in, and the action and conduct fall foul to the rules of the National Assembly. I decided to remove these members, including the Chief Whip of the EFF, the Honourable Shavambu, from the platform, and I stand by the ruling. At the time, it sounded like the Honourable Minister said members of the economic freedom fighters were, and I quote, less than honourable, close quote. We have, within the limited time, checked the audio to listen to the remarks of the Honourable Minister. I can now confirm that the Minister did indeed refer to members of the EFF as, and I quote, less than honourable, close quote. This, honourable members, is unparliamentary, and I will now ask the Minister of Public Enterprises to withdraw the remark that members of the EFF are, and I quote, less than honourable, close quote. The Honourable Minister.
I have no hesitation in following your guidelines, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Safe to say that...
Honourable Minister, will you just withdraw the remark, please?
Yes, sure, I withdraw.
Thank you. Honourable members, we shall now proceed to decide the votes and schedule. I now put vote number 1, the presidency. Are there any objections?
House Chair, the Democratic Alliance has given you a list to aid you, so I don't know if you'd like us to each time tell you the objection. So it's completely at your discretion, sir. I'm in your hands, and if you would like us to raise each time, otherwise I'm more than happy to tell you from the onset which ones we're objecting to.
Now, for the sake of the record of the House, I will identify the parties who object and also call for a division, but may I with respect request the Chief Whips, if you intend calling for a division, say so up front, so that I don't have to go to all the other parties and then return to ask for a division. So I'm recognizing you now on vote number 1.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. We will be objecting and we would like a division, please.
Honourable members, before I ask the bells to be rung, we will follow the following procedure because this can take quite a bit of time. It's only for the first vote that I'm going to ask the bells to be rung for 10 minutes. That is to allow that all members are locked in, and Chief Whips must kindly instruct their members who are on the virtual platform and these in the House to remain in the House, because it will make the work of the Chief Whips easier as the process unfolds. According to the records in front of us, there will be 24 divisions that will be called for. So I request your cooperation, otherwise it can be a late evening. And it is Friday, by the way. Honourable members, the bells will now be rung for 10 minutes.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Could I get your guidance, please? I was subjected to extreme abuse by various members of the EFF.
Yes.
Are you going to give a separate ruling in respect of the abuse and the kind of terminology they use to personally assault me with their words?
Honourable Minister, if you would have followed proceedings, you would have seen that all of those members of the EFF who conducted them in that particular way were removed from the virtual platform due to the conduct that took place. That is the action that the House has taken, and they will not participate in any further proceedings today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sibalindile ngamavote, basibathela induku.
have to do one now. Okay, and then subsequently you'll just update. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Victor, I'll stand here next to you so that I can adjust this.
For instance, when I was just listening to my leader, and I was thinking, let's leave. Okay, then I'll just leave this.
Honourable members in the chamber, will you take up your seats, please? Honourable members, and I'm going to read this division guide for you only once. I'm not going to read it with each vote. Honourable Chief Whips, if you agree to that. Honourable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for each division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and also to indicate whether they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Is there a quorum? Okay. Honourable members, having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 1 be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate if they vote for or against the question? The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, ANC physically here in the NA chamber is 25. Online, on virtual, 186, totaling up to 211. We vote in full support.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. In the physical house, we are 8 members. On the online platform, we are 46 members, totaling up to 54 members voting against.
Thank you. The EFF. The IFP.
Chairperson, I'm informed that we are 10 on the virtual, voting in favor. Thank you.
The Freedom Front Plus.
Honourable Chairperson, we are 2 members in the House, 7 on the platform, 9 in total voting against.
The ACDP.
1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
UDM. ATM. Good. The
one virtual voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chair. National Freedom Party, 2 on virtual in support.
The AIC.
AIC, 1 in the House voting for.
Cope.
1 in the House voting support. Thank you.
The PAC. Al-Jama.
Al-Jama, 1 virtual, we vote in support.
Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There are 64 members that voted against, 227 members voted in favour, and the question is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 2, Parliament. And the table confirm that we do have a quorum. We do have a quorum. I now request the Honourable Chief Whips of the different parties to confirm the votes of their members. The ANC. Are you ready?
I'm sorry, Chair. Can you repeat, Chair? I'm so sorry.
Okay, let's go again. We're on vote number 2, but I see subsequently the DA is no longer calling for a division. Is that correct? Thank you very much. Honourable members, I'll just put the question then. Honourable members, those in favour, and the chief whips only please, not everyone shouting A or nay. Are there any objections to the vote number 2, Parliament?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Are there any further objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the FF+.
Are there any further objections? There's no further objections and the vote is thus agreed to. I put vote number 3, cooperative governance. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
It's noted. Are there any further objections?
ACDP, thank you.
Thank you.
Freedom Front Plus, House Chair.
Thank you. Honourable members, and with those objections, the vote is thus agreed to. I put vote number 4, government communications and information. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Thank you.
And the ACDP, thank you.
And the FF+, House Chair.
Thank you. With those objections, vote number 4 is agreed to. I now put vote number 5, Home Affairs. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA, and we also call for a division.
A division having been called, the party whips now have 2 minutes to ascertain the number of members present on the virtual platform and in the House before I ask you to declare the vote on behalf of your party. The bells will thus be rung for 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you, honourable members. Can the NA table confirm that we do have a quorum? There is a quorum, and I will now recognize the party whips. The question is that vote number 5, Home Affairs, be agreed to. Will party whips now confirm the numbers and also if they are for or against the vote? The Honourable Chief Whip of the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, ANC here in chamber physically, 25 on the virtual platform, 186, totaling up to 224. Totaling up to 211. We vote in favor.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we are 8 members on the virtual platform, 45, giving us a total of 53 members voting against.
The EFF. The IFP.
Chairperson, we are 10 on the virtual, voting against. Thank you.
The Freedom Front Plus.
Honourable Chairperson, we are 2 members in the House, 7 on the platform, total 9 voting against.
The ACDP.
1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
The UDM. The ATM. Good.
One on virtual, Chairperson, vote in support.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. 2 members, both on virtual, in support.
The AIC.
Chair, one in the House voting for.
Go.
One in the House and I abstain. Thank you.
Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa votes in favor, 1 on virtual.
Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? It's none. The voting session is now closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's 1 abstention, 73 voted against, and 216 voted in favour. Vote number 5 is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I now put vote number 6, international relations and cooperation. Are there any objections?
House Chair, the objection of the DA, please.
Are there any further objections?
Objection of the FF Plus, House Chair.
And the ACDP.
Thank you. Honourable members, with those objections, the vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 7, National School of Government. Are there any objections? No objections.
House Chair, objection from the DA, please.
Honourable member, we are busy now with vote number 7. And we're asking if there are any objections. I've noted one party's objection, and we'll go through the other parties, and you may indicate whether you support or object. The FF Plus.
House Chair, please note the objection of the FF Plus.
Noted.
ACDP objects, thank you.
Are there any further objections?
Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
It's noted. Thank you. Honourable members, with those objections, the vote is thus agreed to. I now put vote number 8, National Treasury. Are there any objections?
The DA, please, Chair.
No, the objection of the DA. Are there any further objections?
FF Plus, Chair.
Thank you.
And the ACDP.
Thank you. Are there any further objections from parties on the virtual platform?
And the EFF.
And the EFF. And with those objections, vote number 8 is thus agreed to. Honourable members, we will now proceed to vote number 9. Planning, monitoring and evaluation. Are there any objections?
The objection of the DA, Chair.
Noted.
The FF Plus.
Thank you.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you. And with those objections, the vote is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I will now put vote number 10, public enterprises. Are there any objections?
The objection only of the DA, Chair.
Objection is noted.
And the ACDP?
Chairperson,
Yes, Honourable.
The objection of the EFF, Chair.
So that's the EFF, it's the IFP, it's the Freedom Front Plus,
FF Plus.
and the ACDP. And with those objections, honourable members, vote number 10, public enterprises, is thus agreed to. I will now put vote number 11, public service and administration. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, Chair.
There's an objection. It's noted.
Objection of
Yes, please note the objection of the EFF.
EFF.
Objection of the FF Plus.
FF Plus.
And the ACDP?
And ACDP. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote number 12, Public Service Commission. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, Chair.
Noted.
Objection of the
Please,
FF Plus.
yes, please note the objection of EFF.
Noted.
And the ACDP?
Thank you very much. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I now put vote number 13, Public Works and Infrastructure. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, Chair.
Objection is noted.
Objection of the FF Plus.
It's noted.
And the ACDP?
Anyone on the virtual platform who's objecting?
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. With those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote number 14, Statistics South Africa. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
Noted.
Objection of the FF Plus.
And the ACDP.
Please, the objection of EFF.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Traditional Affairs. Well, before I go, with those objections, the vote is agreed to. We go to vote 15, Traditional Affairs. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
It's noted.
FF Plus.
ACDP.
Noted. On the virtual platform, are there any
IFP.
objections? IFP.
IFP.
With those,
Objection.
The objection of the EFF.
with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote number 16, Basic Education. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
Objection is noted.
FF Plus.
Yes.
ACDP.
Yes. And on the virtual platform?
Note EFF. Objection.
It's noted. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. Honourable members, we are now on vote 17, Higher Education and Training. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
It's noted.
FF Plus.
Noted.
Yes, please.
ACDP.
EFF. Object.
Objection is noted. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I now put vote number 18, Health. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
Objection is noted.
Beswaar van die
Objection
FF
of,
Plus.
objection of the EFF.
EFF,
ACDP.
ACDP, and FF+. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I now put vote number 19, Social Development. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
Objection is
FF
noted.
Plus.
Objection of EFF.
ACDP.
Yes, ACDP. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I now put vote number 20, Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
Objection is noted.
FF Plus.
ACDP.
And on the virtual platform?
Objection of the EFF.
It's noted. And with those objections,
Objection of the
the vote is agreed to. I put vote 21, Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, please.
FF Plus.
FF Plus.
And the ACDP.
ACDP. And on the virtual platform?
EFF, please. EFF. Object.
Thank you. I put vote number 22, Correctional Services. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
FF Plus.
ACDP.
And on the virtual platform?
EFF.
Thank you. The vote is thus agreed to with those objections. I put vote number 23, Defence. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
It's noted.
FF Plus.
Yes.
ACDP.
Yes. And on the virtual platform?
EFF.
Thank you.
EFF.
It's noted. I put, and with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote number 24, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
It's noted.
FF Plus.
ACDP.
Thank you. And on the virtual platform?
EFF.
And with those,
EFF.
thank you. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. Honourable members, I put vote number 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. Are there any objections?
Objections of the DA Chair.
Yes.
FF Plus.
Yes.
ACDP.
Yes. And on the virtual platform?
Done.
Are you objecting, Honourable Aris?
No.
Okay. So it's only those parties that indicated, and with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote number 26, Military Veterans. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
DA?
FF Plus.
FF Plus.
ACDP.
ACDP.
EFF.
Thank you.
EFF.
And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote 27, the Office of the Chief Justice. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
DA?
And of the FF Plus.
Yes.
ACDP supports this vote, Chair.
And on the virtual platform, are there any objections? No objections? No. Thank you. So with the objections of the DA and the FF Plus, the vote is agreed to. I put to you, honourable members, vote number 28, Police. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
It's noted.
Also of the FF Plus.
Yes.
And the ACDP.
Yes. And on the virtual platform?
And the EFF.
Thank you. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote 29, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
Noted.
FF plus.
Yes.
SADP.
Yes. And on the virtual platform, are there any objections?
EFF.
Thank you.
EFF.
And with those,
EFF.
thank you. With those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote number 30, communications and digital technologies. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
Yes.
Objection of the FF plus.
SADP.
Yes. And on the virtual platform, are there any objections?
EFF.
And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote 31, employment and labor. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
Yes.
FF plus.
Yes.
ACDP. Chair, this is very good exercise for us.
And also on the virtual platform, thank you.
EFF.
It's noted.
EFF.
The EFF's objection is noted. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote 32, environment, forestry and fisheries. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
Yes.
ACDP objection.
Yes.
FF plus.
FF plus. And on the platform?
EFF. EFF. EFF.
Thank you. And with those objections, the vote is accordingly agreed to. I put vote 33, human settlements. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
Yes.
The ACDP will settle for an objection on this one. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
FF plus.
Yes. And on the virtual platform?
EFF.
Thank you. And with those...
EFF.
Thank you. The objection of the EFF is also noted. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote number 34, mineral resources and energy. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
It's noted.
Vryheidsfront plus.
ACDP.
Yes. And on the platform?
EFF.
Thank you.
EFF.
And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote 35, science and innovation. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
The DA?
FF plus.
Yes.
ACDP.
And on the virtual platform, any objection?
EFF.
And with those objections,
EFF.
thank you. With those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote 36, small business development. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
The DA?
Also the FF plus.
Yes.
And the ACDP.
And the ACDP. And on the virtual platform?
EFF as well.
Thank you.
EFF.
And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put vote 37, sports, arts and culture. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA Chair.
Noted.
Chairperson, it's time to bring this song to an end. We call for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute.
You just say no. No. You just say no.
Yeah.
No. Say absolutely no. And we actually say, if the President has said, there must be no travel.
Thank you, honourable members. I'll ask the table to confirm that indeed there's a quorum present. We do have a quorum. I will now recognise the party chief whips who will declare their votes in support or against. The ANC.
Thank you
Order,
very much.
honourable members.
Thank you very much, House Chair. ANC physically in the NA Chamber 25, on the virtual platform 186, totaling up to 211, who are voting in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chair, in the physical House, 8 members, on the virtual platform 46, bringing us to a total of 54 voting against.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. We are 20 on the virtual and we will vote against.
How many are on the virtual?
20.
Okay. The IFP.
Chairperson, we have 10 on virtual voting for.
The Freedom Front Plus.
Honourable Chairperson, 2 in the House, 7 virtual, 9 in total voting against.
The ACDP.
1 in the House against.
The UDM. ATM. Good.
1 on virtual voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. National Freedom Party 2 on virtual in support.
The AIC.
1 in the chamber voting in favor.
Cope.
1 in the House voting in support. Thanks.
The PAC. Al-Jama.
1 virtual, vote in support.
Thank you, Honourable Whips. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Is none. The voting session is thus closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's 84 that voted against. There's no abstentions. There's 227 that voted in favour, and vote number 37, sports, arts and culture, is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I put vote number 38, tourism. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, Chair.
Thank you.
And the EFF Plus.
And the ACDP.
And on the virtual platform?
And the EFF and the EFF.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And with those objections, the vote is thus agreed to. I put vote 39, trade, industry and competition. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, Chair.
Thank you.
And the EFF Plus.
And the ACDP.
Thank you. And on the virtual platform?
And the EFF and the EFF as well.
Thank you. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to.
Chairperson, on a point of order, is it in order for the EFF to have 2 votes?
Anything is possible.
Aye.
Anything is possible. Honourable members, I put vote number 40, transport. Are there any objections?
Objection of the DA, Chair.
Noted.
And the EFF Plus.
Objection of the
And the ACDP, thank you.
The IFP. Is there any other
Objection of the EFF.
Thank you. And with those objections,
Objection of the EFF.
thank you. And with those objections, the vote is, and the question is agreed to. I put vote 41, water and sanitation. Are there any objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Objection is noted.
And the EFF Plus.
Yes.
Please note the objection of the ACDP and the ACDP and the...
And on the virtual platform, are there any objections?
Please note the objection of the EFF and the EFF.
Thank you. Honourable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the schedule?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
It's noted.
And the EFF Plus.
For the last time, the ACDP, thank you.
Thank you. And on the virtual platform?
That's the last time the EFF as well.
Thank you. So with those objections, the schedule is thus agreed to. Honourable members, I will now ask the Secretary to read the 15th order.
Second reading, second adjustment appropriation bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? No objections, agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Second adjustment appropriation bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Honourable members, the last item on the order paper is farewell speeches. I now recognize the Honourable, the Chief Whip of the Opposition.
House Chairperson, what a pleasure it is for me to rise tonight and look around this room and see so many people and say to you, 2020, who would have thought? Who could have imagined that we would be in this house having to pinch ourselves thinking that we're living through a real life pandemic. It's not a movie, it's not a drill, this is actually real. I think it would only be correct for us to remember with great fondness those who sat with us who are no longer with us in this house. May they sit alongside the divine and may they rest in eternal power. Their lives will always be remembered, their contributions will never be forgotten, and they will always be missed. We also give great thanks to those who were ill and who fought the battle and who now sit back with us. We are delighted and relieved that your health has been restored, and we give thanks to the Almighty that you sit alongside us. Colleagues, there are some of us who are still fighting the battle. Many of our colleagues are ill at the moment. Please know that our thoughts are with you. We are fighting alongside you. We are sending you our love and our best wishes, and all we want is to see you back in the House next year. To our fellow South Africans, we are all in this together. Only behavioural changes will make sure that we can beat this virus. We must make sure that the elderly and the vulnerable are kept from unnecessary contact, that public transport is continuously sanitised, open windows and masks always worn. In public, we must make sure that we mask up, we must distance, we must avoid large gatherings, we must constantly sanitise. Fellow South Africans, we have the power to beat the spreading of this virus. We have to stop the spreading of this virus. As Parliament, we have an absolute obligation to ensure that our government ensures that payments are made on time for the vaccine. We have an absolute obligation to ensure that those who committed corruption that has cost lives of South Africans are caught, then charged, and then thrown into jail, and that we make sure that the keys to those jail cells are flushed down the toilet. A pandemic brings out the worst in humanity, but it also brings out the best. We have seen South Africans come out and clothe and feed the poor, and we have seen South Africans fight for rights. We have seen South Africans really show what Ubuntu means in everyday life. We have managed to laugh during this pandemic and through all our pain. 2020, I think, will always be remembered as the year that we heard the following phrases more than any other. Can you hear me? Am I audible? You're on mute. I'll turn off my camera. Please mute. My system is faulty. And let us not forget having to scream to our computer, turn your video off. In this House, we have seen some members in their cars. We have seen some members going shopping. We have seen some go to the bathroom and almost go to the toilet. But all in all, we've done a pretty good job. Parliament had to adapt, and adapt very quickly, to what has become the new normal. But let's be honest, friends, colleagues, to us as human beings, this isn't normal. It's not normal for us not to want to be together. People were scared, and certainly tempers were very short and very frayed. I have certainly lost my temper more than a few times, and far too many times, quite frankly, over issues that normally wouldn't have bothered me. If you have been on the receiving end of my unusual snap, I apologise unconditionally, and I completely blame Rona. We have to fight hate. The scourge of hate is being peddled by the extreme left and the extreme right, and the rational centre has to hold. I have every intention to focus all my efforts to nation building and to eradicating hate. No one is born hating. Hate is taught. Let us as Parliament be the example of how this particular hate is eradicated. To the staff of Parliament, thank you all for your exceptional service during this ridiculous time. Always a smile, always a phone call away. Your actions have not gone unnoticed, and we appreciate you all tremendously. To my fellow Chief Whips, thank you for all your hard work, for the laughs, sometimes there were tears, for the overall camaraderie, especially to the Honourable ANC Chief Whip. Allow me to say this. Nyabulela ubebele bako. Colleagues, the DA wishes you joy, happiness, safety, good health, time with your family, time to relax, time to reflect, time to pray, time to come together safely, and above all, we wish you everything of the best for the Christmas season and for 2021. Allow me to end by saying something highly unparliamentary. 2020, sick. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Honourable Member. On that unparliamentary note, I now call on the Honourable Mente. Honourable Mente, you have the floor.
Thanks, House Chair. I'll be taking the speech in place of Honourable Mente.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. House Chair, as a point of departure, we would like to congratulate the Economic Freedom Fighters Students Command at the Mangosuthu University of Technology and the Durban University of Technology for successfully taking and retaining SRC power in those institutions of higher learning. Indeed, we have ended, as the EFF, the year on a high note by showing that we have expression amongst the youngest and the most intelligent in our country in institutions of higher learning. House Chair, the Economic Freedom Fighters takes this opportunity to bid farewell to all members of Parliament, except those that do not believe in expropriation of land without compensation, and definitely accept those who uphold white supremacy, capitalism, and racism. We take this opportunity to wish all people of South Africa a safe and sound festive season. A festive season, House Chair, is a period upon which families must spend time with their families, members must spend time with their families, go to holidays, attend weddings, and other festivities. In South Africa, however, and for a considerable amount of time, the festive season also comes with a lot of avoidable deaths due to road accidents and due to increased alcohol-inspired violence. Chairperson, the year 2020 was a very difficult year for many people due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. More than 2 million South Africans lost their jobs as a result of the pandemic, meaning that levels of poverty, and particularly amongst Black people, deepened. The people of South Africa are poorer in 2020 than they were in 2019 and the previous years. What is evident about the activities and developments of 2020 is that the African National Congress government does not have the capacity, the will, and determination to safeguard the lives and livelihoods of Black people. Instead of assembling all available and at times scarce resources, public representatives from the ruling party chose to steal money meant for PPEs, and they chose to steal food parcels. They chose to create a friction and temporary hospitals so that they can be paid in bribes. On the contrary, the EFF and all of its public representatives sacrificed more than 33% of our salaries to contribute to the efforts to fight COVID-19. As a result, the EFF is number one in terms of all payroll contributions to the fight against COVID-19 towards the Solidarity Fund. The EFF contribution far exceeds the contribution of the entire government, inclusive of the President, cabinet members, premiers, MECs, mayors, and members of mayoral committees. This is again an illustration that the EFF is truly and genuinely the only organization that cares about the people of South Africa. The EFF has demonstrated genuine love to the people of South Africa. And the people of South Africa should always bear in mind that the EFF is the only organization that cares and has built capacity to provide quality and alternate governance to the mediocrity that is currently subjected to our people. We take this opportunity to wish all South Africans and all Africans in the continent and diaspora a happy Christmas and a Merry New Year. Our simple and consistent message is that those who must share with those who do not have. Our simple message is that those who help those who do not have must not do so because they want to generate content for cameras, for Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. When you give, let the left hand not know what the right hand is doing. In the beginning of 2021, hundreds and thousands of students will be going to universities of technology, TVET colleges to start their post-secondary education. We call on all first-year students to visit the help desk of the EFF Students Command because that is where you will find dependable assistance and induction in their areas of study. Chairperson, in 2021, the EFF is going to rescue the majority of municipalities from misgovernance of different corrupt ruling parties and coalitions in all parts of South Africa. We call on all members of the EFF in all branches and all communities to appreciate that they are government in waiting. Our members must from January interact with communities and provide them with whatever form of assistance they need. In conclusion, we wish to remind all of our people that COVID-19 pandemic is still with us and we must all do everything in our power to avoid contracting the disease. The reality is that we as people of South Africa cannot depend on government to safeguard our health. And the reality is that we are on our own. The people must avoid unnecessary gatherings and must instead stay at home with their families. Our people can still listen to and dance to John Vulike, Damaniginiki, Utando, Imaleni, Ulazi, Chamani, and all sorts of songs and brilliant songs by our artists in their homes instead of huge gatherings, parties that will compromise their health. Let us stay safe and cautious of this dangerous disease, and we will once again take this opportunity to wish all South Africans and Africans in the continent a Happy New Year and a Merry Christmas. We further wish to reiterate our message to the government of Uganda to stop persecuting its political opponents, particularly Bobi Wine, in efforts to retain power as a despotic and corrupt regime. We must take a stance against violence all across Africa, all forms of terrorism ranging from the north of Nigeria and in Mozambique. We call for free and peaceful elections in Ghana and Uganda and demand that President Yoweri Museveni must stop using violence to suppress political opponents. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I call you Honorable Singh, may I just remind you, honorable members, farewell speeches are supposed to be about you, are supposed to be merry, are supposed to reflect on what we have done and what we are going to do. Honorable Singh, you have the platform.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I can't say I agree with everything said by the last Honourable Member, except acknowledge the good wishes as part of the speech. Honourable Speaker, I think today's plenary adequately encapsulated the parliamentary year of 2020. It was a tumultuous and unprecedented year, filled with uncertainty and many surprises. It certainly exposed many shortcomings that we face as humanity, most notably our collective greed for economic gain over everything else, particularly in this instance as regards the exportation of wildlife products, which appear to have been the originating cause of the first outbreak of COVID-19 in a wet market in Wuhan, China. It has also exposed the inability of our greatest minds in medical science and technology to timeously deal with and find solutions to these kinds of pandemics. However, Honourable Speaker, at the end of the day, this is the position that we find ourselves in. Did we rise to the occasion and find solutions to the many difficult challenges we faced, I ask? The answer is twofold. Some in the scientific and political world may say, yes, we immediately locked down our respective territories. However, this is cold comfort to the families of the 1.5 million victims who succumbed to the virus worldwide thus far, despite the best efforts of our global medical institutions. Many of our colleagues and thousands of citizens lost their lives to this dread virus. We reiterate our heartfelt condolences to their loved ones. Honourable Speaker, the global economy is in tatters and will take years to recover. Companies have been shut down and millions have lost their jobs. This is a hard but veritable truth that we all need to take responsibility for. Closer to home and as a parliament, we could ask ourselves, did we rise to the challenge? In many ways, the answer is yes. We were all forced to adapt to ways of conducting our parliamentary oversight duties from a hybrid physical virtual platform. In the main, this worked out pretty well, and we have been able to hold the executive to account. But we could have done better. In the beginning of the lockdown, the executive had a much appreciated consultative approach, but as the year progressed, this became less and less the case. There must be a greater degree of accountability by the executive to Parliament. Parliament must be included in the process. If you do not include the people's political representatives, then you do not include the people in your decision-making processes. We remain on the precipice as regards COVID-19, Honourable Speaker. We do not know if a second wave is on the horizon, and we do not know what will happen to us come winter 2021, as COVID could thrive in the colder weather. 2020 can be described as an annus horribilis, and is most certainly not a year any of us will look back upon with any sense of calm and quiescence. However, let us have faith, Honourable Speaker and members, and proceed into the new year with a sense of optimism that solutions will be found and the global crisis averted. Our special thanks must go to you, Honourable Speaker, and all the presiding officers and staff of Parliament who performed exceptionally well, particularly those in the ICT division tasked with ensuring our rapid transformation to a virtual platform. On behalf of our leader in Parliament, His Excellency Prince Buthelezi, and all IFP MPs, I wish you all a very happy festive period with your families and look forward to seeing you all in the new year. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Singh. The Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable colleagues. Once there was a military parade and there was this huge battalion of thousands of soldiers marching by. And in the pavilion was one mother that was very enthusiastic and supportive. And then she said, "Look, my son is the only one that is in pace. All the others are out of pace." I think I heard a speech just now that is what that young person was and what that mother said. There's a time for everything, and today is a time to say goodbye to everybody and to say thank you for the year. It's not a time to score political points. We can all do that. It's not the opportunity. The Honourable Mazone started off by bringing to us all the different things that were said and new phrases used because of the situation we are in this year. And I can associate with all of them, but she forgot one. There's an important one that she did not remember. And I heard that one quite often, and that was the one that said, "My gadget is not working." So I think that was one that we also heard on the social platforms during this period. Colleagues, we are living in the most extraordinary year, and I would almost say probably in a century. It's the most extraordinary year probably in a century. My own mother is 93 years old. She has never experienced a pandemic like this. None of us had. It's absolutely extraordinary times that we've gone through, and I think it's an absolutely wonderful situation that we did manage to keep Parliament going and setting an example in that fashion. And today I want to say to our colleagues that the colleagues that attended Parliament here physically, I think we should also honour them for being here and for doing what was needed to be done. We have all set an example in that fashion. I would like to say thank you to the staff of Parliament who also had to cooperate and to do and continue their work under these absolutely difficult situations. Thank you for everything that they've done. I want to say thank you to the presiding officers. It was a completely new situation to deal with, having members in the chamber, having members on virtual platforms, having the executive and people at different places. But we've gone through this process, and I want to say thank you to the presiding officers. To my colleagues in Parliament, all of you, thank you for the camaraderie, for the way that we've conducted ourselves. We've set an example of, I think, how it should be done. Also to the chief whips. Chief whips with whom I had to cooperate from my side and with whom we worked together. I had a look at the Honourable Chief Whip of the ruling party. And as always, she surprised us in the perfect, and may I say, beautiful way that she dressed herself when she came to Parliament also today. Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, we've come to the end of a very difficult year. And I think we all have earned a time to rest, to go home, to think about things, and to recuperate in terms of charging our own batteries. Next year is going to be a difficult year. We all know it's politics. We are all politicians. It's going to be an election year. It's not going to be easy. But the fact of the matter is that we will continue, all of us, and I want to say to our colleagues, go home, rest, recuperate, enjoy time with your families, have a wonderful, blessed time, Christmas time, and come back safely next year. Last of all, I want to say, let us not forget our own colleagues who were with us here when we started this year, 2020, and we didn't know what was going to happen. Let us not forget any one of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Speaker. I've been looking forward to this year, and my scripture for the year was 2 Chronicles 20, verse 20. And it speaks about a great multitude coming against you. But verse 20 says, believe in the Lord your God, and you shall be established. Believe his prophets, and you shall prosper. And yes, we have experienced these viruses, and yes, we are standing today strong. So it's been a time of standing and believing. And as one of the first to be tested positively for COVID-19, I was deeply moved by the many messages of support I received from members across political parties. And thank you, Chief Whip, for your wonderful message from the ANC, from the DA, from across party lines. And almost everyone was saying they are praying for us in the ACDP. And I really, really appreciate that. And this gives one hope. It shows there's a deep reservoir of faith and hope in this nation that we can draw on in difficult times and which can and should bind us together. The nation looks to us as leaders for hope. We have a ministry of reconciliation and a ministry of love, and let us not forget it. It's also important to stop and reflect on the lives that have been lost in the nation, including a number of our colleagues, Speaker. I'm still shocked about Advocate Hisham Mohammed from the Justice Committee that just passed away so quickly. He'd been speaking to me here. And I'd urge, Speaker, there's a remembrance plaque in the gardens here. And I'd urge, Speaker, that the names of all members are put there, and we go and just spend a bit of time there in reflection and prayer to remember those members. Let us not forget them. Let us remember all those in the nation that are struggling at this time due to financial, psychological, family, health, and other reasons. But let us also be grateful for those that have recovered from COVID-19, from other illnesses, and for all the health and doctors that are at the front line at this time. Speaker, it's very important to take a rest. And we know as Christians, there is one of the 10 commandments is to keep the Sabbath rest. It's a commandment. It's not a suggestion. Jesus says, come to me, all you are weary and carry heavy burdens, and I will give you rest. So let's do that. Let's have a time of rest. I wish to thank the Speaker and all staff members, the whips that are involved, all the staff. We appreciate you. We appreciate the ICT section, all the media. It is so important for us to remember and be grateful for each one. Lastly, I would like to just wish everyone on behalf of the ACDP a very blessed Christmas, a time of rest with our families. And may I just conclude with praying a blessing on each of you, and it's the Aaronic blessing, which says, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May the Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Malabongwe Gamalen Kosi. Praise the name of the Lord. Praise the Here se naam. Amen. Thank you.
Amen, Fundis.
Amen. Amen.
Amen. The UDM, Abeko, the ATM, we then give the next opportunity to the Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Is Good Party not available, Speaker?
I do not have them on the list.
Oh, okay.
I will check after you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. 2020 has been a very difficult year for us. But with that difficulty, it taught us how we could do more with less. I remember sitting here with 3 different devices on, trying to attend 3 different meetings at the same time. And of course, sometimes making a mistake, having the audio on, and the chairperson and the other committees telling me, but I don't want to hear Honorable Tlomo. I don't want to, these are some of the challenges that we face, but I think it taught us a hell of a lot. This pandemic also had a psychological effect on many of us, but also many of the people on the ground as well. Despite our differences in the House, and yes, indeed, we attacked each other, but we always agreed to disagree and rose to the occasion. Millions in this country have lost their jobs, businesses have closed down, and they now need more than ever direction and leadership from us as members of Parliament and public representatives. Honourable Speaker, I must admit that the parliamentary staff have done exceptionally well, and I know I've been calling some of them even at late hours of the night, checking on the program for the next day and things, but I must admit that they had really been exceptional in that. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, my leader, Zanele Kamagwa, Zamsivi, and all of us here, we want to extend to you, Honourable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, all the presiding officers, my colleagues in this House. I want to apologize if at any stage I may have got on your nerves, but I must admit that was all in the day's work. My prayer to the Almighty God is to protect each and every one of you. Let us not forget, during this time, much more people will be vulnerable and going hungry. So when we donate, let us donate abundantly so many others that are less fortunate on the ground will also be able to share and enjoy this festive season. And we wish that all of us will be back in the new year ready to do another piece of work. But I think what is very importantly, we need to take stock of what we've done in 2020, what we have achieved, what we have not achieved, what we could do differently to what we've done to be able to achieve a lot more. God bless you all, and thank you very much to the parliamentary staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will try and reach out to Good. Are you on the platform? They're not. The Honorable Nchaisa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Also, thank you now for the guidelines that you've just given. Otherwise, I would have come with a different speech here if I got them earlier on. The year 2020 has appeared to be very long and difficult due to the COVID-19 challenges. Thanks God that we have come so far up to here. Let me, on behalf of African Independent Congress, bid farewell to each and every honorable member as we are going home and meet our families. In the midst of the COVID-19 challenges, as members of Parliament, we had to soldier on and carry out the mandate that was given to us by the people who voted us. I also wish all members a Merry Christmas, a good New Year, and they should enjoy the festive season. In particular, Honorable Speaker, I wish to say I did enjoy the work that we're doing with the committees on which I'm serving, the Committee of the Department of Higher Education Training, Science and Innovation, which is the only committee now that gave me a chance to go on oversight to Gauteng, not even one, but besides this one. So being an alternate member indeed, under Honorable Chairperson Mapulane. Also the Committee of Sports, Arts and Culture, under Honorable Tunum Zamulan. Committee on Basic Education, Basic Education under Honorable Mbongi Mpengo Kikaba. Then the one Committee, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, under Ngosi Zulfelile Mandla Mandela, Zulfelile. I cannot leave out the Chief Whips Forum under the ethical and good leadership of Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority, Honorable Pemi Machodin. I remember she had to invite me to come closer to Parliament as I had a problem now with connectivity at home. So that was a sign of good spirit, hospitality. I did appreciate that. I also did enjoy working with all the members in Parliament. Let us go home, let us behave, let us follow the COVID-19 protocols. Let us protect women and children against violence. Let us not drink and drive. Take care and enjoy until we meet again. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable
Honorable Songo is at tops again.
Ndate Madisha, you are protected. If you are not given the floor, please switch off your mic. Ndate Madisha, take this.
Honorable Speaker, we are all here because we were sent by the people of South Africa. That they did, given what we all promised we would do for them. Although the majority faced terrible problems, they did not send one political party to this People's Assembly. They sent 14 political parties, which all promised the people that they would do something to alleviate whatever problems the people have. Yes, as different parties and members, we actualized to the best of our ability that which we promised South African people. We debated and agreed. We confronted each and all one another and became angry. We mimicked and angered other people, but we share the same thing, and that is a common deployment to this house. We share a success of the people's struggle, and that is a democratic, I emphasize the democratic elections, albeit they come after every 5 years. We also share a major failure, and that is the non-delivery of services to the poor. The majority, of course. A very close friend of mine, whom I actually have never met in person, was correct when he analyzed the consequences of a revolution, and he asserted that consequences of inequality would be concentrated in the hands of the few and productive power in the hands of the many. I say this because he was correct. Yes, we do have power ourselves here, but then the people who have the actual power are the minority. The minority, who are those? They are the people who sit in the offices. You here, you make laws, we come up with laws, but then the people who must actualize those particular laws are the people who are the bureaucrats who are seated in the offices. Now, when we meet next year, we need to say, how do we make sure that everything moves on properly? I want to thank all the members, all the chairs, who have made sure that everything moves properly. But then above all, I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker. Many I know amongst us in the country don't know that you were the first, smallest little girl in the bush who was there fighting for the liberation of our people. I want to thank you. I know we do box some of the times. Well, I was a professional boxer myself, but then I do recognize the fact that you had to carry that big machine to make sure that you contributed to where we are at this particular moment. Ke a leboga.
Ke a leboga ntate. Ke a leboga le nako ha o e fedile.
Okay.
O je Christmas e monate. Ntate Nyonso, are you on the platform? He's not here. No, his status has been restored, honorable members. We went to court. He is still a member of this house until the court deals with the matter. If he's not here, I will move on to Honorable Hendricks. You are on the platform.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, while I was waiting for the Chair of Chairs to call my name, you know, we are a bit slow and you've got to press that button very quickly, otherwise it moves on to the next speaker. I had a call from my physician to give me the good news that there are antibodies of COVID found in my blood. And I remember our own president asking us in the last days of this parliament to remember all those who died and all those who are still being treated and all those who are recovered. And I just hope that those members of this House who had COVID, that they also have antibodies to help us, especially if the second wave comes. The year 2020 is a year that all of us will remember for many years to come. Al-Jamaa hereby thanks everyone in the House, irrespective of political affiliation, for the pleasant and warm manner which we have conducted proceedings of Parliament. All members, Speaker and staff of Parliament have worked hard and now deserve a break. With some colleagues, we have forged closer bonds through serving on committees and really getting to know each other and learn and discover, and all of us have a common goal, which is close to our heart. We all love our country and have wishes to improve the condition of our people. We have shared lighter moments amidst the shouting, disagreements, political scoring, debates across the floor and virtual platforms. But these disagreements were done in different ways and to show how we think is best to serve our people. We disagree sometimes in a robust manner to get our political points across, to highlight the challenges that Africans face and ensure that the voice of the voiceless are being heard and acted on. I want to congratulate this Parliament for opening itself to the streets. I think that is very important that we have achieved. I've seen the hard work that political parties are doing when we have our constituency breaks. And in fact, next week, many of them, like the Freedom Front Plus, have indicated that they've got a program of taking Parliament to their streets. We thank the members of the Executive, the President, for their cooperation in paving the way to an unforgettable year. We thank you, Speaker, Honorable Thandi Modise, the Deputy Speaker, and the Secretary of Parliament, and all staff for their hard work, and also the Head of Government Business, the Honorable Deputy President. Lastly, despite 2020 being an exceptional challenging year for all of us, we wish to extend our prayers to those who've lost dear ones due to the coronavirus. We wish all citizens infected by the virus a speedy recovery. While we are spending quality time with our dear families and friends, we urge every South African to wear a mask, sanitize our hands, and adhere to social distance. Stay safe, healthy, and a joyous festive season to all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much. The Honorable, the Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Executive, honorable members, good evening. On the eve of the new year, in 2019, we were all looking forward to the new year 2020. We even sent to each other messages wishing everyone all the best for the year 2020. Little did we know that this year will bring us pain and sorrow. Little did we know that the year 2020 will plunge the global community in crisis. Little did we know that millions of people globally will succumb to this pandemic. Little did we know as South Africans that 3 months down the line will be on the hard lockdown. This our government did in order to preserve lives and save lives. We applaud our government for thinking highly of us as South African people, not to put the economy before the lives of our people. Economy, you can rebuild it, but the lives of people, you will not rebuild it. While we are still on the pandemic, Honorable Speaker, we echo the same sentiments echoed by our State President, Cyril Ramaphosa, ukuthi asiqhubekeni kuba ku level 1 akusho ukuthi i-coronavirus ayisekho. Siyabona kune second wave, bantu bakithi bayafa. Asiqhubekeni sitifake letifonyo. Asiqhubekeni sichelelane. Asiqhubekeni sigeze tandla ngemanti nangensipho. Kanye nawo lama sanitizers asiwasebenziseni. Honorable Speaker, we were not spared as this Parliament as well. We lost our colleagues through this coronavirus pandemic. Honorable Speaker, coronavirus will be with us for some time to come. We are forced to live within our new normal,
which is the social distancing, sanitizing, washing of our hands, and also putting on our mask at all times. Honorable Speaker, a special thanks goes to our Chief Whip, Honorable Penny Castellina Majodina, who was always there with the families of those honorable members who lost their lives. She was there physically in all the provinces to comfort them. She was also there for those members of Parliament who were infected and who has recovered from this coronavirus. She has been with us through our pains, through our difficult times. Honorable Speaker, allow me to send this special thanks to our Chief Whip, Comrade Penny Majodina. Don't expect us to thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. It's only God who will reward you. Keep up that caring spirit of yours, and also keep up that caring nature of yours. God will bless you and your family abundantly. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, let me also thank our government for creating the Solidarity Fund that is created to generate, to receive funds which will assist our frontline workers with PPEs, our vulnerable societies who lost their jobs because of this coronavirus, our vulnerable societies who are poor, who are receiving the coronavirus special grant from our government. Let me thank all honorable members and parties in this House who donated through their kindness to this Solidarity Fund. May our God Almighty bless you all for your kind-heartedness. Let me also thank all South African citizens who also kind-heartedly so donated to this coronavirus Solidarity Fund. Thank you very much. Siyabonga kakhulu, siyabulela. Let me also thank my party, honorable members of this House, who also contributed to this Solidarity Fund. As the ANC MPs, we contributed 5.3 million to this to the Solidarity Fund. And also thank members of the executive, who each one of them contributed 1/3 of their salaries for 3 months to the Solidarity Fund. It is said, though, Honorable Speaker, that when these contributions were made, they were made out of the goodness of the hearts of these members of Parliament and South African citizens. Unfortunately, some people saw a gap in which they can get into these funds to enrich themselves. Those people will burn in hell. They will not be blessed. They will not be blessed because they stole from the poor and vulnerable. These funds were meant to assist during these difficult times of coronavirus. We therefore applaud our John Vulligate, the Hawks, and the SIU for investigating and arresting those who are implicated into defrauding the state of these Solidarity funds. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sibonga bonke bantu baseningizimu neAfrika labaye batibophelela ukuthi banikele kulesikhwama kude kusitakale ebantu baseningizimu neAfrika. Sithi uNkulunkulu abusise lapho nikhipha khona. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity also to remind this House that coronavirus was not the only pandemic and is not the only pandemic that that plunged crisis into the country. The gender-based violence also is and femicide is the second pandemic, as the President has said so, which plunged us into crisis as a country. We are therefore calling for all faith-based organization, because when we are faced with this kind of crisis, we need also to fight the spiritual war, because the war is spiritual. We need all the faith-based organizations to join hands with our government, join hands with women of this country and children of this country to fight this pandemic. We want also to see real men stand out there and say, not in our names. Let's not wait until it happens to your family members. This is for all of us to fight this gender-based this gender-based violence and femicide. We want, as South African women and children, to walk the streets of our country freely.
You are wrapping up, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me applaud your leadership, Honorable Speaker, as the presiding officer and all the House chairpersons for ensuring, and with the parliamentary staff members led by the Honorable Ms. Chawa, that you made it possible for us as members of parliament that we are safe in this parliament. You adhere to all the health protocols and also the regulations that are there. We are screened, sanitized, and also we are given masks when we come to this House. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thanks to the presiding officers, Honorable Speaker, led by yourselves, for tolerating us even when we are childish in this House. You tolerated our nonsense in this House. I beg your pardon, my apologies to you to use that word, but you've been always tolerative of us, of our bad behavior. Thanks to also the NAPC, the table
Deputy
staff.
Chief Wivala,
I'm wrapping up, Honorable Speaker. I'm left with 2 minutes.
No.
Honorable Speaker, I'm wrapping up. Thanks to the NA table for always supporting us. Thanks to all our political staff, our caucus staff members. Without you, we wouldn't be able to do our job in this House. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I want us to rise, all of us in this House, and observe a moment of silence in remembering the honorable members of this House who passed on during this year, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Dora Dlamini from KZN, member of ANC. Honorable Pindile Mola from Mpumalanga ANC, Honorable Zanoklolo Peter from the Eastern Cape, Honorable Hisham Mohammed from the Western Cape, all ANC members, and Honorable Tandim Pambos Bukwana from the Western Cape, a member of the DA. Let's rise, honorable members, and observe a moment of silence in remembering these honorable members. May their souls rest in peace. Honorable Speaker, let us be seated. Honorable Speaker.
Look at the clock again, honorable member.
While we enjoy our Christmas
Honorable
and festivities, let us remember those who are poor and vulnerable. It's Christmas, it's about giving. Let's give to those in need. I thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable members, I think we join hands today. We have had a very difficult year. It was also a challenging year, but it was not a hopeless year. Because when you get into difficulties, Honorable Madisha is right, those of us who've been in the bush, if you get into the bush, an unknown terrain with anybody, and if you survive with that person, you do know that you have a very long journey throughout life with that person. You may always differ, you may talk against each other, you may be hopeless together, but you do know that you have to survive together. Because once you've done it once, you do know that it becomes a habit. So I want to say that COVID-19 has shown us its backside. It might still turn around and show us the other side. But we do know that we will be resourceful, we will have each other's back. We also know we will do what the Deputy Chief Whip said we must do. We will stand together against those who are base, those who do not deserve our sympathy, those who steal from the poor, those who steal from the dead. We cannot be associated with them. We don't care who they are, where they come from. They do not deserve to be called true South Africans. So we must stand resolute as this House against anybody who does corruption without fear or favor. I think that we must say thank you to you because difficult as it was, I must thank the members of this House who were of assistance, who were cooperative. But you don't always thank people who are positive towards you. Sometimes you must thank the people who stood against you. Sometimes the people who were offensive towards you because they force you to think. They force you to look at all the other angles. In our case, it was good that we did not always agree because in that way, we could represent the different views of all South Africans. Those who agree with us, all of us here, and those who disagree with all of us here. But those voices need to be heard sometimes. Uneasy, uncomfortable, they are South Africans. And sometimes even if they are not South Africans, they reside behind our houses, in our houses, sometimes unbeknown to us. It is good for us to differ, but it is also good for us to know when to stop differing and to put this country first. And Ademelde, I don't know about you, but it is in the last 25 years that some of us have spent a full month in our own beds. So COVID-19 was not all that bad. It actually allowed people to rebond. Those of us who came here with babies and now they are adults, to rebond and re-know our children and rebuild family structures. I do know that there are male members of this parliament who actually found a way to quickly find somewhere to go because the domestic government was just getting too much. I know a professor who said to me, Tandi, now I've even learned how to cook outside, just so that in Difumani Tubalam. But it was good because in surviving together, families have been reborn, we have rebonded. I want to say that the presiding officers, the staff, we enjoyed, even though we messed up now and then, we enjoyed your support. And we didn't just not do well. We have had over 1,000 committee meetings and oversight visits. We have had 46 virtual sittings of this House. So we have learned, even those of us who thought we would not master getting onto the system, we have done so. We have done so good, but we know that we still have other challenges, even though we were able to reach out. When it comes to public participation, we know that there are gaps. We know that we need to do something in case this thing drags on, to make sure that we do not have shortcuts when it comes to public hearings. We, of course, still have to worry about the work that has not been done. Section 25 of the Constitution We need to be getting on, and all the other stuff that is lying there. We need to make sure that when people look at us, they look at their MPs. And I want to say that I am very proud of the members who had contributed here, but I also know a lot of members who privately gave, and privately gave to people who were suffering, without waiting for us to take out the horns and say, hey, hey. So that is good, because that is what we should be. I think that we need to go home and do what Madiba used to tell us to go and do. He used to say, go home now, it is Christmas, and go and be productive. Now, honorable members, don't be too productive, because we still need you not overexerted. We need you with energy levels that are just right at the beginning of the year. We need to finish the business that we did not finish, but we need also to guard against some of the bad things that we experienced. We need this unity of this House, precisely because in our differences, we cannot allow this country to degenerate into racial acrimony. We can't allow that. We can't allow this House to degenerate any further than we have done in the last 3 years, so we must guard against that. So let's go home. Let's continue looking after these families. Let's get rested. Let's know that we have to help rebuild a country. Castigate each other, but you've got only one country. And the joint energies of members of this House, the shrill voices of the people out there can only be calmed by them seeing us focusing on them and not on us. So I wish to wish you a happy, happy Christmas, masked, sanitized, frequently making sure that that social distancing does not disturb the productivity that Madiba referred to. So go home, honorable members. Enjoy your time with the families. As I said, let us get re-energized. This concludes our business for today. This concludes this sitting, and we wish you goodbye. The House is adjourned.
Long live
Goodbye, everyone. Long live the speaker. Long live. Merry Christmas.
Long live South Africa. Long live leadership.
Long live the speaker.